We're live. Okay. Hey everybody. Sorry we had some little technical difficulties, but now we are on. So welcome to the Comedy Cellar live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. It's Tuesday, the day we've been waiting for since 2020. So I love to do this show because it's very stressful. You watch the news all day and it's not fun. So I figured you want to have some comedy to release the stress, but also you want to get the live updates at the same time. So we made this show, which is a combination of both live updates and comedy. We have some of the funniest comics coming in, the Comedy Cellar, and some of the smartest people coming in as well to do some political analysis. So every 30 minutes, we're going to switch the panel and we're going to have brand new comics, some of the biggest names you will see, and some of the smartest people as well, as I said. And we will give you live updates, recap everything. So you're not going to miss a beat. You're going to know everything, who's winning what at any time. Speaking of those people, we're going to be hosting the first hour with me, the one and only Coleman Hughes, host of Conversation with Coleman, Forbes 30 Under 30, and of course, author and a great friend. Hey, Coleman.
How you doing, Hatem?
Good to see you, man. And of course, the man, my friend, Noam Dorman, honor of the Comedy Cellar. He's here for the second election in a row together.
Second? Not the third?
Doing this show.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Maybe it's the third. I can't remember. So
it might be the third. No, we didn't do the first one the other night.
Yeah. But yeah, stay tuned. We have some really big names. I'm not gonna spell all the P's, but Colin Quinn, Dore, Judy, Gold, so many people. I don't wanna spell it out. So Coleman, Noam, are you excited for this?
No, I have tremendous agita, tremendous like butterflies in my stomach. No?
Really?
Yeah. How about you, Coleman?
Getting nervouser and nervouser by the minute.
What's making you nervous? The results?
20 minutes ago, Trump tweeted or Truth Socialed or something that there's massive fraud happening in Pennsylvania. So it begins.
Oh my God. Here we go. So let me ask you the first question. The most important election of our lifetime. We hear this every time. Is this really the most important election of our lifetime, or where it stands in that? Noam, what do you think?
No, I don't think it's the most important election in our lifetimes, but you don't know that until afterwards, after you see what happened and you realize what the alternative could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people say that because they believe that Trump is going to be this Hitler-like authoritarian character. You've heard both sides, but more so the left say this might be the last election we ever have. Musk has been saying that, but he means it more figuratively. The left seems to mean it literally. So, but I don't know how Coleman feels. I don't believe that stuff.
Coleman, what do you think?
No, I think that's hyperbole. I think they say that every 4 years. I don't think it's the most important election of our lifetime. But yeah, like Noam said, it's I don't think when Hitler was elected, I don't think they knew it was going to be the most important election of their lifetime. So again, I guess some people did. You don't know. You don't really know. But I don't like the false ratcheting up of the stakes, the way both sides play to the hysteria and fear of their voters. So I don't like that narrative. I never have.
So I could say the most consequential election of my lifetime. It wasn't a presidential election, but it's probably worth mentioning because it's an interesting way to think about it. Was when Mayor Giuliani was elected in New York City. That was the most bright line of a leader who was elected. People who see Giuliani as this kind of comical, pathetic character now might not understand what a great man he once was, but he transformed New York relatively quickly in a way that very few people believe. We are there. So yeah, but it could be a lag. Can I continue?
Yeah.
So that's what a consequential election is. I don't know, maybe Coleman, what the most consequential presidential election has been. People will like to say it's Trump, but Trump actually didn't change much, right?
It's so hard to know. I mean, the candidates always play up their differences during the campaign and then sometimes end up governing much more close to each other than you would have expected.
Right.
Like Obama for 8 years, what were the real consequences of his immigration position? You go back to the numbers of deportations, it looked just like Trump, really. The number of H-1B visas, again, look pretty similar between Obama and Trump. That's not to say nothing matters because, they do have differences, but I don't know what would be the most consequential election. How would Al Gore have handled 9/11? That's an interesting question, but I don't think it would have been that different than Bush.
Sure.
He may or may not have gone into Iraq, and maybe he wouldn't have. Prior to that, the Reagan election was a clear pivotal moment in history. We really switched to a different fork. Took a different road in the fork for a long period, up through Bill Clinton, who said the age of big government is over, and I guess it just began to switch back in the other way under Obama. But the biggest consequential change we've seen in America has not been elected, has been the kind of dark cloud of left-wing intersectional cancel culture vibe in politics. And that's, that would be the bright spot of, well, you know what? I don't even know if I believe that. I would like to think that would be the bright spot of Trump winning, that there'd be such a reckoning on the left.
Yeah.
But we don't know that. And the bright spot of her winning would be hopefully, a more grounded, predictable American government.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Let me admit the first guest, though. Comedian Harrison Greenbaum is here.
Yeah.
First one. So let me ask you this. Yesterday, we were hanging out at the Olive Tree, and I asked you if you remember that, Coleman, if you guys managing the campaign of the president.
Wait, can I interrupt you? Because there's a tweet from Mark Halpern just came up about the election.
Yeah.
Harrison, hold your horses.
Hey,
By the way, Harrison, don't worry. They're not repealing gay marriage. It says, okay. It says, okay, everyone, take a deep breath. Kamala Harris prospects in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. Now, people who watch this, they say that if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, it becomes very, very difficult for Harris to win the presidency. So it says the prospects in those three states depend on A, big urban turnout, B, big suburban turnout and vote share, and C, not being completely wiped out in rural America. He didn't finish this. Right now, even the campaigns can't say conclusively that Team Harris is failing on these essentials. Now that's Mark Halpern's speak for that. That's like his little disclaimer. Then he says, however, Republicans claim between early vote and what they are seeing so far on same day voting, they will win all three states, maybe somewhat comfortably. There are no exit polls coming anytime soon that will settle this debate. Please just be patient. If Republicans are right about those three states, this election could be over by midnight. That's what he says. Now,
what's the
Halpern,
third state?
Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. Now, Halpern has been very, very accurate for a long time now on all matters about the election. He called the fact that Biden was going to drop out when no one else did. He called that it was going to be Waltz. He called a lot of stuff. So, although my spider sense has been that Harris was somehow going to win.
Well,
maybe not.
We'll see. Harrison, welcome.
Hello.
So let me ask you this.
Thanks for bringing me on to such great news.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. I asked you this question yesterday at the Olive Tree when we hang out. I said, if you guys managing the campaign of Kamala or Trump and you have one last trick, what would you do the day of or before? And you both know him, and Coleman says nothing really can matter. What do you think of Rogan's endorsing Trump a night before? Does that matter at all? Is going to be any effect to it at all? What do you think? Harrison, let's go with you.
I think everybody knew who he was voting for already. I don't think that was a shock to anybody. So I don't think that really.
I thought it was a shock a little bit.
What Rogan
Yeah.
being a shock? Yeah, that was surprising.
Yeah, that was surprising.
Why was that surprising?
He never liked Trump.
He never liked Trump, and people don't usually wait that long to endorse it. I don't think he's endorsed in the past, really. But you're just saying you're not
Apparently he
surprised.
endorsed Bernie in 2020.
But Bernie
apparently.
was wasn't the candidate. He might have endorsed him
Right.
to be the candidate, right?
Right.
And that's why we'll bring Rich Voss here.
But Harrison just means I also speak Harrison. Harrison means like, of course, those macho bro dudes are going to endorse Trump. That's the way they are, right? Those MAGA, right? Harrison. Except I said it more masculinely.
Thank you for that impression. Normally, your impression of me is much higher pitched, so I take that as a win.
Rich Voss, legend.
Wait, hold on. You agree with me? Is that what you meant?
No, I mean, I think even the way he interviewed Trump, and then he has to basically legally offer that opportunity to Kamala, and the way he offered it seemed a little bit shady. Of like, well,
he didn't have to legally offer it to her. He has no ego.
You have to like.
No,
I guess you don't have to. Most people try to at least give the opportunity to make it seem like they're being unbiased.
Only the broadcast networks have the responsibility
FCC,
full time because the bandwidth is a scarce resource supposedly. But no, I think he really wanted Kamala on. She was petrified. She can't speak for 3 hours off the top of her head.
And the fact that he didn't want Trump to be in his podcast for a long time, a lot of people had to convince him.
Of course he wanted.
Rich Voss, go ahead. The legend.
Are you talking about Rogan?
Yes, sir. Do you think his endorsement last minute is going to affect the election at all? And what do you think of it?
Well, I mean, he's got 16 million subscribers on YouTube. He did offer her to come on, and you probably already talked about it. She said, yes, I'll do an hour at a different location. And, you know, he does it. I don't know if that you already discussed that or said that.
No, we didn't.
That's what she said. Her terms were, I'll do an hour wherever. And he does it in Austin for 3 hours. Trump sat there for 3 hours, So, she probably he offered it to her, and I'm 90% sure he wouldn't have been mean to her. He would have gave her a straight interview. He would have gave her a good and because I read some stuff he said, he would have gave her a solid interview, not some Howard Stern softball interview. But, and I didn't listen to the Trump interview, but I'm sure it wasn't softball either, but it wasn't mean.
It was pretty soft.
Yeah, it was.
It was?
Well, I mean, he's not a journalist. It was a 3-hour conversation. If that had been a network interview, I would have said, what the hell is that? But that's not what Rogan is. Rogan is not where you go for like a contrarian interview.
Well, I mean, he's no dummy, too. He's
disputatious. Not supposed to be disputatious on Rogan. He likes to chill and have conversations.
No,
I mean, Coleman got into it with him one time on Israel for just a little bit, and Rogan immediately changed the subject because he wasn't comfortable. Like, what do you think?
Listen, someone was just on talking with Rogan about Israel and, discussing genocide and what genocide is and what Hamas is doing and whatever. And I discussed Israel last time I was in Austin with him from my perspective. And he goes, well, I haven't seen it that way, and I can go on about Israel all day, saying.
We all can.
Yeah, but it's not the Israeli election. Oh, wait, it is the Israeli election.
Hey, Coleman, ask Coleman. Coleman, you find Rogan wants to be contentious, or he shies away from that?
I was really hoping Rich was going to turn his webcam, by the way, and there's a window with the Dome of the Rock in the background.
Let Coleman answer. Let Coleman answer.
Is Rogan contentious? I mean, about things he knows a lot about. Mm-hmm. If it's about UFC, if it's about legalizing weed, he has done some super contentious moments, but it's not his MO. Those are the exception to the rule. Usually he's very easygoing. He'll push back a little bit, but not really. And that's what he did with Trump. Rogan, if you notice, he tried to bring up 2020 and the overturning the election like 3 or 4 times, but every time Trump just interrupted him and changed the subject. And that's where like a real journalist would have pushed and said, no, we have to talk about this. Rogan didn't do that. But again, that's not really his style on most issues. Whereas with JD Vance, he pushed him on abortion more so. Still not tenaciously the way a journalist would, but he didn't let him get away with, changing the topic to the small number of people that celebrate abortions. Rogan was like, that's a very small number of people, which is true.
Yeah, but who's pushed Kamala? I mean, except for Brett, whatever his name is. No one's really, and she bailed out of that interview. No one's really pushed her.
Oh,
anywhere.
Anderson Cooper actually
he did.
pushed her pretty well.
And we have a Trump supporter here. Hey, Jaye McBride.
I'm in my bunker, so I'm ready to go.
That's so fucking cool.
This
to
is
do
real.
that.
This is real too. This is my home, my new home with the underground people.
Oh, yeah?
$4,000 a month.
That's right. That's right.
Has any
all,
results
all the
come
spam
in?
you can eat.
No, we'll keep you the results updated as we go.
They're gonna. I think the polls. Most polls close at like 8 or 9. I think on the
7
East
o'clock is
Coast.
the first one, yeah.
So
Oh,
Jay,
7.
let's get right to it, Jay.
Yes.
As a trans person,
Yes.
what does this election mean to you?
Whether I go to Canada or not, that's that's about it. That's about it. I'm learning. Je m'appelle Jaye. Je parle français très bien.
Do you have are you trepidatious about how the climate or could change for you
I
if Trump's president? Or
I like
I
how
think
you
it-
put climate change in the sentence.
right.
too.
Right. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
do
I'm
you
not
think
saying.
you expect
I'm
to
not
see
saying
anything
it-
transitioning?
Right. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm gonna go back. I'll be a guy for the next 4 years just because it'll be easier. Why not? Shave my head.
Awesome to have that option.
Yeah. There you go. It's like Lego pieces.
No, but seriously, I mean, unless you don't want to talk about it.
No. I think it's gonna be worse regardless. Quite honestly, I think on one hand, yes, okay. If Kamala wins, yeah, it'll be great in terms of a lot of the federal regulations. All the cabinet appointees. Like when Trump was appointed, every cabinet member had these basically like education, HUD, HHS. They all appointed people who were very hostile towards trans people. Even his legal team, they wrote briefs and amicus briefs to oppose the decision that the Supreme Court eventually held, making it unconstitutional to fire someone for being trans. But I think even if she wins, I think in the long run it'll be better. But short term, I think there'll be backlash in the states. I think you're going to see even more of these weird bills because apparently there are trans athletes everywhere breaking arms of children. I don't know if you've heard, but every town, every state is trying to pass these anti-trans athlete bills and anti-trans. It'll be tougher for kids, especially. So
Well,
I'm
you
not
don't
looking
think-
forward to it.
Do you think trans men should be playing in female sports?
I think they don't. And it's not a problem, but people are making it a problem. Like the Penn State swimmer, Leah Thomas, or not Penn State, Penn.
I'm
Sorry,
just
Ivy.
asking.
Yeah. I think like after she swam for like 1 year. After that year, the NCAA changed its rules, so now she's not allowed to compete. Also, she wanted to go to the Olympics. She's not allowed to because she went through male puberty. So I don't think it's even an issue. I think they find these excuses and they look to try and make it look like just a fear tactic because they don't have anything to run on. They don't have any
But
issues
there
to
was-
run on.
Listen, this is not
Yeah.
not my most burning issue. Although I do have an opinion on it. But there was this boxer in the Olympics just this past summer, and the claims that they weren't that she actually wasn't a man,
Mhm.
XY or whatever. I don't know. Don't forgive me if I don't get the terminology right. This is
Right,
not an issue. I wake up and learn how to speak without offending anybody on. But you know
You
what I'm
don't
trying
speak
to say.
trannies.
I don't speak. I don't speak.
You don't speak tranny. I don't
uh,
speak she-male. No,
what's-
that boxer, Amani Khalif, was actually born female, raised female. By every definition of what they used to say is a woman, regardless of chromosomes, they'll say she was a woman. But now, so even she's not even trans. But now the backlash against women because of all this hatred towards trans people, it's very.
It doesn't
weird.
matter. It doesn't matter whether she's trans in the sense that she transitioned. The point is that she had an advantage, a
Right.
biological advantage that a trans person would have. This is another category that we didn't actually know existed, but it's the same issue.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
And it has existed for a while. And also, like, my contention is if someone goes through male puberty, they shouldn't be allowed to compete in women's sports, period.
Here's
Like
the-
that's
But let's focus
Well,
on
hold
it.
on, hold on.
Yeah,
You're
go
saying
ahead.
the hatred towards trans people on college campuses. They're not keeping trans people from going to class. All right, the anti-Semitism in this country, to me, totally outweighs what's going on with trans.
That's right,
people.
Jay.
All right. It's not a competition.
It's
Okay.
about us, Jay.
No, no, I'm
Yeah,
just
that's-
saying.
I like how everything turns around.
Yeah.
Just be happy you're not a trans Jew.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
more anti-Semitic after that comment. Let's just put it that way.
I
And
know-
I was
that's my-
that was pretty bad.
That's
I don't
my
think that's
goal.
right.
That's
And
my
by the
goal.
way, we don't like our converts either.
Perfect. Fine. Goddamn goys.
I don't know if you read the email. The American election. So are you guys comfortable
Look at
saying
that
who?
haircut. Good haircut. Huh?
Can I say
What
one
are
thing?
the
Can I say
odds
one
that
thing,
we're
guys?
taking
Yeah, go
results
ahead.
from an
Who's that,
Arab
Coleman?
guy?
So I don't know if this is true. I'm not going to vouch for it. It's the Daily Mail with UK, which is not completely unreliable, but also not, it's not the New York, it's not Reuters. They say Imani Khalif is a biological man. This is today. New leaked report claims sparking new calls for Olympic gender row boxer to be stripped of her gold.
Well, they think her chromosomes are XY. They think she has a genetic anomaly, an XY anomaly.
And she's Muslim and Arab, FYI. So yeah, we
Right.
get.
As I
Which-
followed it, it was
right.
pretty much for sure.
And usually Muslims lose every fight.
Yeah, there you go. That's first time we.
Going back years.
Yeah. So are you guys comfortable saying who you voted for or not?
I think
Rich?
I don't
No.
want to get divorced.
I think it's pretty obvious. I think it's
No.
pretty obvious who I
I think
voted
it's
for.
obvious for me too.
Coleman, I think you said that yesterday about men and women married couple. You wanna cover that point?
Well, here's the
There's
thing.
all these.
I-
I'll ask you, Rich, but there's all these stories right now saying that women are hiding their Kamala vote from their Trump supporting husbands.
Right.
And I don't know if that's true, but it struck me. I feel like I probably know as many or more couples I can think of where the husband would hide a Trump vote from the wife more so. But I don't know.
Here's the thing. My wife can't vote because she's from Canada, and I mean she's a citizen, but whatever she is, she can't vote. All right, I think because she was a pedophile, but I think
They got to stop holding these elections at schools.
both are kind of like hiding from each other. I mean, she's like when it was Hillary running. My wife's like, please vote for Hillary for your daughter. Bring. She was younger then. Bring her in the voting booth so she could see you're voting for a woman, and maybe it'll be the first female president. So back then, I didn't have the issues that are close to me that I have now. You know what I mean? So she's like, hey, go vote for, Kamala for me. And you don't know this, but Kamala did give Montel Williams MS. But anyhow, so she said, she said,
How'd she do it?
huh?
He deserved it.
So, we're completely. I'm more moderate, but she's really left. I'm not. I just have one issue, really. I'm only
Yeah.
dealing with one issue.
Oh, let us guess.
Huh?
Let
How
me
the
guess.
fact
Is
that
the Nicholas thing you're
Yes.
wearing?
that I'm doing a podcast with some ex-soccer player that snuck in the country. Okay, that's what my issue is.
Well, just to your point, I was voting today, and I know that I was.
Can I
know that,
tell you
no,
something?
let me just say that joke.
I have to say something as an interviewer.
Yeah.
When a guest says, I only have one issue, that's not the time to just step on it and switch to something else. Okay. He actually,
No,
he was
he did
actually
answer.
leading on something he was going to say.
We're talking about the
No.
Nicholas.
It's all transfer, man.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
No, I was because of what you said. I was going to vote today, and I remember it's in the school, but I can't remember. So I Googled schools near me, and then I realized only a pedophile will do that, like a school. to your point, but I'm very proud that I voted for the third time in a row.
See how hard
Voted?
you
Yeah.
who'd you-
For those who are listening in the Middle East, voting is how do you
Who did you vote for?
Kamala?
Coleman, are you
lying.
married?
He's lying.
No, I'm not.
He's lying.
No, I'm not.
I saw it in his eyes.
No, I'm not.
Oh my God! This is why the left needs to be defeated. He doesn't want. He doesn't want to admit he voted for Trump.
100%.
I know he voted for Trump.
Okay. Do you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
No, I can't bet you. It's
I
illegal.
guess the biggest issue for my wife or far left would have to be abortion, would have to be, abortion. And the big issues on the right, immigration or, whatever, that doesn't faze me. It doesn't, listen, or the economy, because I've made as much money as I've made for the last 3 or 4 presidents. So like I said, it's really one issue that's flowed over into this country.
I know
So-
she's Canadian, but how does she think the president affects
As an
abortion?
interviewer, he was just about to say the one issue.
how did how does she think what?
How does she sound a little nasty? But how does she? What does she believe is the president's role at this point in whether abortion will be legal or illegal?
Appointing the Supreme Court.
Oh, but it's done. They're not gonna overturn Roe versus Wade 2 years after they. I mean, not gonna overturn Dobbs 2 years after they overturned Roe versus Wade.
But that's all. I don't know enough about it. All I keep hearing is you have daughters, abortion. I go, well, they already have kids, so they're set.
I mean, there are a lot of ways that a president can do that besides I don't know that she'll be able to have, depends who gets in the House and the Senate before there's a national before they make Roe v. Wade the law of the lands. But she appoints federal judges. They hear most of these a lot of these cases about abortion. So not just but also this a lot of those things, but also some of the policies that come out of the cabinet, HHS policies regarding abortion. Whether or not HUD, whether you're not crossing state lines, things like that. So they do have more.
I don't actually believe any of these are real issues. I'm not pro-life. Don't get me wrong. I just don't. I think that ship has sailed. I know there's a half-life to when it happened. So I understand it's such a bad taste in everybody's mouth, and Trump is the guy responsible for appointing those justices. So there's an extra urge to punish him for that. But I think that ship has sailed. It's a state issue, just like any other issue in the state.
I mean,
That's what I
more
say.
broadly though, there's two people on the Supreme Court who are getting to that retirement age. If Trump wins, they're going to retire. They're going to appoint 2 really young people, and it's a conservative majority for most of our lifetimes.
Harrison,
Like a significant majority.
Yeah, but they're never going to find the right to abortion in the Constitution again. That decision,
but it's more broadly than that.
was
It's other decisions.
maybe that decision had no respect from either side of the judicial aisle and judicial scholar aisle.
Let me ask you this, guys. Who do you think ran a better campaign in your
Hold
opinion?
on, before you say that, it's important to keep things in proportion. Whatever your position on abortion is, researchers say there was over 1 million abortions in 2023, the highest number in history, including before the Dobbs. So,
Well, people were stocking up.
And of course, and of course,
There was a rush. They knew it was like going out of business sale.
you can order the pills. You can order the pills online. And as I understand it, unless I'm remembering this wrong, this same Supreme Court upheld or refused to allow the states to limit the pills. And
That was a bullshit thing. They tried to get the FCC to take away their approval for something. It's a bullshit. It's a bullshit
Well,
thing.
I believe they said the person who was bringing the suit didn't have legal standing, so they didn't really rule on it. It
was some guy from Amarillo.
Bring it.
if you are as in tune with the conservative, the average conservative feel about things as I am, I don't expect you to take my word for it. They have no stomach for outlawing abortion. Their Federalist Society philosophy of the law is that, the Federalist Society should clue you in. They believe in federalism. They believe in the states deciding for themselves in this experiment of democracy how they should govern themselves. There may be 1 or 2 justices out there who are like true believers that want to see all 50 states denied the right to abortion because it's a human life, but that is not the way normal conservatives think. But the way they normally think is every state should be deciding these things for themselves. And
talking about justices, not rank and file voters, right?
No, justices. I said because all Trump's justices were recommended by the Federalist Society
and the Heritage Foundation. And the Heritage Foundation is totally different.
Trump's justices were not recommended by the Heritage Society, by the Federalist Society.
The SCOTUS justices were, for sure.
No, it was Federalist Society. And I don't know where the Heritage Foundation is not a it has opinions about legal matters, but it is a broad conservative governing thing. The Federalist Society is specific about legal philosophy, legal doctrine. And I mean, like I said, I didn't expect you to take my word for it, but that is the way a typical conservative justice thinks. They believe that this is a matter for the states to decide, and for the federal government to decide it either way for the states rubs them the wrong way.
I mean,
So,
it's a very convenient argument to have when you.
That's the reason. That's the reason.
Alabama or Texas, where they're
Hold on, but
that's the cases of women dying because they're not getting medical care.
I don't know if there's all those cases, but let's just remind everybody that it was conservatives who also argued for gay marriage, that the state should, that the government shouldn't be involved in that. And it was a conservative court that recently upheld the trans rights. So, the conservative court is basically hands off.
I think if
it was also
Jay, just
guarantee that's not going to change.
Let's go back to the lecture. Rich, who do you think ran a better campaign and didn't matter? Trump or Kamala?
I think, Trump is Trump. He comes up in a garbage truck. I think what I liked about Trump is that he was pushing my new special on Amazon. He was saying, go to Rich Voss Anonymous on Amazon and watch this special.
Yeah, that's when he went down on the mic, was thinking about it.
Yeah, so that's when I think the campaign, look, they're just, to me, it's just, it's pep rallies. They're both just fucking pep rallies. You hear, you're going to hear from the left what they're going to say, the right's going to say. He's going to go economy, immigration. She's and border, and she's going to, we got to come together. We got to, she was flip-flopping on a lot of stuff, though. She flip-flopped on banning guns, on immigration, and I heard her, and I was listening to Fox and MSNBC in my car. I was listening to both sides, and she was flip-flopping a lot. You know exactly, or usually where he's coming from.
Trump has flopped on a bunch of issues as well. Trump
100%.
sides with whoever he thinks is the most popular thing. I don't think flopping I don't think putting Trump as the non-flopper is.
Well, no.
Can I frame Hatem's question? Because this is what I think it has you look at it. You have to imagine what was the best campaign that particular candidate could have run in terms of what result they could have hoped to achieve, and what did they run? It's kind of grading them on a curve. I think Kamala by far ran the best campaign because she starts with so little ability and so little popularity, and she's so hamstrung by her inability to, I'm sure they have good reason for this, not declare a position on any issue, because there's a huge loss on her left if she goes this way, and a huge loss in the center if she goes the other way. That she really threaded that needle quite well, I would say, despite the fact that it's frustrating that she doesn't say what she stands for and all that stuff, but that's politics. Trump, on the other hand, ran a terrible campaign because he has most of the issues on his side. He has so many self-inflicted wounds. Even in the last few days when he could have made some speeches and said something like, look, for you people who listen to the fake news, they're trying to tell you that I'm a dictator, that I want to settle scores, blah, 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 blah. I just want to let you know from my heart, you don't have to worry about that. That's not the kind of president I want to be. I want to be president for all of you.
It is the president he wants to be, though.
Right. But that's not the point, Jay. The point is that they're all lying to us. The point is that he couldn't bring himself to say what was so obviously would have been effective for him. Instead, on their final day, they're still, raging with anger, and JD Vance refers to Kamala as trash. And this is just, what do they think?
Because he's a psychopath.
He got shot twice. He could have used that in the campaign. Coleman, who do you think ran a better campaign? And then we'll go with
Harris. Definitely Kamala Harris. Like Noam, I think she lacks something in the political talent department to begin with, relative to, say, a Barack Obama or a Bill Clinton. That's why she did terribly in 2019 and 2020. However, given the hand that she had to play, she played it pretty darn well. Like her ads appealed to things that would tap into what a lot of Democrat voters want. She did a lot better than Biden would have. For instance, the second she came into the race, the second she led the ticket, she dropped, at least for a long time, the whole, end of democracy angle that Biden had been hammering, and started sort of talking about what positive things she had to offer. Very vaguely, sure. But, the truth is vibes matter. And not everyone wants or needs like a wonky 30-page proposal. And so she had the right vibes. She did a good thing, I think, by, again, a bad thing, I think, actually for American electoral culture, but a smart thing for her, which was that she didn't overexpose herself to tons of combative interviews that would have revealed, I think, more gaffes. She had been a gaffe machine at certain times in the past, and she really managed herself well to get the right kinds of speaking opportunities. And she didn't have a deplorable moment. Biden had it for her, but she didn't have some huge gaffe where she talks about hating half the country or so forth. So she did pretty much the best she could with the political talent, the limited political talent she has. Whereas Trump, his own worst enemy, he lacks discipline. Internally, this Atlantic article came out yesterday saying his campaign has been a mess, kind of infighting between his two main aides and Corey Lewandowski, who was his manager in 2016. And again, it's opportunity, gift after gift to his critics. Yes, they are completely twisting absolutely what he said about Liz Cheney. He didn't actually say he wanted to kill her, but still what he said was just a stupid gift to his critics. And if he had any discipline, he would have been able to rein it in, but he can't.
Yeah, but what did Biden say about his followers? They're trash.
Biden
We're
did
talking
terribly.
specifically about you.
Biden
That
did
was
terribly. But
Yeah.
Kamala,
And I
has been
still
more
think he
disciplined.
misspoke. I think he just tried to say supporters like a singular possessive, as in Hinchcliffe.
Possible.
I don't.
It's
Biden
trash.
does not speak in very erudite,
No, well,
inverse claused sentences. The only trash I see floating out there are his supporters. His supporters apostrophe S trash from the previous clause. That's
Well,
not the way Biden speaks.
he said
But
his supporters' stance
But-
on that, and I think he
but he-
meant them.
What he could have meant was a subset of the supporters. The only trash I see floating out there are his supporters, meaning not that all the supporters are trash, but of the people who are trash, the only ones I see are his supporters. That I think is closer to what he meant.
And then Mark Cuban. Why would Mark Cuban say he surrounds himself with only
Okay.
stupid?
But I do want to say one other thing to Jaye about that, and the Mark Cuban thing is good. We've had 3 candidates in a row, or 3. I guess Biden's not the candidate anymore, but 3 times in a row in these election seasons, having Democratic, very, very important Democratic figures make this same mistake that they actually didn't mean. Obama got caught saying about they cling to their guns and their religion, and Hillary talked about the deplorables, and Biden's talking about trash. And I think that you guys who live in the same world I do, I try to be very honest about everything. Can we just admit that the elite people that we hang out with do look down their nose at the Trump supporters? Do we have to keep lying?
You don't think Trump
not-
calls people names every single day?
Let's settle this question, and we can move on to that question. Do we deny that the people that love Kamala Harris, a huge number of them, actually do look down their nose at the rubes, the Trump supporters? There was one journalist one time referred to them as toothless, blah blah blah. That there really is a rift in our society of successful, educated elites who look down their nose at the everyday Americans who, by the way, used to be championed by the Democratic Party as recently as when Michael Moore first came on the scene with his documentary, I think it was called Roger and Me, where he was championing the cause of these poor white working class people who were the victims of free trade. And I don't know where Biden was coming from, but the the actual issue is real, and it's just better to be honest about it because it's not going away and it's tearing the country apart.
Okay. Yes.
How I
Yes.
feel about
I
it.
do think so, and I think that's why Democrats lost in 2016, 100%. And I also think that's why I can't remember the guy's name, Sean something, the head of the Teamsters. I think that's why he didn't support anyone, because the Democrats have lost touch with unions, with working class people, 100%. To say that like them making the gaffe of him saying, "Oh, they cling to their guns, and then a basket of deplorables," is even close to the rhetoric of what Trump has been saying nonstop, and everyone's like, "Yeah, but that's just how he talks." Like that should not be the excuse to like let someone like shit all over.
The problem is, I agree with you, but it's not a flip side of the same issue. Trump talks nasty about the world, but the world, we don't feel.
Except Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein.
You may feel differently because you are a particular group. You're trans, and you have a real oppression out there that you're dealing with. But somebody like me, Trump can trash anything that I might feel some allegiance to. But I hate to use the cliche about punching up and punching down, but they feel like they're being punched down on. And people that Trump lashes out don't feel like he's punching down. They just feel like
maybe not, but he spent his whole career punching down by Jay,
I agree with you. I agree with you on a lot of stuff, but it's frustrating. Like I just want to go in an ordered process through subjects, not to just.
For sure. Like Democrats definitely have lost. I'm sorry.
Rich,
I don't want to take up too much time. I'm sorry.
No, I get what Jay's saying. You're comparing Trump to a whole, to all these elite people. Every Trump supporter doesn't, look down on every Kamala supporter. It's just more the.
I'm going to tell you the difference, Rich. The Trump supporters resent, and the Kamala supporters look down on. The Trump supporters resent the elites. They despise the elites for what, essentially for what they do to them, right? But they don't look down on them. Nobody looks down at a Harvard graduate. They resent the Harvard graduate. They say, fuck that guy. But they don't, it's not just flip sides of each other. Not two sides of the same coin. In my opinion.
I got to say, if everybody lived like 12-step, live and let live, then everything would be fine. Just live and let live. That's it. You want an abortion? Go ahead.
Yeah, and apologize.
That's
one of the rules.
When you're
that's
wrong,
one of the first rules of Islam.
When you're wrong, probably admit it. It's just everybody is too wrapped up in their one cause, and every special interest group thinks they're the only special interest group. It's just, what? I just live a moderate life. I try to do right by my family. And
cue the music, Mike.
Are you getting emotional?
Cue the violin.
What I'm trying to say is, you
play Hatikva?
No, I hate being like categorized as some right wing or left wing. Like I do Gutfeld, and my wife's like,
I've never heard anybody call you anything but a hack, Rich.
What's that? First of all,
I crossed the aisle on both sides.
Categorized as anything other than
when I do Gutfeld, he's got 2 million. My wife's like, you can't do that. It's gonna. No, I have to. There's no other thing on the left that's gonna get me. You know what I mean? I'm just being a comic. So like, this could hurt me, but that's not gonna hurt me. What I'm saying is, I have nothing after listening to Noam. I'll never be that smart or that intelligent or that.
Oh, come on, really?
Thank you,
Rich. Oh, come on, really?
And
I've been talking the whole time,
and I'll never get a spot before 11:40. So
let me.
Go ahead.
It's getting very emotional. Yeah, you're getting very emotional, Rich. I'm not used to that.
I'm just saying, everybody is just so. It's just live and let live. Just
while we have Coleman here and while we have Harrison here and you guys here, because I don't know how many people of color you have on the schedule here, But I think people are going to be interested to hear Coleman, who is a major force in racial politics, as it were, or the theories of racial politics in the country. Just in a free-form way, what do you think about Trump and his views and his desires vis-a-vis the Black community?
And Kamala.
I think, Trump has certainly pandered to racists. In his core, I don't think he's racist. I think that I think he would love nothing more than to get 80% of the Black vote and say, I'm the best president for Black people since Abraham Lincoln. When he signed a bill that made funding for Black colleges and universities permanent, he bragged about it for years. He said, I did more for Black America than Obama. Okay. You can think that's a ridiculous claim. It's not about whether that's true. It's about his own attitude towards bragging about helping Black people. This is not generally something racist politicians do. Hitler was not bragging about how he helped the Jews, to use one example. So you can think actually his policies are bad for Black Americans for whatever reason, but the very fact that he brags about it, that he loves, even dishonestly brags about it, shows something about his attitude. I think that there's been a fundamentally embarrassing fact for the Democratic Party for the past 8 years, which is that they have over and over sold themselves as the party that stands up to white supremacy, the party that has Black people's interests, Hispanic people's interests, and yet every election, more Black people go from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, more Hispanics go from Democrats to Republicans, and the reason that Democrats are still competitive is because white college-educated voters have been crossing back over to Democrats. That's why Biden won. Biden won because even though he lost Black voters, lost Hispanic voters, he more than made up for it by the white voters he gained. It's exactly the opposite of what you would expect if the messaging about racism and the parties were resonating with people. So whether or not you agree with it, it's just a fact at this point of political science of the past 10 years that the exact opposite of what the New York Times would have expected to happen has happened.
And why do you go ahead? Sorry.
I was gonna say I agree with everything you said. And I'm not gonna tell you whether or not someone's racist. I'm not qualified. I don't live life as a Black person yet. I haven't transitioned there yet. Yeah. I think this the last 8 years should have been a huge wake up call. To working class white people, to the people that, as Noam said, like they think the Democrats look down on. Like I personally don't. I'm white trash, so for me, I don't look down on anybody at this point. But they also need to like put up and shut up when it comes to minorities, to Latino people, to Black people. I think they absolutely do. I think they hang their head on stats like saying like, well, abortion disproportionately affects women of color, or things like that. But they don't actually. They're not there because being pro-union and being like unions are different than working class white people. I think working class white people aren't going to vote the same way as a union rep tells them to. And I think like there's been a huge disconnect over the past like more than 8 years. I'd say going back to Clinton, but I don't know.
Harrison, you have anything?
I'm so glad you deferred to me for the Black issue.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you why, because there seems to be what Coleman is kind of implying is that white people, white liberals, which you are a perfect example in the wild of, are more precious on behalf about these issues than actually the supposed victims of these issues. If so many, and I don't want to exaggerate the number, but if a significant number of Blacks and Hispanics are either voting for Trump or were open to voting for Trump or giving him a hearing, what is it that they're perceiving differently than the typical elitist Harvard white guy like you, who wouldn't think for a second that anybody Black could ever even spend 5 seconds considering whether to vote for Trump or not? Don't they know he's a racist? So how do you explain that disconnect?
I think there's if we're talking about, I think the Trump campaign has has not only just had a lot of racist dog whistles, there's been just racist straight up whistles. I mean, the first thing Trump did when he was elected the first time.
Right, but that's my question. How come the black people don't hear them as well as you do?
It's interesting. I mean, I think if you look at the data, he's doing better with those minorities than he did in 2020 or 2016. He's not doing great though. He's just doing better than he did when he did. He's not doing. He did bad, and now he's doing slightly less bad.
He's doing better than
We're seeing an improvement.
any Republican ever has. I think with black men, Coleman, wasn't he polling like 35% or something?
But again, you're doing a comparison between him and other Republicans.
No, 35%.
Look, I think there's no point denying it. We can have different theories about it. He did better in 2020 than he did in 2016, significantly with Hispanics and with black.
Sure. We also have
and
comedian
all the polling
Andrew
from
Heaton.
the past year. All of the polling from the past year has shown that to be a trend. So something is happening. It's a trend. It has a cause. My view is that those voters that are breaking for him, they don't believe the appeals that the Democratic Party have been making the past 10 years, which is like they're going to put you back in chains, right? Is what Biden said about Mitt Romney. That has been the, if you don't know whether to vote for me or for Trump, you ain't black. That's what he said in 2020. I think there's a lot of people that just know that that's bullshit. I think they agree that there's lots of racism out there broadly, but they don't necessarily see the Democrats as being fundamentally different on that issue. And then they vote based on all these other issues like immigration, economics, or whatever. The media treats black voters or Hispanic voters as primarily motivated by racial issues when many of them are motivated by the same issues that a white voter would be motivated by.
Can I tee something up for you, Coleman, on this? Because there was a proposition, I forget the number, in California about racial preferences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the Democratic Party was in favor of the proposition, or they were in favor of the racial preferences, but the polls showed that black Americans didn't want the racial preferences. Is that correct?
So I think if I remember correctly, in the 90s when it was first voted on affirmative action, majority of black Americans and Hispanic Americans voted against it in California, and that's when it got banned in 1996 or so. Then there was another referendum, I guess 3 or 4 years ago, basically asking the same question, and a majority of Latinos and a majority of the state went against it, but I don't think a majority of black Californians went against it this time. I would have to double check that though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what that number was, but just the idea that it could be close. Maybe it wasn't close, but the idea that a majority of Latinos could be against it is a surprise. It's where I'm sure a much larger majority of white liberals were for it than the people who were actually affected by it.
Yeah, just one thing. It's the same thing with all them. I know, like the Muslim vote, the Arab vote, all the votes. They say they tell you they think that way, but it's not. But we have Andrew Heaton is here. Welcome, and we have a superstar coming in as well in a second. Andrew,
I'm not quite a superstar. I'm more of like a substitute teacher that could come on. Like I'm not insightful like Coleman. I'm not as funny as Harrison. I'm kind of the shitty midpoint between the two of them. But
I was referring to Jim Norton.
Huh?
I was referring to Jim Norton.
I see it going in a second, but can I comment on something Coleman said too? One of the things that it's not really. It's more that I think when we're talking about this trend of certain people going more from Democrats to Republican. I think like one thing, again, I'm going to be very careful not to talk because I'm not a black person, but I think like a lot of this, one of the things that I see, the difference between like, what's he doing? All right, well,
I think we're all laughing at Jim's background.
all right. The difference between like
his background is just so funny.
Oh, I apologize. I just it's from another call. Go ahead, ignore it.
Right. No, that's fine. I don't even know where to go. I think like again, like to say like one group party is more racist, like or more bigoted. Like one thing that I noticed, like when you see there's a difference. There is transphobia on the left and the right. It's just the right is more they're in your face about it, and they'll tell you if they don't like you because you're trans. Whereas the left is like very sort of a condescending kind of like oh, you're great, but we're just not. It's hard to describe. I don't know, but there's definitely bigotry on both sides. I just like. one side acts as though they don't have it, and it's kind of bullshit.
Sorry, I
That's it.
didn't do that on purpose. You're absolutely right. I didn't do that on
You
purpose.
flustered me.
I apologize.
Holy
I'm-
shit!
I'm,
I had a whole point. I had like
I'm
my thesis
sorry.
dissertation was ready to go.
My
All right.
apologies, Jay. I'm not doing it on purpose. I literally hit my iPhone connected and took this off, so it seems like I'm doing that. So I apologize.
Jim, you understand that.
I do agree with Jay, by the way. You are right. The fucking phony left always pretending that they're open-minded about it. We've dealt with that too, so you're completely right about that.
Jim, you and I have never met, but real quick, if I die, I want you to give my eulogy and definitely have like your various technology behind you. I think it would be
Yes.
terrific.
Yeah, that's
to just
much
have
better.
like a Zoom call funeral for me.
Oh, you have the same thing. Oh, that's a good one.
I
Yeah,
have an even better background.
you sure do. It looks like me having a stroke in front of two men
Jim,
kissing.
bring it down. Bring it down for us. You understand the U.S. more than anybody. What do you think of this election?
I have no idea. I voted today, but I voted independent. I always do. I hate that we have two parties, and there's just basic things with each one of them I just can't get past. Like I think that I agree with Trump on immigration. I agree with Trump on a certain foreign policy things, not getting us into World War III. But I just can't. I can't go with people who think a raped woman has to keep a baby. I just can't. I just can't get beyond telling
You have a
someone
personal
who's been.
stake in that.
What's that?
You have a personal stake in that.
I do. I mean, my wife rapes me.
But Jim, Trump doesn't believe it. Trump says specifically that he doesn't believe that.
No, he doesn't, but he will govern like someone who does. You're correct. He doesn't, and he would never sign a federal ban, but he will appoint somebody. Clarence Thomas said he's going to retire if Trump wins, so he can put in another younger Clarence Thomas. So he will put in a justice, and I don't want a 6-3 majority. I want a 5-4 majority with John Roberts being the back, because I kind of like him. I think that he's kind of reasonable. That's what that to me is the main sticking point. Is I don't want a young Clarence Thomas.
I had to go. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Jay.
Hey, thank you very
I
much,
feel
Jay.
like we bonded. Bye, Jay.
Jim doesn't want blacks on the Supreme Court, but I'm sure that
That's not what I said. I said in government at all. But yeah, Clarence Thomas is like, he would retire because he knows that they would put a young, really, really conservative guy in there. Like, I think they're called like are they like originalists or textualists or whatever, where they
both.
follow the letter of the Constitution and pretend they don't know that things are a lot different now than they were 200 years ago. So I just can't. I dislike him a lot.
Doesn't the original
to Clarence
Constitution have the
Thomas's
3/5
point, though,
compromise?
I think.
No, they forget that. Yeah.
Can I, listen, I am a Supreme Court justice, and I want to stick up for the other textualists.
Sure.
The position of textualists and originalists is not that we should govern everything like it was in 1776. It's just it's how you approach the change of law. Is law changed by the legislative process, or is it reinterpreted by judges? So if you want to change the law, you do it. Congress does it, or you do it through an amendment process. But until that happens, you don't have judges go, well, that word ought to mean something different. And that's the pristine version of originalism. I think by and large, Clarence Thomas is very straightforward about it. He's just literally interpreting the Constitution as it was written.
Andrew,
is,
can you stop bringing facts to this show?
well,
Sorry
being
about
that, look, I will say you probably know more about the law being you're a Supreme Court justice, and I dropped out of high school. I'm going to say you're probably more versed in it. But Clarence Thomas, it's funny how, like, when it comes to like wanting, I don't know what the rule of law, like where he wants to, like, he thinks Obergefell should have been overturned. He thinks that the Lawrence case in Texas, the sodomy case, should have been overturned. But of course, he stayed away from interracial marriage. I like, it's funny who he thinks should be a protected class of people and who shouldn't be a protected class of people. So I just find that people's personal beliefs bleed in. It's maybe the nature of the beast. And I think the only way they should do it, I think that only a Republican president should only be able to nominate some sort of a Democratic judge and vice versa. This way they have to go to the other side and get someone who's kind of centered a little bit. So I don't always want to know.
Well, I like the idea of tweaking the system. I think that it's weird that we have this thing where we have like 9 judges, and if you can get them in when they're teenagers, you're good for life. Like you want to get them ideally at like 15 and a half. And then they stick around for 2.5 popes and that kind of thing. Like, I think like we really ought to rethink that, where if your party's in power, the other guy's just fucked over for 40 years.
Yeah.
So like what I would do is like, how about every president gets to appoint a judge regardless of how many judges there are? That way, like it like the court would expand to like 12, to where we don't have like one Kennedy or one Roberts that's always the tie vote. So that it's, I don't know, it's more malleable. I think like I'm in favor of court reform is what I'm saying, Jen. I think that there are things we ought to be doing rather than the status quo with it.
Don't you need an odd number though? Like I know 13, they were afraid Biden was going to go to 13. Don't you need an odd number just so you have a bunch of ties?
Yeah, that's a good point. You could bake that in. Yeah, you're right. You could bake that in though. You could say like if it gets to 10, you automatically have to get to 11. Like so,
Okay.
it could sometimes maybe you have 2. But either way, I think right now I don't like it where I get held hostage as a voter by presidential elections, and I sympathize with people that are in that position. But I don't like it. I don't like having to vote for a candidate. I want to vote for a candidate I actually like. It turns out I very rarely do. I usually despise these people as just different flavors of lizard person. And so I would love it. Like this is all like science fiction now, but like I would like it if we just elected a separate person to appoint judges that wasn't the president, so that I could like vote for the president for foreign policy and vote for the judge person for judge stuff.
Sure.
I just want to say, I think you're both wrong, but go ahead. What else?
Andrew, where are you?
I'm down in Austin, Texas. Now I've moved to DC. I'm in the DC area now, but I'm down in Austin today because I do a pundit show down here, and we're going to do live coverage in a bit. And I got a suit of armor behind me. It's not my suit of armor. It's just a.
I was hoping that's the only thing you brought with you to Texas. You're like, I have to open.
You're putting your carry-on.
I want to tell you,
there's a lot of guns down here. They can take out the 22s.
Yeah,
I
took
find
you
anything
6
stronger
hours
than
to
that,
get through
you can't. If you're
security.
getting groceries, it's sufficient.
tell
for
you-
He
that.
wore it, so he didn't have to count as a carry-on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's
I'll
a
tell
bit
you
to
very-
go through the metal detector though.
I'll tell you very succinctly why I think you're both wrong.
Okay.
I think that you never make decisions based on an outlier. Clarence Thomas is an outlier even within the conservatives. He doesn't his out there views that Jim delineated. These are not seconded by any number of other conservative legal scholars. They're also relics of a past age. We've done very well with 9 justices. There's a whole history of justices going rogue towards the left, towards the right. Souter was appointed by Bush and went to the far left. Clarence Thomas was appointed by Bush. Clarence Thomas does not reflect George H.W. Bush's views on things. George H.W. Bush was as moderate as they come. And Clarence Thomas
He was like Diet Romney in retrospect.
Yeah. I mean, the best you could say if you wanted to go there, the lesson to learn from it is let's not choose justices based on their demographics. Let's make sure we're choosing them 100% for their reliable legal skills. Nobody thought Clarence Thomas was any kind of brilliant legal scholar at the time, and everybody knew why he was chosen. But without getting to that kind of
Coke can thing, that's what won me over.
without getting to that kind of that more ugly subject matter, you don't need to change the number of justices. Not that I'd be against it, but I would only support it if we propose it, say, okay, we're gonna, this is what we think the Supreme Court, this is how we think it would be better. And we're going to, the sunrise will be 2 elections from now when nobody can have any idea who it might help or hurt. And then, fine, but when they try to do these things to counteract the political situation on the ground that they pretend they're not trying to change, fuck that.
No, I don't disagree with you there. Like, I don't want to pack the court in order to like go, hey, there's too many conservatives. We should add like that's interfering with judicial autonomy. I'm very much with you. But I do think that like the way we've got it set up now systemically is weird. And there are things we could do. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to having term limits for justices, of saying like you could be there for 20 years. I would, and because I don't want to use this to rig the system, you could even grandfather in the existing justices. You could say, Sotomayor, you can stay until the Alzheimer's hits.
They should bring in an entire federal law that covers the president and the justices and anyone else they can throw in to make it seem even-handed. That above a certain that you're out above a certain age, like you can't have no more 82-year-old presidents and no more 82-year-old justices.
But maybe, and I agree that you shouldn't vote.
There's a downside. There's a downside to the whole term limits thing too, because all the appointments that we have term limit or effectively term limits for, like the commissioner of the FDA ends up working for Pfizer when he's done. Yeah. And then there is speculation and the revolving door problem. I mean, if the Supreme Court justice's decisions in his or her last year start looking really funky, and then we learn that they land in the pharmaceutical industry and they were, there's a downside to that too.
We should just jail them after. Like
Leave it to
Yeah.
Colin to bring up the law of unintended consequences. But that's a very good point he just made. No.
But it's also, you said about voting. Yes, it is. And he's right. And I don't think that they should be allowed to buy stock when they're in Congress. I mean, I think there's so many, and you should not be allowed to be a lobbyist until you're out for at least 5 years. There's a lot of things that they can do to prevent that if they would just make those laws. But as far as voting for an outlier, Tom, that's not my only reason. That was one. It was one of a few reasons. I mean, and it also scares me. Like, I don't dislike J.D. Vance, but his position on abortion is a rape victim has to keep the baby. And that's a big one for me. I think that as a country, that's such a despicable position to take. I can't vote for someone that will govern that way.
Hey,
You know what I
Jim,
mean? Like,
can I ask you? You said that you voted independent. But may I ask who you voted for?
oh yeah, I don't even know who it is. I despise this idiot. The guy who Oliver, whatever he is,
Chase Oliver. Yeah,
I
from the
don't care about him at all. Don't
Yeah.
care about him at all. I'm in New York. We all know where the electoral votes are going. They're going to Kamala
Probably
Harris.
Democrat.
Yeah. If I lived in a state that had any courage and made them earn it every year, like Pennsylvania, then I would have actually voted.
Jim,
I don't like
how
it.
would you feel? How would you feel?
Wait, who would you have voted for if you were in Pennsylvania?
If I was in Pennsylvania, it would be I would probably have voted for Kamala, only because a couple of those key things, I don't want to, and I don't like a conservative court. I like a more liberal court. I like conservative governors. And I think with trans stuff, the radical left is terrible, but I also think that the radical right scares me with that and abort. There's a few reasons I would have, even though I can't stand her.
You were pro-Trump years ago.
I still am. I don't dislike Trump. I like him more than I like her.
I mean, in 2016, you supported him.
I supported him, but I didn't vote for him. I voted independent then. The only Republican I've ever voted for was Lee Zeldin because I hate Kathy Hochul. I think she's a disaster. But no, I can't vote for somebody that will govern that way. I can't. Even though I like him a lot more, and I wish that he didn't have to kiss the ass of people who are so deeply religiously conservative, but he does.
Jim,
Kathy Hochul, who called Trump supporters un-American.
Yeah, but I don't care about the name calling. They all
No,
do it
there-
to each
this
other.
is-
Everyone's
this was,
evil. Everyone's a devil. It's childish.
We discussed this before you came on, the name
Yeah.
calling.
Yeah, she's
How
an
would you
asshole.
feel?
I should probably run, but I love all of you. Mwah.
Thank you.
Bye, Harrison.
I feel like
Jim,
we bonded,
Go
Harrison.
buy a suit of armor.
Harrison, stand
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah.
I want to see if you. I want to
I
see.
got
if
a
you're wearing
spare,
pants.
Harrison. I'm going to send you a spare.
I'm wearing pants.
You are. Oh.
Okay.
Why did you think I wasn't wearing pants? Was I
He
doing
was
something?
hoping. He was hoping.
Wait, were you trying to let Jim screenshot it so he has another background? I'll see you guys soon.
Bye, Harrison.
Jim, how would you feel if Trump won nationally by one vote and that's yours?
I would feel terrific, and it's all I do is talk about it. I would tell Tony Hinchcliffe, "You're off the hook."
Let's talk about Tony Hinchcliffe.
Sure.
What do you think about that, Jim?
He's a friend. I love Tony. And that's what he does. I think that when you put a comedian who is known for being very, very kind of a harsh, which Tony is, and doing roast jokes, and you put him in that position, he's just doing what he does. Like Jim Gaffigan hosted that Al, what's the name? Al
Smith.
dinner. And he did a great job. But Jim Gaffigan is a guy whose material is going to be a little bit more palatable for that type of an audience. So they should have booked somebody who would have been more palatable for an audience. You know what I mean? That was
I
just a
gotta go,
mistake
guys.
on the back end.
I'll
gotta
see you
go.
tonight. I'll see you tonight.
Thank
Bye,
you,
Coleman.
Coleman.
I'm going to get you a suit of armor too.
Suit of armor.
Oh, never mind. You missed that thing with Harrison. It was a good inside joke. You weren't paying attention to our banter.
Nope. I
Suit
was
of
not.
armor. You're a racist. Bye, Coleman.
ya.
Well, okay, yeah. So Jim, so that's you're right. There was a bad personnel decision, as it were. But I don't want to take the heat totally off Tony because he still knew he was there at a political convention,
Sure.
and he could have held his fire a bit on the Hispanics, especially since I've heard that Rogan had even told him that this joke shouldn't be a keeper. Like, didn't he know in some way that this could hurt Trump, that he wanted to help? Like, maybe let me stick to my more lighthearted racial
Maybe
joke.
we live in a place where harshness and over the top is rewarded. And again, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. It is the way our culture is. So everyone, what we like to do is we all like to do exactly what we feel like doing. And then we all like get our panties in a bunch when someone else does it. We all feign shock. Sure, it was a tasteless joke, but so what? Like, maybe was it inappropriate for that place? Sure, it's a political rally. You probably should be doing. But again, they chose to book him. he probably wanted to do what he did. I'm not saying it was the right decision, but it doesn't bother me. I don't.
Here's
care
my
at all.
question. This is
Doesn't sway
really the
me.
question, and I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Did he take it as a gig, meaning I don't give a shit about these people. I'm just getting my money. I'm doing a gig. I'm going to tell my jokes. Or did he take it in some ways? I want to help Trump get elected.
Oh, I don't know. It's funny. I don't know, but the reason it doesn't. The reason it doesn't bother me is because, again, everyone they always talk about. I was talking to people and they're like, Trump is the reason that we're not civil to each other. Like this childlike belief that he made a bunch of good people bad. When we fought the Civil War, the 60s was a disaster. I mean, Americans have been at each other's throats for decades and decades and decades, and we're acting like he came along and took this wonderful group of agree to disagree people and turned us evil, and it's just bullshit. And it's once again diverting the blame from our own selfishness and our own behavior. He's only in because people voted him in.
Andrew?
Sorry. Yeah, I got two comments on this. One, I can relate to Tony a little bit on this, in that a lot of the stand-up I now do is speeches for political action committees and think tanks. And so, like, I watched him do this and was like, oh, I know what he's up to. And he did it weird. And he's much more talented and successful than me. So I'm not taking any pot shots at Tony. But it was like half speech, half stand-up. And it didn't work as a format or medium in that context very well. Because I think it would have genuinely been better for him to just go full stand-up routine rather than kind of intermixing it with like general statements and things like that. That didn't work well because people weren't sure how to interact with it. But the other thing that I found really interesting about the umbrage that came out of that particular set about Puerto Rico was...
I'm sorry, Andrew, I'm sorry. Hatem, umbrage means like offense. Go ahead.
Part of one of the things that surprised me about it was I watched the set, and he makes fun of the Jews, the blacks, Puerto Ricans, and the only group that anybody got freaked out about was the Puerto Ricans, which makes me think that there's some electoral advantage to getting angry about it. That there's a large Puerto Rican community, in, my guess is Pennsylvania or something, but there's a reason that was the specific thing that everybody...
There's other groups he didn't make fun of. Also, he didn't make, there's other groups that he didn't make fun of. He made fun of few groups, but if you want to insult everybody, you should insult everybody. That would make it
actually
easier.
think that would have been better. I think overall, if he'd done that. That being said, though, I think whatever he did, look, but both sides are the whole election is going to come down to like 8 people in 7 swing states that are debating whether or not JD Vance fucked a couch. That's going to be the actual election. It's going to be nothing, right? So everybody's playing so hard at the margins right now that both sides are trying to come up with like, look, oh, the offensive thing that was said, you can't do anything now. So like there was going to be something that was taken out of that. Just in the same way that Biden gave like a rambling, incoherent, only garbage I see is so-and-so. And then they went, okay, look, he hates half of America. Like something was going to be turned into offense if that hadn't been found there.
Yep.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you think Trump is going to concede if he lost? And Sean Donnelly, comedian, welcome.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, guys. How are you?
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be the same steel talk that there was a few years ago. I don't know if he'll concede. I have no idea. It's a great question. I don't know what's going to happen. I won't be surprised whoever wins. I won't be surprised because I can't call it. I have no clue.
I've got a theory. I think that if Trump loses, he's going to take a really big bow and then admit that he is Andy Kaufman. And that this entire thing has been an incredible art performance piece for the last 10 years.
I think it's going to be Banksy. I'm pretty sure. This is one big Banksy project.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is he even capable of conceding or saying, no, what do you think?
Trump, I think will not concede. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I thought he was going to concede in 2016.
And he would have won this time, by the way, if he had. If he had conceded in 2016 and just campaigned for 4 years, he would have cleaned up and won. It's because he was a big fucking baby and decided to make a whole thing out of this and drag the country through a miscount conspiracy theory that he's now neck and neck in the polls. But he would have come back like a reanimated Grover Cleveland, which is a very good reference here.
But there is an important point that's not being made enough, which is that not conceding from the president's chair with access to power, still commander in chief, all that authority is not the same thing as not conceding as the non-incumbent. He's not in the White House. He has no authority. He's a nobody. It doesn't even matter if he concedes. Life goes on without him. He doesn't have an active pass to walk in the White House. He has zero authority. He's a
They
civilian.
changed the codes. He can't get in. Like if he has to do Airbnb
He's
or
a
something,
civilian.
they
At
changed
this
that.
point, he's a civilian nobody with no more authority than I do to be president. So he doesn't need, I mean, it's going to be turmoil for the country, but it's not like it was when the president is there and he can actually potentially order people to do shit that, they may or may not do. And you depend on the character of the people who he has direct authority over to defy the orders of the president in order to preserve the democracy, right?
But
that's not the situation we're in now.
That's a great point.
But you're also forgetting the thing. He'll know what to do because he has legal eagle Rudy Giuliani at the helm. And I think with Rudy binge drinking and giving phenomenal advice, I mean, he's never going to make a wrong move.
Well, I think we should we can ask him. We can ask Trump. We can ask Trump himself what he's gonna do. But Sean, go ahead. What did you want to say?
No, I was going to say it's not a matter of what he can do power-wise. It's a matter of he is talking to the same people. So, like you said, turmoil for the country means the same people that were upset about what he said when he was president are going to feel the same way this time, and he'll still have the same. He'll still have a platform to make people believe that it's illegitimate when it wasn't. You're right about he can't order the Department of Justice to do anything or any kind of investigations, but he's the optics still stay the same for him. He'll still be able to comply with it.
But it's important to understand it's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
So on the note of departing peacefully, I am going to have to take off at this time. I am conceding my spot on the panel. Before I leave, though, I want to say on my show, The Political Orphanage, Political Orphanage, that's the name of my show. I've spent the last 3 months putting a musical together about the 2024 election. So later tonight, after the election is called, or alternately tomorrow morning, I will have a full hour and 20-minute long musical up. It's very funny. If you like show tunes, you like it. That's on The Political Orphanage. And it was really fun to hang out with everybody. And Jim, it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, sir.
Andrew, before you leave, let me just say, there's prediction markets that, bet on the president, and they are a good shorthand for kind of summarizing all the information that's out there, and then they translate. I think they're good for that. So as it is now, the poly market has stayed pretty steady at around 61% now for hours that Trump would win. And this other one, Kalshi, I don't know which is more reliable, has Trump at 58% or to Harris's 42. So it seems like people out there who are really taking this seriously still think that Trump has the advantage to win.
That's a big advantage.
Yeah. Mr. Trump, do you think you're going to win?
Well, I know, excuse me, I know I'm going to win. Get the hell out of here, musical theater guy. I know that I'm going to win. The bettors, with the hard R, seem to know that I'm going to win. And I think everybody here knows I'm going to win. So we're just getting ready to celebrate. And of course, attack. We have to attack. You have to attack. If they steal it from you, you have to attack. So we're planning on winning with a backup plan of strong attack.
Mr. Trump, I saw on Twitter that you might not be walking around with your wife. She's been wearing sunglasses indoors all day. And there's a theory that it's an imposter Melania. Any truth to that?
Frankly, I wish it was an imposter Melania, because, they always say it doesn't matter how hot your wife is. You eventually get sort of bored of giving her the business. So I would love if there were like a variety of Trump women, like Melania 1, Melania 2, and we could just sort of rotate them. And then I think that's the key to happy marriages. Okay, that's why Kamala is a second wife, because she scooped in where the first wife failed. And I don't think you want somebody like that as president. You want a first wife and you want a first wife type person, which I am, except man.
Would you like
Mr. President, I have to go because I have to go down to the cellar. I have to be there for my spot. I was late.
Big fan, Jim. Big fan of you, Jim.
Thank you, man.
Norton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm sorry I was a little late. I thought my spot was 6:30, so I'm leaving now and going down to the cellar to work.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Bye, guys. Good talking.
Bye.
Sean, did you vote?
I did.
You want to say who?
Kamala.
Oh, okay.
I would never. I'm sorry. I know you're right here. This is awkward.
This is.
I wouldn't vote for you.
You know, you have the beard, you have sort of a tough guy look, but I could tell there was sort of like, sort of a fakeness to your sort of toughness. It was sort of performative, I think they call it. Like, you're too friendly to be MAGA. We
I'm
need
sure
tough
you-
people. We need
Mr. President,
we need killers,
tell him
not,
on it.
not nice guys. Hello, Gnome.
He's got some sugar in his tank.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does. He's a little too sweet, a little too,
But you'll drill, and we can.
Very phallic. They call it very phallic. We will go everywhere and drill whether they want it or not. We've walked onto people's property and the women are saying, no, please don't drill here. And I say, sorry, darling, we're going to drill. And we pump that land so full of drills. They actually thank you after. They thank me after. They say, sure, I didn't think I wanted it, but thank you, sir. And we appreciate it. So thank you.
Sean, you got more questions for the president?
I do. So let me ask you this, Mr. President. If it doesn't work out, and say even concede or not, what's your next? What's the third phase of your life over here? What are you going to be doing? Is it still selling stuff? What's going on?
Well, we first we have to defeat these radical left court cases, so we're going to be in court. If we can't throw them out, obviously, if I get into the White House, I'm going to throw them out like garbage. But
right. You know, what is it? 30-something felonies, right? Is that what it is? Is it
34? We call them the 34 fake felonies
fake
in
news.
New York. Yeah, fake news, fake courts. The People's Court is more legitimate than that guy's court. But I will say this: we're going to have to fight, because if I don't win tonight, we know it's stolen. So then you have to enter a fight phase. And January 6th, 2020 was a day of peace. But I have to be honest, if we have a January 6th this year, it's going to be not peaceful. It's actually going to be very violent, unlike the Day of Love in 2021.
Really? So what the court case? What if you got Judge Judy involved? Would that help you?
She's a fan. I think Judy's a fan of mine. She's always been sort of nice to me, and she's tough, but she's fair. And, she would I would respect her, unlike these fake judges. If I had Judge Judy, I would sit there and I would be quiet and listen to her, because I think she's a very smart and talented person. So I would show her the respect that she's due. And she's also very rich, which I respect.
Right now, you're watching the results right now. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking right now? Like, are you flipping around? Are you trying to keep your mind off things? Or are you going to watch, I don't know, old reruns of The Apprentice just to kind of pump yourself up? What are you doing?
Well, what's nice is obviously I don't watch the fake news, and Fox is being too cautious. But on OAN, which is sort of like a lower level, but very enthusiastic, all the women on staff at OAN are blowing a doll of me to show their support. So I like that. That's sort of a good.
OAN to me is like the news network that they would have in like RoboCop, when it's like the dystopian news network.
Oh, no, exactly. That's why I like it so much. It's like everybody's like 24, I think, very, and they're not even actually attractive. That's the sad part. They're like trying to be attractive. So I like the effort. But they're, so we're watching them, and Newsmax is very pro-Trump. So that's our sort of emotional support news, we call it.
Yeah, it's comforting.
Let me ask you this. This was comedian jail, Cauvin. So let me ask you that as a comedian. Now that
they hate him because they ain't him. That's what I call it.
Now that you've been doing Trump for this long and you've been getting millions and millions of views and all that, are you as a comedian, are you done doing, like, you want him to win or you don't want him to?
Well, I don't want him to win. I didn't want him to win in 2020. And what's crazy about it is I really think my plan was to like continue a podcast. I've been making podcasts, grading him for like 1 year of the Biden administration, just as like, here's out of work Trump, like doing political commentary as like a bitter, jealous, like failure of a president. And then he just never went away. He seemed to still dominate the media more than the actual president. So I was like, well, he's still kind of relevant. Like, it's like he still felt like he was like a main actor in the discourse. This time, I think he's going to fade, assuming he loses. If he wins, obviously not. But if he loses, I think he's going to fade, and I'll happily sort of, retire. It will be like a Barbara Streisand retirement, like maybe for special occasions, I'll bring the Trump back out for a video, but mostly it's not going to be like a regular part of my comedy life starting in January.
See, I don't think he'll fade. I think he's so good at that. So good at you could do this for the rest of your life.
Well, I will tell you one story that was funny. A guy in 2020, he was like a old-timey publicist that somebody connected me with, and he was saying, okay, Trump is going to be done in a few months, so you got to strike while the iron's hot because nobody's going to care in a few months. And then he said, and I shit you not, okay, I got to run. I've got tickets to see Rich Little. And I was like, so let me get this straight. I'm done in 4 months. You're going to see 109-year-old Rich Little do Nixon, though.
Yeah, impressions are dead. But I gotta go see.
So let me ask you this, guys. Noam, how do you think the scenario is going to end tonight? Is it going to be one side sweeping, or is it going to be like a week kind of thing? What do you think? What's your prediction for tonight? What do you think is going to happen?
You mean as far as the decision goes?
Yeah. Like, do you think Kamala's going to win by a lot? You think Trump's going to win by a lot, or is this going to be a toss up the whole time?
I have no. I told you I felt going into it that Kamala was going to win by a lot or a little. Obviously, the way the Electoral College works, it can be a lot or a little and not represent much difference in the actual vote at all. If you just eke out a few of the states by, a couple thousand votes. I mean, as Biden did, but the data seems to, the people who are crunching the data still seem to think that Trump is going to win.
Sean, what do you think?
I think my gut feeling is that she's going to win, but I don't know. You just said the Karashi, whatever that app is with the betting, and I think that they're probably using all these AI models to do it, and it's pretty advanced. So I don't know, but my theory was because the gender gap voting with all you hear about these record early voting from women. I don't see women who would vote for Trump voting early for him. And then on top of that, I had this weird feeling that there's a lot of people that's first time voting, a lot of Gen Zers that it's like they turn 18 for this, college kids that I think aren't, not that they're not pollable. I don't think they're finding them in places like Washington Post, whatever. If you're not going to TikTok, you're not going to what they kind of consume, you're not getting those numbers. So I think if she does win, it's going to be based off women and based off people that weren't pollable because they weren't found in these traditional journalistic ways. So I don't know what, but like you said, you just said the two of those models are saying him, and I think you have to be so in people's face for so amount. And this guy's been around forever. I think that just based off being the impressions that he's made over the years, meaning like that I know this guy more, that he might win due to that, and that they just don't know her enough, and they'll use that excuse or not even an excuse. If you don't know her enough, you don't know her enough.
He's more to the center of what Americans believe on issues than she is. That's just a fact. And the clearest illustration that I'm correct is, I've been saying this for a while, is that if you look back, Exhibit A of Trump's evil and racism, going back for 8 years now, was that he wanted to build the wall. Do you remember how people used to just use the fact that he wanted to build a wall as a substitute for what a monster and what a racist he was? So here we are 8 years later. If you ask Kamala Harris, how do you feel about the wall? She won't answer.
Right.
She will not. So that's just a perfect illustration that he's confident to say build a wall because he knows the American people like that. She's afraid to say it because she's afraid she'll lose that little bit of people on her left that she's trying to hold on to. And you could go through a number of issues on this stuff. The American people generally hate the left wing, like cancel culture, police speech, policing your speech, all the things that comedians hate too. He stands against that. She stands for that. She was the most liberal senator. So that's why she has to speak out of both sides of her mouth. The problem is that he's such a abhorrent character that she's still in the running. But if you had a presentable, if Mitt Romney were running on exactly the same platform that Trump is running on, there'd be no contest just on the issues. He'd run away with it.
JL, what do you think?
I think Harris is going to win, and I keep trying to separate what I want from what I think, if it's possible, but I don't think we'll know tonight. I think the only way we'd have a real hint is, let's say that polling in Iowa turns out to be correct, and like it's too close to, like a state like Iowa
let me
is too
explain
close
that.
to.
Let me just explain it to Hatem. Iowa is a state in the Midwest.
I know, I know exactly where Iowa is. I'm from Iowa. You know what's really funny? Iowa is the easiest state to say in Arabic because Iowa in Arabic means yes.
Yeah.
Iowa.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's
Iowa.
fine. So I think because in 2016, what scared me, because I, like many people, thought, oh, Hillary's going to win. It was when Virginia took a long time to call. Now it went for Hillary, but it was supposed to be one of those polls close. Hey, we can declare Virginia. It's blue. It's going for Hillary. That state took a long time to call for Hillary. And I think there was like almost a trickle effect of like, if like more blues, a purple blue state is going barely to Hillary, then the purple states might be tipping to Trump. Now, vice versa, let's say Iowa. The thing I'm looking for tonight is like, let's say Iowa, they can't call it. It's like 11 p.m. It's midnight. Then maybe that's a sign that there's been a Midwest push for Harris that will trickle into Wisconsin, Michigan.
You're 100% right. That's actually, I mean, that's the reason I think that the poll was considered so significant. It wasn't that Iowa, which is a tiny state, but what it meant for as a harbinger for how other states would go.
You know,
so that's what I'll be looking at tonight.
Yeah, to that point,
right.
I know you're gonna call bullshit, but I did read an article about how they spend.
I already.
I know.
Bullshit.
I know.
You read something.
I read this article about how they spend. They have certain amount of money for polling, and they use it in swing states that they didn't do any polling in the regular states. So that actually there could be a lot of big surprises because they really didn't know. You know. So that's a good point.
No, it's not.
Then I think I think it's a good point because we saw that with Iowa now. You know.
But
I say perfectly.
Nobody's worried about the big states. It's the swing states that matter. Nobody needs to poll California.
No. But I'm talking about like something like Georgia, maybe.
He said you could have surprise because things could change without people realizing. And then,
like Iowa, you know.
Right.
So.
And then what is the blue dot? I think I just saw something on TV about the blue dot, which I guess is
Nebraska,
right? Stuff like that, where it's like that's coming out of that wouldn't have happened before, correct?
It wouldn't be the deciding.
Oh wait, Trump just dropped to 57 on Polymarket.
Well, you know, we are 10 minutes away.
They're actually listening to this show, I think.
And on the other one, and below and to 55. So something must have happened.
Well, we are 10 minutes away from Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky. So Georgia, you know.
Georgia's a big one.
Well, just what were you talking about with Noam? What we were talking about before? I think you're right about her skirting the topic of as far as immigration goes. But I will say this: it's not like she's not. It's not far enough left because look at the stance on Israel that's costing her votes in Michigan. So it's not, and then her past is as a prosecutor. She put people away for weed. So I think she's a bit of a hack where she's kind of malleable, but they all are. So I think that for certain reasons she's suffering because she's keeping her mouth shut on one, but on Israel she's not. That's staunch support. So I think it kind of can either even itself out or it's not as cut and dry as I think we think.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's also leading the national with only Republican states, 250,000 to 158,000, which is pretty close too, you know. And it's all Republican states, you know, so far, but I don't know. So your gut say that's going to be a long night or no?
Yeah,
I want to be we need it to be quick. We need to be quick.
Well, what would you say? At 7:00 they have, or a little after 7. Some of these states come in, right? And it's like, if that would be bonkers, if that's out of nowhere, just because it could, just like 2016, it's like anything could happen. That's
Mississippi went for Harris. My theory is if Trump really wanted to engineer, like if he thought he was going to lose, what you should do is have your people like mess with a rock solid Trump state. Like Alabama went for Harris because then even I'd be like, did the Democrats steal this? Because that shouldn't have happened. Like you set it up in a reverse way. So it's like you frame the Democrats before, and then it's like, everything's not good. Democrats go away.
I think they need the Harris campaign needs Tony Hinchcliffe to stump a little bit more for them.
Yeah. Tony, we're in Ann Arbor, Michigan. What are your feelings on the Arab American community?
I'm texting some of my my insiders here to find out why the prediction markets just dropped.
What did they say? By his insiders, you mean you know who? His people.
I haven't got. I haven't gotten an answer yet. Yeah, the Jews. We just want to keep it interesting.
It's a betting market, but you know.
Let me ask you this: in all honesty, do you think deep down, when he's alone, say Trump doesn't win, right? We don't know what's going to happen. Do you think deep down, when he's alone, and not that he would admit this, don't you think he's going to be incredibly relieved in a way? Don't you think he wants freedom from this? Because all the court cases will either get thrown away or it'll be probation, which is whatever. And then he'll just kind of, granted, he'll want to be in the public eye, but I think part of him is just dying to be free of having to like pretend. Because they said multiple times that he's admitted to, he's not conceded, but he's said, how did we lose the last one? He says it in private,
Right.
but not. So it's two different people, I think. And the guy's going to be 80, next year? In a couple of years, it's like, come on, man. You got to get tired at some point of the whole thing. So I think
he didn't expect to win the last time.
Right. That was, I've heard all those stories about that. Wasn't that? I think it might have been on the show. They were talking to somebody. Wasn't somebody at the cellar once that talked about that some journalist right near him, and he turned stark white the minute he found out he won. He was like a ghost, like he couldn't believe it.
Melania
One of my favorite stories that Noam say.
Cry.
Noam's story about having dinner with Michael Cohen about the fireworks.
What? Oh, yeah.
Can you tell the story?
Michael Cohen. I met Michael Cohen at a restaurant, and he just told. I don't remember the detail, but he told this great story about how Trump was always assumed he was going to lose, and Hillary was so sure she was going to win. They had a big party scheduled, and they had like $100,000 of fireworks, or maybe it was $500,000 of fireworks that they bought for this big celebration. And after Trump won, he said to Michael Cohen, he says, "But you could do it with the Trump invitation." He goes, "Go over there, offer them 10 grand. Offer them."
I remember you telling that.
Are you kidding me?
No, and he really had to go over there and offer him. Michael Cohen really go over there and offer him 10 grand, you know?
Mr. Trump would like to offer you $10,000 to have it here.
Tell them, and if they don't take 10,000, tell them we drop it down to $200.
Exactly.
I actually have to run. I apologize, but I have to run now. This was a
thank you.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for having me. See you, Sean. Nice to see you.
See you, buddy. Good to see you.
I hope Trump stays in alignment. What happened to Bob DeBono?
Who's that?
He still does it, I think, doesn't he? Doesn't he do? He does like for parties and stuff, but I haven't seen him in a while.
He was a great Trump impersonator.
Shane
Gillis just wiped the floor with everybody, I think.
Also because the platform, he's one of the biggest comics in the country, but if not the biggest. But I saw also another great one is one of the best is Anthony Amituk. Do you know Anthony? He had the show on Comedy Central for a while.
No.
He had
yeah. I don't know him.
Short-lived, but he was doing it at UCB. I saw it last night for a little bit before a show of mine.
But I think I met him. I think he did an event one time with Judd Apatow, maybe at the Cellar one night years ago.
Yeah,
that's the guy, right? He's a real liberal. He's like an ultra liberal guy. He does Trump.
Yeah. But
that's it. Yeah, he's very good.
Super funny guy. Really funny guy.
Yeah.
But Sean, with all the people moving to Texas, like, is it getting blue at some point eventually, or no? You don't think?
I don't know if there's enough. I mean, as far as people going to Austin.
Yeah. It's COVID, like a lot of people moved to Florida and now it's red. I mean, that's not the reason.
I don't know if there's ever going to be enough to turn it over. Especially Texas. Texas is so gigantic. So I think that's why I think North Carolina, like if you ever go to Raleigh seems very liberal to me. And I think you know what it is. It's a lot of New Yorkers getting out of New York that still hold on to that Democratic affiliation, I think. So that's why I think that's also why you're seeing these little blurbs of weird things happening in certain places that would have been like staunchly red over the years because everybody left in droves out of New York. A lot came back, but a lot were like, let me get out of here. So that affects the whole country.
What do you guys think of the effect of the election, like stress wise? Do you think people are gonna care after the election either way? Somebody wins, or somebody loses, or would they still get in? Like, let's say Trump wins, is everybody still gonna be like? Is there gonna be like another Russia gate and all that, or they're just gonna leave him alone?
If Trump wins, there's people like me are gonna. People like me are just gonna leave it alone. If you win, you win. You're the president. Whatever it is.
What do you think the media is gonna do?
They're gonna cover him just like they do when they did previous. It's so such a gold mine still 9 years later. It's such a gold mine. They won't stop because in actuality, though, that's all they want. They just want the coverage and the ratings. So it won't stop. It'll just be like that. And then he'll be done in 4 years. And then maybe it'll fade and it'll but I think you'll have a majority of people that will be so super saturated by it that they're just going to be done with. For 4 years, they'll just put pause on even giving a crap about anything. And I'm kind of in that camp where I'm like, even after last time, I was like, all right, he lost, but I'm like, I'm not. But if he wins, if he does it again, I'm like, I don't have the same vitriol I had in 2016, where I was like, holy cow, I can't believe it happened, kind of thing. Now you're kind of a little bit numb to it, where you're like, if it's legitimate, it is legitimate. So it's like, I don't care as much. I'm just kind of burnt out on it. I think a lot of people are. Now, the amount of people that told me I just can't wait for today to be over is so many people that I know in New York. That like I just both sides too. Just can't wait to be done. Can't wait to be done. Why? What do you think is going to happen? You think it'll
But the thing is, like, when we done, Elias, no, but when we done, if Kamala win, maybe we will be done because she'd be like quiet and whatever. But Trump, if he wins, we never done. He's gonna keep talking all the time. He's that's what he does. No, what do you think?
He thrives on the controversy, and then he'll just try to. I think some of this stuff they say can be legitimate. He'll try to put through. He'll do, and then he'll get pushback from Congress of whatever. If the Democrats take the House, he's going to get pushback from that. It's going to be like a stopgap, like everything was when he was president the other time, where they just kind of tried to stop him at every turn, and some of it was regular politics, and some of it was batshit crazy stuff that shouldn't have happened, that even his own staff was stopping him from. So I think that'll just keep going for 4 years, and then you'll see all the people that were so into it. It'll dissipate, and then it'll go back to being. I wanted to get hats and sell them on the road that said a red hat that said "Make politics boring again," and I think that's what I think that's what'll happen. I think politics will become boring again, and there'll be people who are junkies and into it, like, and then there'll be like more capable Trump type people like JD Vance that'll keep it going, but it won't be as exciting to the people that love him and watch like him dancing on stage and stuff like that. Like it's who are just true like actual crazy fans.
What do you think, Noam? And have you found out about why it dipped? The betting thing?
No. What's the question? What do I think they'll leave him alone?
Yeah, the media, is it going to be over, or is it going to be the same thing?
I think they'll never leave him alone. No, I think it'll be the same thing all over again.
What about her?
If she wins, then
Yeah.
the media is not going to attack her.
I don't think it's not a matter of leaving it alone. I think the main goal is it's like stand-up. Like he likes just performing live. I think that's a big deal. Like he likes the in-person adulation is, I think, a main driver in this whole thing. So I think it's not that's not just the media wanting to cover him because it's sensational and they love the ratings. It's also him being like, yeah, cover me. That's always been that way.
Yeah, he's I don't know. Like even with this podcast, or not this podcast, the podcast in general, like you cannot book one guest when Trump is the president because you don't know what he's going to do that week. That right. You need somebody else. You need another topic, So
it always comes back to this guy. So, and that'll just be another 4 years of that. And then maybe it'll be not that the people are sick of it, but like he can't run again. So it's like, it won't matter anymore, but he'll always be trying to get his way into the news, and they'll just let it because it's, especially when he's say he loses and he's non-threat, they'll still cover it because of how much people love it. Even though it's like Schadenfreude. People love to hate him or they love to love him.
Well, speaking of love to hate him and not love to love Trump, look who's here. Rosa Brooks. Good to see you. She is the Georgetown Law professor and organizer of the Transition Integrity Project back in 2020. You were advising in what happened during the 2020 transitioning. Welcome to the show.
It's great to be here. I don't love to hate Trump. I hate hating Trump, and I really just want him to go away so I don't have to waste one single brain cell thinking about that guy anymore.
Have you not got your Trump sneakers yet? Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I don't have the Trump Bible. I don't have a Trump sneakers. I don't have a gold-plated Trump toilet, and I don't want any of them, and I never want to think about them again.
Yeah.
So what's going on? What's your thoughts on what's going on so far? What's your gut telling you?
Oh, my gut is telling me that I have no idea what's going on, and neither does anybody else. And anybody who tells you different is lying because we don't know. I feel slightly queasy. And I'm seesawing up and down. That's what my gut tells me. My gut tells me it's going to be a long, long night.
Really? Noam have a prediction
What's your prediction, Noam?
based on the poll.
I don't have any prediction.
No, I do.
See, everyone denies having any opinions. That's awesome.
I have opinions, but my opinion was that my gut was telling me that she would win because he put in such a bad last week, and I felt like this whole Nazi thing
You
was
weren't
sticking
cool with
to him.
that. You weren't totally cool with that. But you know what? His wife said he's not a Nazi. That didn't sway you.
I don't think he's a Nazi either, but I'm saying as a matter of reading the likelihood, I thought that was going to bring him down, and he wasn't handling it well. He was almost playing to the hands. But as I watched the prediction markets, which are dictated in large part by sophisticated people who crunch this stuff, they were showing him with a 60% lead, but now they both dropped. So let's get it now. So now,
What are they saying?
Oh, they both dropped?
Polymarket has him down to 57 from 61, and Kalshi has him down to 55 from it was 58 or something. So,
But aren't these the same people who bring us wild stock market gyrations? Do we trust them at all?
oh yeah, I trust. I mean, you can't trust anything, sure. Well, but if they both dropped at the same time, I think we can trust that it's likely there's some data out there which has made it less likely that Trump would win in some way.
And we have the first update. Trump has 19 right now with Kentucky and Indiana, while Kamala got Vermont for 3 points. So 19-3 so far.
19-3. Okay, well,
19-3, getting to 270. So
none of these things matter until you get to the swing states.
Yeah, well, Georgia's coming soon.
Yeah, Georgia will be
That's 7 o'clock, right?
I think Georgia's going to be the first one. Like whoever is going to be, like if especially if Kamala gets it, it's going to be a big shock for Trump. He's going to start already doing like all the steal. I mean he is starting, right?
well, he started.
Yeah,
He's
started
been
spending it out
continuous on that.
Yeah.
So I have a
Well-
question for you guys. So I've had a whole bunch of conversations in the last week or so with friends and acquaintances who are like, serious, sober people, and they're all doing things like trying to see if they can get their, European passports or
Those are serious sober
buy
people.
buy a bunker or buy a bunker, whatever, and they're all turning into preppers. And I was like, shit, I don't even have extra flashlight batteries. So like, are they crazy or do
Yes,
I
yes,
go
they
buy-
are
Oh
crazy.
yeah, for sure.
You don't
They
think
are
I should
crazy.
even go buy flashlight batteries? Basically, you're saying like, don't even get flashlight batteries.
Not unless you can spell out some realistic scenario that doesn't sound like an apocalyptic science fiction movie.
It gets
of-
dark every night. People do use flashlights.
No, but I'm saying like, what can he do, and how would it also be have been implied by the way he governed, like during COVID when he had full emergency powers? Like, what do they think this guy's going to do?
Yeah.
He's just going to be a dick. That's all he's going to be, is a dick.
Dick, but I think last time he was a dick who not only didn't know what he was doing, but he had a mix of people around him who didn't know what they were doing and people who knew what they were doing and didn't want to help him do the dick things he wanted to do. This time,
What did he
he's
want to
gonna-
do?
But he's going to have competent dicks around him too.
But what did he want to do?
No,
Competent dicks, I like that. For
I mean,
What-
what he basically wants to do is go upstairs and eat hamburgers, right? I mean,
Right,
that's
right. That's right. That's exactly my point.
But he might have competent assholes around him who want to do more than just let him eat
like
hamburgers.
what?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
what? You got
Like
you got to be
Liz Cheney
specific.
in Guantanamo, poor woman.
So let's take that. So if he
All right, let's go with
wanted to
that.
put Liz Cheney in Guantanamo, let's just spin that out. So he would give the order to who, and then
Luckily, I don't think he's actually going to be able to do that.
but let's take it as a set. Let's say he did. Do you think he could do that?
I don't think he could do that, but I'll tell you what I do think he could do. And I do think it's totally his style, right? It's the sort of, I just need you to do me with one little favor, is that he's telling everybody from his attorney general on down, including some poor mid-level schmo, suddenly gets a phone call from Donald Trump. He's saying, if you could just do me this one small favor, start investigating all these people. I want to have FBI agents sniffing around every single thing they do, making their lives miserable, et cetera. I think that's actually quite easy to do.
No, that's something score settling is something I've worried that he would try to do. But even as I think that through, even that becomes difficult, really. It's fine if you can keep it like Nixon, like just as a secret among a few people, like you whisper to the head of the IRS to audit somebody. But this isn't 1971 anymore, But anyway, but again, that wouldn't implicate your friends. Like it might implicate, whoever it is, like that really, he has a real grudge against.
Liz Cheney should get flashlight back.
Or Mike Pence. Yeah. So Liz Cheney might get a tax audit. But,
well, Mike Pesca's here. Hello, Mike.
But listen, Matt Taibbi got a tax audit, didn't he?
Hey. and I have a little update as well with Florida 23% reporting. Donald Trump 51%, Kamala's 47%. So that's a little close. And Georgia,
the thing about
Trump is 54% and Kamala's 45%.
Mike, Georgia, what?
Donald Trump is 54% and Kamala's 45%.
And what percentage of the precincts?
Just started 1%.
Oh.
Mike, what's your gut telling you about this?
Sorry guys, real quick, I got to take off, but thank you so much for having me. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Sean. Judy Gold coming later. Colin Quinn coming later as well. A lot of comics coming.
Bye-bye, guys.
Mike Pesca, what do you think?
I have to leave soon, but I'll wait for Mike Pesca to finish. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't know. I think it really is a coin flip. But what Rosa was saying, and hello, Rosa. I liked your book on being a police officer, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I invited you on my show, and you never said yes. And that's why I came
you did
on.
not. Prove it.
I did, I swear.
Prove it.
Anyway, I read it. Anyway, I think Rosa should definitely be audited for not doing the gist. I think that I have no idea. I have no idea who's going to win. The very fact that the brakes on Trump are some combination of incompetence or he's dissolute and he'll take his eye off the ball of properly punishing his political enemies. That's not good. I mean, just today coming in, we heard about the tweets, or what he calls them truths, he put up on Truth Social about unrest and violence in Georgia. I'm hearing reports. That's not good. Wouldn't it be nice if we, even if, and I know very ethical, smart people who are voting for Donald Trump, but that sort of activity certainly has to bother them, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be more than be essential not to have one of the presidential candidates engaged in that behavior? I make some allowances for bluster, for some talk that proper society looks down on. But when it comes to the plausible persecution of enemies or spreading chaos, it would seem, just for the sake of perhaps, if it's close, trying to engage in some chicanery to affect the election, it's only Donald Trump that's doing that. And that's bad. And we have to stand against that.
I agree. And when I ask that question to people I know who are unabashed Trump supporters, they will deflect. They look away like a dog when you try to get them to look at the furniture that he ripped up, and or they'll say, "Oh, they did it to him," and they have a million answers other than grappling with what would properly, if they were to handle it like as grown-ups, they say, "Okay, well, yeah, that's a bad thing, and these are the trade-offs."
Right.
For instance, I'm afraid that Iran will go nuclear under her. And all things equal, I think it's still more important to have him there and deal with that serious problem than risk the world turning in the direction that it will should nuclear weapons proliferate to Iran, that kind of thing. And I'm torn by some of those issues, to be honest. But as you know me, Mike, I think it's absolutely a big risk with Trump that he will do that he will try to do some of these ugly things. I don't think the ugliest things, but try to do some of these ugliest things. And it's awful, and they'll be normalized in some way. And the turmoil is damaging, even if they don't actually happen. And, fuck this guy. I wish we didn't have that. I wish we had a normal conservative like Ron DeSantis, where we didn't have to worry about, this ugly. He's not. You don't.
Well, I don't know. That's a relative term, but yeah.
DeSantis is Harvard and Yale, and he's competent, and he handled COVID in a very systematic way, and you might not agree with his opinions on things, but he's not going to have try to turn the Justice Department into his personal secret police. I mean, if you think that would just be your bigotry. There's nothing in his record that would imply that, other than the fact that you don't like his point of view on things. He's not ever been accused of anything like that, even once, right?
Well, I think you're being.
I mean, actually, Garland and the Biden, and there's more evidence. There's more evidence that the Biden Justice Department has been corrupt than DeSantis would be.
Oh, come on! Where are you getting that from? I mean, look how
the whistleblowers that came out from the justice from the investigation into Hunter Biden, who said they were told hands off. Two of them. That's evidence. I mean, you can agree with
Hunter Biden got convicted. I mean,
only after the whistleblowers. Wait. That all came out. The only reason Hunter Biden was convicted, let's not get sidetracked, but I'm saying this kills me. I'm really just playing it straight here. There is evidence that the Biden Justice Department was corrupt. Two whistleblowers. After the whistleblowers, the plea was withdrawn. Then he was convicted. And I'm not saying that Biden is corrupt. I'm just saying, if you want to say, I don't know about Ron DeSantis, then I'm saying it's either a bigotry or you have to have some facts.
Well, I've always felt like the fundamental difference between Democrats and Republicans actually is shameability, right? I feel like, are there corrupt Democrats? Sure. Are there corrupt Republicans? Absolutely. You go to a Democrat and you say, you did this sleazy thing, it was really corrupt, and they're kind of embarrassed. They're like, oh my God, how embarrassing.
This is crazy talk.
You go to the Republicans and they're like, and?
Did you live through Bill Clinton?
This goes back to Mike's earlier point, right? And to your point too, though, right?
But did you live through Bill Clinton?
Yeah, Bill. Okay, there are a few unshameable ones. But you go back to the point of, you got one candidate who's saying like insane, really horrendous stuff, and you've got another candidate who's saying, no, yeah, of course I'll abide by the results of the elections, of course I'm going to abide by court orders, and that's kind of important to me. But I mean, I actually think when you ask the question, like when you talk to Trumpies and you're like, well, aren't you worried he's going to do all these things, and they deflect, I feel like and I think this is generous here, I think 90% of them don't believe he really will do those things. They don't like those things. They're like, oh yeah, that would be bad. He's not really going to do it. It's all bluster. And they deflect for that reason, because they're like, oh yeah, it's all bluster. The other 10% absolutely think he'll do it. They want him to do it, and they deflect because they don't want you to realize that they think he's going to do it.
Well, I have so much to say, but I'll let Mike talk because we don't have him that long. Go ahead. Mike.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
Mike's frozen.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
I do.
It's a really long night.
Am I frozen?
You're frozen.
We can hear you.
We can hear you though.
There are reasons to vote. So Noam, you were essentially making the case for merits and demerits, and often the demerits that pile up against Trump, I care about, and I wouldn't vote for.
Oh, we lost
Mike. He'll be back on. I want to say that as much as I criticize the wait for Mike to come back, those people on the right for what I just said, they're equally crazy on the left and shameless, except that it extends to people who were kind of taking an oath to the truth, like the journalists, like this idea that Trump wanted to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad, which was an indefensible lie. And
what were his exact words, though? His exact words were fairly horrendous, didn't he?
No, his exact words. I'm not defending what he said. I'm saying to claim that he was advocating putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad is an absolute lie. But it's not a reasonable interpretation of those words by anybody. And they're just as crazy and just as dishonest. And as far as the shamelessness goes, I mean, you look at the Russiagate, people are still defending. I mean, there's shamelessness all to go around. It's an unfortunate reality of our politics, the shamelessness. But I don't even know how we break out of this. But that's why I say one other point, that in the end, a fair-minded person which I think you are, would have to say the following. When the shit hit the fan and Trump was doing everything he could to cheat, those Republicans who we all assumed would be his henchmen, Bill Barr, who was a bigger villain than Bill Barr, Mike Pence, and other people around him, none of them entertained his corruption, even as far as we can tell, even for a second. Bill Barr would not lift a finger in Trump's behalf. Mike Pence did not lift a finger in Trump's behalf in his corrupt attempt to cheat on the election.
He lifted on overturning the election. Right? But
I'm saying, everything else. No, the other stuff, I think you can argue whether Bill was right, Barr was right as a matter of law or not. But I'm saying on this, on what we're worried about here.
I agree with you. And indeed, it's really striking. And I wish that Trump voters or would-be voters would be paying attention to this. It is, to me, it's incredibly striking how many of Trump's handpicked staff from his first term are basically saying this is a horrible person. He's a danger to the country. You know, he wants to be a dictator. He's a fascist. He's terrible. He's unfit to serve. And this doesn't seem to make any difference. I mean, that remains to me the real mystery, right? I mean,
it's not a mystery. The fact is
a mystery to me.
No.
The mystery is like, why does this not matter? Why does nothing matter?
I told you the answer, because the alternative to many people is worse.
Mike is back. Let's try it this time, Mikey.
Yeah. So how it would work is people think about 2016, 2017 through 2020, and they say, I'll take that. I want that. And no matter if McMaster, Milley, and all the other generals and former generals get together and say he's unfit, and we were there up close, they saw the effect. Of course, they saw the effect of them being there as guardrails. One, they saw the effect of competent people doing their jobs in the Justice Department, trying to bat down Muslim bans that didn't adhere to the law. But maybe they say, if they're really gaming this out, well, competent people will still be in the Justice Department. So they want what they perceive as his good stuff. They think the bad stuff is there. You know, maybe not the 10% who really do want a march through the deep state with the hatchets out, right? But they are, and maybe this is a mental game, but they're just discounting any potential chaos and destruction of the system he can cause because he didn't cause it last time. And it doesn't surprise them that McMaster, Milley, all the others say this. And I've also heard what the line is. Well, why are they saying this now? These guys depend on jobs at the Brookings Institution, let's say, or colleges. And they know that if they don't denounce Trump, their future earnings will be forever either tied to him, which they don't want, or diminished. So that's the explanation. I buy McMaster and Milley and the rest, right? I take them on faith. What a huge reason for me. I'd never vote for them, but that's what's going on with the people who are weighing the choices and saying it's still worth it.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. And by the way, Mike knows that I buy them as well. I actually believe I was the first person in the United States to make that argument. I really do believe that. I was saying that like a year and a half ago. When people were defending Trump, I said, listen, say what you want, but the people closest to him are the ones who say, and because that's the way I've viewed that lens as a very important thing for many years before Trump. One of the reasons I was prone to defending Reagan was because for years after Reagan left office, you could not get almost anyone who worked with him to say a bad word about him. And I said, that's something about somebody, you know what? Like just they had that president, his vice president was crying when he died. Like this is a guy who had a powerful effect of character on people. And I took that very seriously. And being consistent, I took it very seriously when nobody around Trump would say a good word about him. So I take this all very. But I would say one other thing. We and the people I know who are Trump supporters are in a highly informed class. I wonder what percentage of the total Trump support out there even has any idea about the arguments that you're making. Do they even cover that on Fox News? Do they read the New York Times?
I mean, and I think Fox News is the least of it, right? I mean, I always check on the Fox headlines every day just out of curiosity, and the stories that are, you know, front page stories in the New York Times or top stories on CNN or whatever often don't appear at all on Fox. And if they do appear, it's with some spin that is very pro-Trump. And they're, and that's assuming people are watching Fox. I mean, so many people have disappeared into these weird little bubbles of even more extremist websites, social media universes. And that, because that, I mean, this is what I was asking when I said, here's what I don't understand. I mean, sure, you could think, oh, well, but I liked Trump administration's policy on X. But to me, it seems like he's so outrageously awful and disgusting and horrible morally in every single possible way. Everybody who's worked for him, with the exception of Nikki Haley, is like, yeah, he's a horrible person who is unfit to serve. We're still dealing though with the same phenomenon that he himself voiced years ago, right? That I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue on live TV and it wouldn't make any difference to my supporters. And we do seem to be living in this universe in which nothing matters. Stuff that would have been absolutely disqualifying for any political actor 10, 15 years ago, for Trump weirdly don't matter. And I guess the question that always mystifies me is that something about him, or is that just that the social media landscape has changed the world so much that so many Trump supporters either literally never find out about the horrible stuff, or they're living in this universe where any negative story is just fake news?
I'll let Mike ask, but can I just give an answer? I would like you to open your heart to the fact that there really is more
so open.
No, but there really, so for instance, Betsy DeVos had updated Title IX and whatever it was under the Trump administration in a way which people like Lara Bazelon said was very, very important, and that there were horror stories of people having their lives ruined by Title IX. And then the Biden administration comes in and reverts to these horrible things. And somebody could say, like a mom who's sending their son to college, say, you know what? I get all that stuff she's saying about Trump, but this is more important to me. And you can go through this. I said, I get it, but I'm Jewish living, seeing anti-Semitism just run wild on the left. And I want a president who's going to stand against that. Or somebody gets in their mind that the tariffs really will help their town. Say, I get that about Trump, but I'm more concerned about the jobs in my town. And you can go through these issues, or somebody like me who says, you know what? I remember the BLM riots when the Democratic mayor told the police not to lift a finger to protect me. I remember that. And you lived through that one night, just one night. And you say, you know what? Fuck these people. I don't ever want to vote for them again. I don't give a shit what Trump does to get even with whoever was fucking with him. She stands for the people who were going to let my business burn down. And the only thing I heard from her was raising money for their bail. Now, I'm not a crazy person, but I'm much more affected by these policies than most journalists and elites are. I would defy you to tell me a single government policy which has ever impacted you in the way that some of these policies impact me. I'm sitting on a building around the corner that I bought. I'm going to be there for 2 years because of all the regulations before I can drive a nail in the wall at a cost of probably $300,000 out of my pocket for a ridiculous handicapped MTA, like you could imagine. He say, you know what? Fuck this. I want the president who's going to stand against us. And I could go through the list. And I'm not saying that's a reason to vote for Trump, but I'm saying unless you can put yourself in the position of people who are living other lives, you're missing it.
I mean, look, I spent a lot of my time
or you can just believe they're a bunch of monsters and they just like this dictator guy.
I live part-time in rural Wyoming, the reddest of red states, and many of my neighbors who are lovely people are going to vote for Trump for reasons like that, not on those issues specifically, but for similar kinds of issues, worry about centralized government, worried about excessive federal control.
The reintroduction of the wolf, right?
Reintroduction of the wolf.
Extremely controversial in Wyoming.
I don't think they're bad people, but I also think that they're wrong often on the nuances of those policies and how they're going to affect them and how they are affected. I think they're often just wrong, And
let me ask you guys this, because this is a question that I always have. Is like election. Here we go. Are we, and I mean both sides, bad losers? Like whoever, like it's election, you put your vote, you cast your vote, one wins, and it becomes president of all. That's supposed to be the, the process. So are we bad losers? Is there one side
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that's a great. Sorry, that's a great rubric because I think we're both bad losers. But look how bad each side is and how it manifests. I remember. I don't think I was a full-time journalist. Oh yeah, I was in 2000 when most of the Black Congressional Caucus protested the vote of Florida, and I just thought it was at the time. I just thought it was ridiculous and kind of disgusting, and that people were kind of blindly and patronizingly allowing this to proceed. And, in fact, it was Al Gore who gavelled them down. And when the governor of Georgia wouldn't accept those results, I didn't quite understand it and thought she was wrong, Stacey Abrams. And even Hillary, who came out the next day and accepted the results, still engaged in, I think, way too much honest belief that it was the Russians who turned the election against her as opposed to Comey. I thought that was really wrong. But what it was were these little wound lickings, right? These little examples of a public figure not really owning their mistakes. And then you compare it to Trump, and it's a massive effort, which wasn't just January 6th. In fact, it wasn't even mostly January 6th. It's everything you put into place beforehand. It was the whole fake electors. It's the fact that there are, I think, 18 election boards right now where the majority of them do not believe that Joe Biden won the last election. These are horrible things. But I think that Noam, when you were talking about the building that you can't, the former McDonald's that you can't rehabilitate it into a comedy club, like, as you know, that's not a federal issue. I understand getting mad at the kind of forces
some of them are federal. So, yeah, but you're right. It's mostly state. Okay. But you chisel away.
And the BLM riots were not. Yeah, and the BLM riots. What Harris did was to support a bail fund. Was, in retrospect, and I think even at the time, getting swept up in way too much social activism. But comparing that, which was, being in an abstract way on the wrong side of issues, so that you want to make your voice heard, or someone in your position kind of wants to punish the people that they see as oppressing them or on the wrong side of issues. I get that. That's why we vote. But that A plus B will not equal C. If Trump wins, McDonald's ain't going any faster.
I don't agree. So
it does equal C.
I mean, I think if New York State government changed, and if Eric Adams was a competent administrator, it might change.
This is why I don't agree. Not that. Listen, one of the problems I have with a lot of political conversations that people claim to know what's going to happen. You're dealing with odds here. Nothing's for sure. Things backfire. Right. But one plausible scenario, plausible enough for me to give it a lot of thought, is that if she loses, it causes a reckoning within that whole community that trickles all the way down. It's like, oh, she lost our flirtation with defund the police, our flirtation with the rioting, our flirtation with looting, that we need to get away from all this stuff. And that will trickle down through the entire left. And they say, and yeah, by the way, go ahead. Well, I'll say one more thing. What you said about Hillary, because it just reminded when you said it, and her, flirtation with election denial. One thing Trump people will say was, not only did she flirt with election denial about the Russians, but at the same time, she knew that she was the one who paid for the Steele dossier. Talk about shameless. And she denied it. And even Maggie Haberman had that famous tweet, folks involved in funding this lied about it with sanctimony for a year. Sanctimony is a cousin of shamelessness, So yes, she was saying that Trump was a Russian stooge while she was one who paid for the bullshit case on him and pretended she didn't. So no, they're all shameless. Stop playing this team shit. I've always
totally assumed that Trump is not, in fact, a Russian asset for the simple reason that
that's another question.
He is so shameless that he's unblackmailable. You can only be blackmailed.
Yeah, but they didn't know that. Rosa, I interviewed Christopher Steele 2 weeks ago, and I asked, doesn't it turn out that compromise won't work on this guy?
Okay,
and
what did you say?
Steele did not impress me in the interview. Yeah, he said, but they didn't know that then. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I could see the Russians.
What I was going to say is, I don't think that.
Work, but
I don't think the reckoning will come, because let's go and judge from the past. Hillary Clinton lost, and so you would think, oh, there might be a reckoning of leftism, and in fact, the reckoning went way to the left, and it took Joe Biden, who was, trailing in the polls, and everyone said that's not where the Democratic electorate was, and he won because he was more of a normal candidate. I think what will happen if Trump wins is that instead of the righteous reckoning, he's so dissolute and doesn't stick to his knitting and so easily distracted that what he really spends his time on is to stoke culture wars, and it will just be another cycle of woke versus anti-woke.
Well, and I also think, I think part of the sort of excesses of wokeness, come from this feeling of total helplessness, right? The sense of like, oh my gosh, we've got several elections where the loser of the popular vote becomes president. The sense of like, oh, I can't do anything to make change. I feel hopeless. I feel scared. I control nothing, but at least I can make life miserable for the people who are actually already kind of on my side. And you get this sort of cannibalism on the left. And I do worry that we're going to get more of that. But I think it's 7:30 and I've got to go.
Let me just say one thing before you go. Like, there are reckonings. They're not necessarily when you schedule them. So, whatever it was, Carter lost, then Mondale lost, then Dukakis lost, and finally there was a hell of a reckoning in the Democratic Party where you had the Democratic president going, "The age of big government is over." Now, it may have not happened on the schedule that they thought it would exactly happen, but electoral defeat, it does lead to reckonings, and we've seen it in our lifetime. The Democrats moved. As Clinton famously said, we're all Eisenhower Republicans now. That's what a reckoning it was when they lost. If they had won, you would have never seen Bill Clinton saying the age of big government is over. So
I do think
see what happens.
I do think you're right that I think if Trump somehow manages to win this election fair and square, which he might, that there are going to be a lot of conversations in the Democratic Party about the degree to which some of the discourse on the left drove people away and was divisive. I think if Trump loses, as he very well might, the Republican Party, there's some hope that the Republican Party will go, boy, we really blew it. We alienated a lot of people who were lifelong Republicans who moved over to the Democratic Party side. Let's rethink this. So I'm not actually, I think you're quite right. There may be a reckoning. I'll tell you one last thought before I go and eat dinner. And then revert to like constantly refreshing the news feed. One thing I don't like, and I'm gonna get all sentimental and nice here for a second. I really hate the that he's not my president or she's not my president. I hate that. Whoever wins, better or for worse, they're our president. They're all of our president.
That was my question.
This is because this is the system that we lived in. This is the system we created, a system we tolerate. They're our president. I don't like it when my friends say, well, I'm going to go to Canada. I'm going to do whatever. Because I feel like, no. We live here, folks. We don't go anywhere. Whoever wins, we live here. We try to make things better. We don't decide that half the country are a bunch of inhuman idiots. We say they're our fellow Americans. We need to figure this out together. That being said, I hope to God Kamala Harris wins. And that's all for me.
And not only that, when we are bad with bad loser stuff, we got to stop putting a lot of lies that people people believe, that we know that lies, because when he does something that's really bad, nobody's going to believe it anymore. But there's a lot of stories that was done about Trump that I think it was clearly a lie, but they kept feeding it. So
he says so many things that are so awful that we also just
no, I'm talking about the being bad. By the way, Florida 71% reporting right now. Trump is up 54 to 45.
That surprised me.
Have a great evening.
Thanks very much. That was great. Mike, what are you doing tonight? Are you coming to the party, or?
I'm at the party. That's where you're talking.
How is it? Oh, what's the atmosphere like there?
The atmosphere is tense. Give me the sense of the room. Yes, the atmosphere.
Is there anybody there?
Hooks.
Very good.
Yes. I'll say this, and then we'll welcome Judy and Liz, and you could keep me a little bit. I love.
Yeah, you can say as long as you want.
I got to come to you.
Yeah.
Not only and to what Rosa was saying, that this is our country, and we should, I don't know, hope for his or our success. Part of that is this is our country and we should support on the people who are competent people doing their jobs, who hold him to account, who don't oppose him for knee-jerk reasons, but who do oppose proposals that are unconstitutional, like the original Muslim ban. I support that. But I really am considering, if he wins, kind of rethinking my show a little bit without the idea that what my job is the opposition. I always thought of myself as fair, but what if I had more of a framework of, let us cut through the unfair criticism and talk about if there's value to what he's doing. And for instance, I think about his tax rates or his tax cuts, where what we should have properly concluded was that, yeah, from a progressive standpoint, they weren't as good as they could be because the rich benefited more than the poor, which is usually what happens because who pays taxes. But actually, if we were being honest, they helped everyone. They helped some people more than others. And the people they helped more than others actually were better off to begin with. But when you look at the effects of the tax cuts, which are huge gains in terms of jobs, nothing else reduces childhood poverty more than periods of great employment. And so it was a good thing. It was actually a good thing for America that happened. And you get almost no reporting that reflects that.
Well, you listened to my podcast over the years, Mike. I don't know if you remember at the time when I was debating the Trump tax cuts on my podcast, my go-to argument to everybody who was opposing it was, I said, okay, but if these were if the Trump plan was the status quo, do you think the Democrats would support a change to the current system? And obviously the answer was no. And sure enough, when the Democrats took over and they had all houses of government, they did not repeal the Trump tax plan when they absolutely could have, exactly because of what you said. Because even though they had opposed it, they knew that would have meant raising taxes on middle-class people. And they didn't want to do that.
Well, I'll tell you what's good. Well, I'll tell you what's good for America is Judy Gold and Liz Glazer are here.
Oh,
That's what's good for America.
Yeah, that's so good for Noam. Where the hell are you going? What the fuck?
He's going to the bathroom.
No, also, when did I get here?
Come back. So,
I'm
Judy,
so
what's your gut is saying?
It's saying I just had an edible and I'm having vodka. So that's what it's saying.
Do you think we're gonna know tonight? We're gonna have a clear.
I think I seem to think that we're gonna have some inkling. I really, you're all doing your fucking catching up work on your goddamn phones the minute Liz and I get on. So go.
I'm telling Noam to come back.
Treat women in this country. That's how they treat women on this fucking podcast. Okay.
No, I'm texting Noam to come back
To be
because
fair,
Oh wait, why is my mic?
Not all women.
Yeah,
Specifically
not all.
lesbians. Just to be clear.
What gave it away?
But
Liz, we never met. What kind of law were you a professor of?
So I taught property law primarily. I mean, I would do I taught for 9 years and ultimately it's school. And so I taught stuff that needed coverage. So I did teach First Amendment once or twice. And
Judy.
then,
Hi, Judy. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Noam.
They said they stay only just for you.
I have to go. My wife's Puerto Rican and she's waiting for me. So go ahead.
You're fucking lying. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
But are you guys nervous about tonight? Seriously?
I was not scheduled for 7:00. Yes, sweetie.
I'm so excited for the big date. Noam's being honored and given an award by the National Coalition Against Censorship.
Wow,
He's getting the
Noam.
entertainment award, and no one deserves it more than him. And I'm so excited.
That's amazing.
In a couple of weeks. Thank you very much. But
Yeah.
wait till they hear that I've changed my mind on free speech. But
Yeah. I'm going with him. I wrote his speech. Imagine that. So Liz, what do you think?
I did read your rant the other day.
Which one?
The one you sent us about how much you love Donald Trump. And
I remember that one.
and this is what I have to say. And this really kind of sums it up. And you can yell at me and identity politics and whatever the fuck you want to do. But someone sent me this today. And I am going to read it. And then we can have a discussion, even though Mike Pesca is fucking acting like he is, running NBC. Okay? Ready? May you never know the fear of having your human rights challenged every time there is an election. And may you never know the pain of watching loved ones vote against your right to exist fully, equally, and authentically.
Who wrote that? No.
I don't know. I read it.
She's saying as a member of the gay community,
Okay.
that this is a terrifying.
No, not gay. Women. I'm also a female. I also have a vagina.
Right.
Okay, but it's not a periodic issue for women as it is. Okay, fine. Yeah, I understand. I can't. That's your truth. I can't. As they say, I can't.
Right, yeah. I mean,
I can't dismiss that. That's part of democracy. Is people have various priorities. And with Judy, actually, it's probably more complex for you than that, because obviously we know that all this terrible anti-Semitism, which you are as upset about as I am, it's coming from the same people who are championing the causes that you care about.
Right, but I have to say to the Jews, it's like, oh, Kamala was with AOC and Kamala this and Kamala that. Well, you know what? Trump has praised Hitler and had that fucking
Judy,
Nazi to dinner. He had a Nazi to dinner at his house.
You're rationalizing. Trump has not praised Hitler, number one. And number two, we know from NBC coverage that, was it Kanye brought Nick Fuente or Milo? Somebody brought.
Okay, but why is that okay? If Kamala did that, you'd be fucking screaming about it.
No, that's not how I am. I do everything to be fair. I don't rest on technicalities. I looked into that Trump story with a full.
He was at the dinner
with a full open mind to take whatever it was, and it's very clear to me Trump had no idea who the guy was, and that's just the truth. And if you look at Trump, to think that, as I've said about Trump vis-a-vis the Jewish issue, with enemies like Trump, we do not need friends. We have never had a more obsequious president to Jewish interests ever. So if the only, what I'm saying is that, you see, I mean, I understand what you're doing to me is like a human thing. It's like, you don't want that cognitive dissonance. So better just to embrace all the Hitler stuff about Trump. That way you don't have to make that tough call. But the fact is, that's not the case. The fact is that all those people, pro-Hamas people, all the stuff at campuses, all of the stuff that tearing down the posters, and God forbid, throwing rocks through the Star of David in front of the olive tree, these will not be Trump voters. These will not be Trump voters.
They'll be Jill Stein voters because they think Kamala is too right.
Kamala voters. And he stands with the positions that you and I mostly believe with, if not 100%, 3 times more than she does. She says, but I will not be silent. She got caught running one ad in Michigan and one ad.
That's smart. I think that's smart.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Also, the first thing she says
but if Trump
cannot
got caught
forget what happened October 7th.
Right, but if Trump got caught running one pro-gay ad here and one anti-gay ad there, you'd be like, I can't trust this guy on gay stuff.
I can't trust any politician.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that too. I mean, this is the first election. Like my brother is trans, and my brother moved to Spain 2 days ago, and we descend from. I have 4 out of 4 Holocaust survivor grandparents. My wife is a rabbi, so like the anti-Semitism issue is like very hot to me, and I'm gay.
What?
And my brother's trans, and so I don't.
And her parents killed themselves.
Yeah, I know. How did they get so lucky? That's what they're asking themselves every day. Yeah,
they're going law professor, but still we can hold on to law professor.
So,
is a law professor. Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, not anymore. It's been quite a while since then, but yeah, I mean, I think like this is the first time, whether it's rational or not, because like there is a part of me that's like, okay, he moved. Should I move? Because my whole life, I descended from Holocaust survivors. And so I was always like, who's going to tell me when it's time to go? So I get what you were saying, Noam, about like the people who, take that position and like are thinking, oh, do I have to move? Maybe they're not correct. But I think it's harder, at least for me, when it's like my literal own brother, to bring it back to Judy, what you were saying about.
What state did he live in?
He lived in New York. He lived in Brooklyn.
To me, I can't tell anyone what to do or how to live. It seems
Yeah.
like a miscalculation.
Yeah, and it might be.
I mean, he's as a trans guy in New York, I don't see that his life's going to be in jeopardy.
And also he said,
It's not.
now I would say this, and I've actually tweeted about this stuff so I think MAGA in waiting, JD Vance, Tucker Carlson, I actually worry about them, and I don't know what they're capable of. I worry about them vis-a-vis Israel and all of it, and because I don't really worry about that stuff with Trump because I'm very confident that's not he embraces some of that stuff because he's making deals to get elected, whatever it is. But that's not him. We've known Trump too long to think that he actually is
okay.
But he will accommodate them in some way, and that's bad enough. But I'm saying the people that are coming up behind him, that'd be like, they need to be stopped. And I agree with you. I don't feel that way about Trump. That's just my personal feeling.
Yeah.
But as far as the anti-Semitism, listen, I think that you can make a very, very strong case that if Kamala had her way, Sinwar would still be alive. And that's a big thing to me.
Right.
Wait, what do I want from
free to live his truth as a trans man?
Yeah.
I have to go.
Yeah. So
You guys are the best. Bye.
Yeah, this is bye, Mike. I'll see you later a little while. And part of the problem is, although this conversation is notably different, and we should be take pride in that, is that people who agree about what their priorities ought to be, they start hating each other. It's like, yes, you have a trans concern. I get that. And how could I not respect that? On the other hand, somebody in Ohio, in Youngstown, Ohio, they're more worried about the fact that all the factories have shut down, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And I appreciate what you were saying too about, these are the concerns that I have based on prior experiences, and that has, tainted the way that I view a party. I get that. I totally get that, because I do think, Judy, it comes down to, whoever wrote that thing you quoted. It's hard to argue against. I have a personal feeling of fear. The other thing I thought was funny, this happened literally last night. So my wife likes to clean out our house in very specific ways and buy nothing, everything or whatever. And yesterday, literally, she's like, what are we going to do with these? And I was like, I don't think the night before the election is the day that we give away our copies of the literal Constitution. So that's how we're playing it in my house.
Look, I also have to address something that I know, so many people seem to overlook, but his character, his behavior, his speech, his classlessness, his disgusting behavior, he does not, character is important when it comes to he's in bed with Putin.
All right, Judy, when you go there, I don't know what to say. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I won't go with, all right, let's not go to Putin. Let's just go to him simulating jerking off a microphone and
that apparently even a famous Democrat, James Surowiecki, tweeted about it, says, no, there was a problem with the sound, and he was making fun of the distance he had to be from the microphone. There's so much fucking lying that goes on.
Just disgusting.
Yes, he
shit
is.
He says he calls people garbage. He's just a fucking classless.
No, but Judy.
Yeah, he's I'm sorry.
But this is interesting because this is actually, I was only half kidding. I'm kidding about rethinking free speech. But already 2 or 3 things that you've said, and you're a smart, informed person. There is something going wrong with our marketplace of ideas. There is something going wrong where so many things which are simply not true are being downloaded into the minds of smart, informed people, and they believe it's true, including these reporters saying that Trump wants Lynn Cheney in front of a firing squad, which everybody knows what he said was bad enough. Everybody knows he didn't say that. And yet their headlines in major publications are writing.
Also, he said what he meant was let her go stand there. And he has dissed Gold Star families. He had bone spurs. He's so disrespectful to the military. And he's saying, oh, she should go stand in front
He
of.
said, as Bill Maher correctly said, he was making an argument. I mean, don't get me wrong, in very vulgar terms.
Right.
As Tucker Carlson did something similar in a different context, which is just not the way he should speak about that, like almost creating the mental image of her in a violent situation. I'm not defending it at all.
Right.
But it was also 100% clear what he meant was, you want to bring us to war. How would you like it if the guns were trained on you? That's what he's saying. And this is a classic argument against, the chicken hawks, the armchair liberals. And there was headlines. Trump threatens firing squad for Lynn Cheney, and then Morning Joe.
The media, I can't even listen to their shit.
Right. And when I hear that, again, which turns me wanting the reckoning, I'm like, you know what? These fucking liars need to be defeated, because I am it's one thing when politicians lie. That's their job. But I always thought that journalists took some oath to the truth, like a doctor as a Hippocratic oath. The journalists have some oath. They're not politicians. And we know they have opinions. Right. And sometimes they spin. But when they are actually knowingly embracing lies and feeding us lies. Joe Scarborough knows very well what Trump meant, and he's lying. Mm-hmm. And at that point, he becomes state media. He's state media, indistinguishable from Pravda. And this is a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you guys this.
I have to agree with you on that. I have
I
Trump, gotta go. I love you both.
Trump, God damn it, Noam, you fucking asshole.
Are you going to the party, Judy, or no? Yeah, I'm coming later.
I wasn't invited to the fucking party.
I don't know why.
What's the party?
Where's the party?
I have no idea.
Party.
Free press. Yeah, no, it's fun. Let me ask you this.
I have other plans, so fuck you.
It's not me. Why me? It's him. As awful as Trump is, with everything that we talked about, why is it he might win? What does that tell us about us?
That tells us about our country.
Yeah.
And how stupid they are.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, the thing is about his ads, like, because I was watching some sports recently, and
what?
I know, but the ads are better. Like, his ads are better. I obviously voted for Kamala. I was never going to vote for Trump. But just like, did you see that one with the Jewish women at the diner?
No. Yes, I hated that, but it was good.
But it's a good ad. Like, I walked away. I was like, honestly, the older woman with the white hair, I was like, she's a great actress. Right. And every single one of those women reminded me of my mother, comforted me like women from shul. And I am not swayable, but some people are. And, I was watching the Kamala ads, and I was like, why are we not having an ad that's like, elect me? The other way is nuts, and just have someone be like.
She kind of did that. Like, she spent the end of her campaign doing that. Like that, you're going to vote for chaos and you're going to vote for that. But I think her closing speeches last night were really, really on point, and is what she should have been doing the whole time. But that being said, Trump is not a normal candidate, and it's so hard to plan what you're going to be dealing with a fucking mentally ill psychopath.
Right. Yeah. But to Liz's point, he's so crazy and outrageous.
So nuts.
Why is not? How is that?
And it's like, just say that. And that's what I kept thinking when I was watching baseball and like, seeing all of these Trump ads, and I was like, honestly, that was an amazing commercial. And then another one, and another one. And then there would be the, every now and then a Kamala ad. And I was like, what did that exactly mean? I think
but you're also in New Jersey.
I actually don't know where I was getting the ads from, because we do have someone else's YouTube TV. So I'm not sure, I'm just saying, my friend Josh's YouTube TV is on our TV.
And where does Josh live?
He lives in Los Angeles. I mean, fair point. It's not going to be.
Right.
But if you
That's
have
in
like
Kentucky.
80 million people are gonna vote for him or voting for him, like how is it that only the commercials? Like I don't get it. Like
No. I mean, I don't know, but I think that advertising does matter. I mean, allegedly. I'm just saying, like, I am never gonna vote for him. Like, it's just, that's not gonna happen. And so I mostly, like, I was just taking in that media, thinking, like, wow, this is interesting how good it is.
Right.
That's all.
But you know what? Now we have somebody who can answer all these questions for us.
Good.
Yes. 4-time Republican congressman from Wisconsin, and he lives in that little town that's going to make all the difference in Wisconsin.
Really?
Congressman, what's going on?
It's a rainy, ugly sort of kind of day, but the lines are long. Tough to figure out turnout. I mean, Dane County's crazy. So for the record, I'm a Republican who represented Madison for 4 terms. It's changed since I was here. But I beat a Democrat who'd been in for 30 years. But the turnout in Dane County in 2020 was 90%. So what the Democrats need is a huge pile of votes from Dane County, which they're going to get, no question. And then a big pile of votes from Milwaukee County. And there's some indications that the turnout in Milwaukee County and some of the Black and Spanish neighborhoods is down from what it's been in the past. So I don't know if that means anything or not. So it's going to be a late night here because we're really stupid, as is Pennsylvania, in that you can't count absentee votes and early voting until the polls close at 8, which makes no sense at all. So watch how fast Texas and Florida do their count. It'll be done in 25 minutes.
Why is it like that?
I don't know. They tried to change it last year, and the Republican Senate killed it. I would suspect that Trump's behest, just so it could sort of foster more stuff they could question. But it's going to be a long night here. And actually, I'm part of a bipartisan group called Defend Democracy, and we're going to put that at the top of our radar to try to change that in the state legislature next session.
So
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm 60. I'm going to be 62 in a week. And the Republican Party of my youth is gone. The Republican Party of my college years is gone. I am a registered Democrat. I'm not the most left person in the world. Although everyone thinks I am, but I'm not. I'm not an idiot. I think there's good things, policies, on both sides. I'm a centrist, but where do we go? Where do the Republicans go from here? Where are the Republicans of my youth?
Well, they're older. So, yeah, I think what happens after this race, one way or the other, the sort of MAGA stuff is gone. This is, in my personal opinion, this is akin to Jesse Ventura running, a professional wrestler running and getting reelected in Minnesota. I think it's akin to sort of the Perot campaign. And then it's really hard to figure out where the attachment is. But, the thing that's pretty true, Judy, is that the parties have completely realigned. So let me give you just one easy example. George H. Bush could not get elected in Maine today.
Oh,
and if Bill Clinton ran in his old congressional district, Trump got 72%.
Right.
And so the Republican Party is more conservative, more populist, more working class, and the Democratic Party has become, interestingly, more suburban, more affluent. It's almost like we sort of swapped identities in some bad Batman movie. But I think once Trump's gone, and if one way or the other in 4 years, I think then there'll be a fight over where we go. In the same way, I have to tell you that I think if Kamala loses, there's going to be a big fight on the Democratic side about whether, sort of going crazy on a lot of woke stuff has cost them. And I suspect you'll see the Democrats tack more to the center if she loses. But, what do I know? That in a beer will get you a beer.
Let me ask you this. I have 2 quick questions. One is, who's in the bench for the Republican? I think we talked about this a little last time we talked, you and me. Who's in the bench for the Republican or the Democrat that can make us hopeful? And the other thing is, what's the percentage you think of people voting? Because I still can't get my head around how people vote for Trump by the millions for party over country.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you have to make it that's too simple because your calculation is that Trump's horrible for the country. Some other people have calculated he's exactly what the country needs because he's going to turn the apple cart over. So I think there's always
not in his policy. I'm saying just his character. Forget
Yeah.
about the policies. We can disagree about that, but the character.
Well, look, it'll be a short conversation if you ask me to defend Trump because I won't do it. I'm not a Trump guy. But I think so. What you look is who's the logical candidates? I would argue it's usually governors, right? So that would be Josh Shapiro, who I personally think
Yes.
Hitler should have taken.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, but you know why it didn't happen?
Jew?
What's that?
Jew?
No, he's for school choice and for charter schools, and the teachers union said no, thank you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the honest answer. So I think you got Shapiro. The governor of Michigan, Whitmer, I think would like to run. Her term.
I love her. Do you
Okay.
like her?
Not really.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I like Shapiro. I don't
I
like
love
her
Shapiro.
because she's a little too. She's not very creative. She's just sort of lockstep, whatever the Democrats want. Like there's a lot.
I think I agree with you about Shapiro.
Yeah. I think Shapiro would be great.
Jewish president.
On the Republican side, it's hard to tell. Brian Kemp, who's the governor of Georgia and who, with some routine, has regularly pushed back on Trump. I think there's a couple of Republicans in sort of the mountain states would be good candidates. I just think governors make for better presidents because they're used to making decisions. Senators sort of waffle, think, be nuanced, but part of that job is you're an executive and you got to make things go. So I think they will naturally look to there. And I also think in politics, lots of times today's candidates are stale lettuce. By the time we get here 4 years from now, it's not, who knows who it's going to be. But I suspect if Kamala loses, it won't be Tim Walz. And if Trump loses, it's not going to be the distinguished senator from Ohio.
What do you think of J.D. Vance?
I think he's really smart. And I think if you have to listen to where he comes from, so I grew up, went to an all-boys Catholic high school, went to Catholic grade school. I'm sort of an irregular churchgoer, but there's sort of a rebirth.
Irregular or regular?
Irregular.
Like how often?
Well, I don't know, 10 times a year, 12 times a year.
I'm just curious. I want to know
Curious.
your life.
Her wife is a rabbi.
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm just. Well, she is, but I was really just curious.
Yeah.
But there's a group of Catholics who are much more conservative than the old Catholics. So there's actually a big fight going on in parishes in Madison, right? They want a Latin mass, which the Pope has said no, but they also want women in a lot of cases will wear chapel veils. They're much more conservative on lots of stuff, and that's where Vance comes out of. And I respect that. No, and just like I would respect somebody who has a rabbi in the family. I mean, it's a deep commitment, and all that stuff matters. But I think the big story of the night's going to be, quite frankly, aside from the presidential election, what happens in the Senate races, right? So it's very rare that somebody gets elected in a state won by a different presidential candidate. So the only one
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just breaking news.
Breaking
Florida,
news.
Florida went to Trump.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, that's a second ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, that'll end the suspense. Now let's go to California.
She was close for a bit, but then.
Okay. Yeah, 51-47. You said last.
Yeah. But anyway, Susan Collins is the only person who got reelected in 2020, where she won and Biden won the state. So there's not very much ticket splitting in a presidential year. But this time, there's a ton of potential ticket splitting. So, for example, in North Carolina, you've got this, I don't know where we find these people. We have got a really crazy candidate for governor who decides to post on porn sites. That's a really good idea because nobody will ever find you there. So he's underwater, but I think at the end of the day, Trump's going to win North Carolina. I think that so the other states that will be interesting are Pennsylvania with Casey, Ohio with Sherrod Brown, Michigan because it's an open seat, the seat in Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin, and then finally likely the Arizona seat. Now, I don't think anybody gave Kari Lake much of a chance of winning, but that's one of those. We've seen sort of some strange stuff in the last week where some races have gotten closer than they were before, although I don't think she'll still win it. I think that the Democratic
What do you think of
Me?
No, both. Everyone.
I thought you said Liz. I'm like,
no, I said, what do you think of if that fascist wins, the chaos, the warnings we've had from his staff, his cabinet.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's scary.
That scares the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Well, the word I would rarely use with Donald Trump is effective. So if you look, he said a lot of crazy things in 2016. Right. We're still waiting for the check from the Mexicans to finish building the wall.
Right.
So I described Trump to people. I just was overseas, and I said, in my opinion, he's a jazz saxophone player, right? He just sort of riffs on crap.
Goes on a riff.
And he doesn't know. And on Friday, he doesn't know what he said on Thursday.
Right.
The interesting tell will be where he sort of builds his cabinet from. And I think there's a lot of questions. In the last time in 2016, they were the opposite of efficient. They were still interviewing the political ambassador candidates in August. Most candidates, I would suspect Harris will be that way because the Biden folks are that way. Romney and Ryan would have been that way. They'd have a whole book and said, here's the Treasury Secretary, here's the Secretary of State, here's this. I don't think Trump has any of that, which from my perspective just means a lot of what he says won't ever go anywhere because he can't execute on it.
Yeah. Are you going to stay up all night?
What's that?
Are you going to stay up late or all night?
Well,
I will.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, that's a good question. I've actually got to do
I won't sleep.
Do you think
I don't want to wake up like I did in 2016?
Oh, that's why I'm asking.
I felt like my
yeah. You think it's going to be a landslide, or we're going to have, because it might just I think there's a couple of things if it will look that maybe it will be a short night, not that long,
I think if Harris wins North Carolina and Georgia, it's probably over for Trump. He doesn't have a lot of other places to go from. In contrast, if she loses North Carolina and Georgia, her path gets very difficult. And if she loses Pennsylvania, it's over. So it could be an early night based on what those three states do. But remember what I said about Pennsylvania.
Trump
is they can't figure out how to get their counting done. Sorry.
Yeah. He's leading in Georgia slightly, but surprisingly, it's only 11% to Texas, but she's leading, which is fun to see blue for a few seconds. It's not going to happen, but it's fun to see Texas like blue for a little bit. To your point, though, I think if Trump wins, the people that are going to be also working with him, they're going to know that they have to be very careful because, they can go to jail if they do anything. I think they can learn the second time around even more. So I don't know how much chaos that we're really going to see the second time around. It's just him being,
he's so disgusting. And, we live in New York. I've had to deal with him my entire life. I hate him. So 4 times Congressman, were you able to work around the aisle, with the Democrats the whole time, or what?
Yeah, for 2 reasons. A, it's my instincts anyway, and secondly, it's because the district I was in, I had to prove I was bipartisan, or I would have gotten drilled if I'd been too extreme on the other end. So if you look, I'm actually the 3rd most independent member of the House from Wisconsin in 80 years. So I'm more of a libertarian, right? So I'm pro-choice on abortion because I don't think the government should be involved in the decision.
Right.
I thought family and medical leave, it was originally conceived of, made a lot of sense. The University of Wisconsin's in my district, so I spent a lot of time working on education issues. But, here's where I come from. I'm not a government fan, right? So I look at, democracy is based on problems, right? And so you all try to figure out what your solution is to the problem, which tonight may be Donald Trump. But anyway, let's just say a tax issue or a zoning issue or a school board issue. And you have an obligation to collaborate to see what you get done. But in my personal perspective, the government's way too involved in our lives. When I was
I agree.
Yep. And there's a lot of people who feel that way. I was just talking to some folks because Wisconsin, for reasons that we don't throw enough money away, wants to set up a train line that goes from Chicago to Milwaukee to Madison to Minneapolis. And my wife's a huge fan of this, and they should just open the windows and throw money out.
Right.
There's enough people to take the trains from New York to Boston and on to Washington. There should be train service regularly in Southern California between Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco. So since the government doesn't run the airlines, I just as soon get the government out of the train business. And that's where I come down on a lot of stuff. So, yeah.
So let me ask you this, guys. I asked this question before earlier. Who do you think ran a better campaign?
Oh, I'm gonna go with Kamala.
Oh yeah, you think? Okay, Liz.
I can't because I can't even listen to his shit. He was so nasty.
Yeah, I mean,
it was so negative. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I mean, both kind of ran on negative, like they both like the danger. But to run against Trump and to be tied with them with what about you, Congressman?
We're a misogynist country. Like what do you people understand? People hate women in this country.
Well, there's a gross exaggeration.
Thank you. Thank you.
What about you? What do you think? Which congressman? Which better campaign?
I think she ran a better campaign. I think she's in an impossible spot, right?
Right.
Because the Biden administration on economic issues and immigration is upside down. So she couldn't say, well, I told Joe Biden that's a stupid idea. We should have done this, because she's got to be loyal to the president. Sure. Otherwise, she loses Biden supporters. And she never really articulated what she would have done differently. But I think in terms of if the Democrats win tonight, I think the story will be the turnout operation of the Democrats. For example, in Wisconsin, they've got people ringing doorbells and have been doing it for months.
They really, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and so that may prove to be the difference. But who knows? There's also all kinds of weird cross currents, right? Watch Michigan tonight. A huge Arab population in Detroit. They're not very happy with Harris these days and Biden.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Do they vote for Trump? Do they vote for a third party candidate? Do they not show up?
Someone who wants a Muslim ban? Yeah, that's great.
Right. Well, there's a number of Arab leaders in Michigan who've actually endorsed Trump. So you'll have to have a conversation with them, not me.
And they
and
Jill Stein.
Yeah, it's very surprising. I don't know why, but I think also this is one of the things that it's a story that.
Because you know why? I'll tell you why. Because hating Jews trumps everything else.
Hating Jews.
So then hating women.
I think hating Jews trumps.
So Jewish women's worse. His
oh please.
His son-in-law and his daughter are Jewish. He moved Jerusalem.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying him. I'm saying. You're saying people are voting for Trump. The Muslims are voting for Trump. Yeah, because hating Jews is more important to them.
Well, we had also an Orthodox, do you know a comedian, Mendy Pelllin, and he said the Jewish community also mostly voting for Trump.
Yeah, it's of course.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like I don't think that's also is true. Because I speak to a lot of them, like at least from my end, Muslim or Arab, and they're not voting for. Like you still remember, because even if his policies is one thing, even if he's not racist, he makes people racist. Like the things that
he embraces people who hate people of color, people of Jewish people, people of different ethnicities. He embraces those people. So. Absolutely. You're guilt by association.
Yeah, but you think what do you think of Congressman of the battleground states? And the other thing is, like I said earlier, like they were saying there was this article today. It was interesting to say because they spend a lot of money in polls and stuff like that. They only focus in battleground. They don't focus in regular states, and there might be surprise somewhere and people don't know. It's kind of like Iowa, So what do you think of that? Now, I don't think Iowa's going to go, but
Yeah, there were two weird polls in the last week: the Iowa poll over the weekend and the New Hampshire poll, which showed Trump being competitive. I don't believe either of those.
Well, that Josh Stein beat Mark Robinson in North Carolina, so they have now a Democrat governor who's a Jew.
Yeah.
So when I was in the House, Herb Kohl and Russ Feingold were both Jewish and friends.
Yes.
So I would not assume that every Republican doesn't get along with folks who are Jewish.
Yeah. No, I don't assume that either.
Okay.
So what do you think the battleground states are? We going to see any surprises in your opinion?
I think North Carolina and Georgia will tell the tale, and I think they'll count pretty quickly. North Carolina's sort of screwed up because of all the fallout from the hurricane. But if Trump takes both of those, then her path becomes impossible if she loses Pennsylvania. And I don't know how to call these races, right? So, for example, in the Senate race, Sherrod Brown, longstanding Democratic senator, good buddy of mine, played a lot of pickup basketball with him when I was in office. You know, there was a thought that he could carve out enough folks to get reelected, even if Trump takes Ohio. But so here's the two numbers. In Los Angeles and in California, Gavin Newsom got 59% of the vote. The Republican governor of Ohio, last election, got 67% of the vote. So I just don't believe some of these folks who are thinking that there'll be ticket splitting to help the Democrats in the Senate. I'm not sure I really buy that. That's pretty hard to swim very far uphill, which is why there's only one senator who got elected. And when Susan got elected, when Biden won the state. So that'll be an interesting thing to watch when the Senate numbers start to come in from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio. So.
Yeah, that's good. And do you think he would, if he loses, do you think he will concede?
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
every person I beat never conceded either. People have a hard time picking up the phone and saying congratulations, which is weird.
That is so beyond.
But you running for president.
I think I would be great at that. Hatem, you were asking if we're going to be good losers. Just before I came out, I was like, I think I'm the best loser.
I would be good at that too.
I'm a great loser.
Because we're comics and we know rejection.
Very gracious. No, I'm very gracious, and I feel like, not that I'm wanting to lose in general, but the opportunity to be the bigger person in a moment of a loss is extremely exciting to me for whatever reason, and I think I'm great at it.
So let me tell you a story about a project we're trying to get off the ground. And we're sort of working with a buddy of mine who runs Trek bicycles just outside of Madison. The Brits, about 4 years ago, started British Civility Awards to basically say, we've got to get some role models of people who do it the right way. Because right now, it's just a disaster, right? You can't say nice things about the other side. You can't concede. You just got to battle. So the interesting thing is, the person who they picked for the first award they were surprised because the committee was largely academics and sort of people who run foundations and stuff like that, was the guy who actually ran the campaign for Brexit. Because the night they won, he stood up on the stage and say, you know, in these situations, people usually crow about and sort of rub it in everybody's face. I'm going to go home and have a quiet glass of champagne by myself, because this is so painful for people on the other side. Starting tomorrow, we have to work together. It's like, Lord, when was the last time you heard that from somebody in American politics? And I think we need to start tracking people so you can, sort of point to folks who you think can work with both sides.
And it starts with the personalities of the people. And if you have somebody like Trump with that personality, how are you going to have the other person doing? But, he is though funny. I have to give him that. He's like a stand-up comedian in a way.
Who?
Trump. He's funny.
No, he's not. He's not funny.
Come on. Really?
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Liz. What did you want to say?
I forget.
Not funny. Hack. Worst comic ever. Yeah, terrible.
I've seen some pretty bad ones.
His comeback.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember now. Like I was thinking that, yes, it matters who's, at the helm, but also like I was encouraged by what was said about him not being effective. Because that's the thing, is like, my opinion is just like, do I have to move? Do we have to sell the other embryos? Am I going to be arrested? That's what I think all the time. And I think that 100% of the time, and also on election night. Okay. And I feel like coming from 4 out of 4 Holocaust survivor grandparents, like, does inform that kind of a thing. I'm always like, is it time to go now? Like, that's just how I think. And so if he's not effective and he wins, how scared do I have to be? And not that it's all about me, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want anything bad for you guys either. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's what motivates him, right? I think he's mostly fumbled all over the abortion
Me
question.
specifically, it's not what I heard.
Okay. Well, I think he played that card last time because he wanted it in order to motivate the pro-life voters. Now the pro-life voters are pissed at him because he said 3 or 4 times he'll not sign a national abortion ban. So I don't know where they go. Now, the other thing is you got to get through the Senate and the House, right? And the odds are that the House is going to flip to the Democrats. The close races are going to be in New York and in California. So I would not want to put a lot of money on the Republicans winning that. In contrast, I think Republicans will win 3 or 4, maybe 5 seats in the Senate.
Okay. I mean, it's really nice to talk to you because it does make me feel better. And you remind me of my dad. I mean, not my dad specifically, but what I wish my dad was. So, but
thanks.
What do you call it? Yeah.
You wish your father wasn't Jewish? Okay.
No, I just because my dad was always really alarmist.
Yeah.
And you seem not as much. And I am, but I also just, do you think we have to sell the embryos? We have some embryos. Do you think, do you want them?
I don't think it's that serious, really. I don't think a president
We have it on a to-do list in the office upstairs. We were talking about it last night. That's what Karen said.
No, you're not getting rid of the embryos.
So let me ask you this.
That's fucking all right. I gotta go because I'm going over to a party.
I'm gonna send you embryos. Just
thank you, Judy.
Be at your door.
Hey, one quick plug. The reason Hatem and I connected, I have a podcast called Lost in the Middle, America's Political Orphans.
Oh, great.
And find it wherever you can find podcasts. And in fact, I've had a lot of great guests on, and a couple else are going to do something after the election.
Yeah.
So
no, Scott, we're still going to talk.
I'm not going anywhere.
Scott, you're on. I mean, if you want to talk about my podcast, it's Judy's show with Judy. We could do that as well. But I have to run to a party.
I'll enjoy the party. And I hope
and it's not the free press party. Okay.
I hope there are some people there who don't hate women. So you feel that.
They're all women. They're all women. Okay.
Okay.
So they all hate men. Okay, that's not what
I can stay for another 5.
Sure.
Cool. Thank you. Do you feel the future of the MAGA movement is that gonna disappear with Trump, or
I think it just sort of fizzles out, right? Nobody can. He's
really.
Yeah.
That's great.
Who's gonna take the mantle? I mean, there isn't his son, Jared. I don't think so, or his other group.
But you really think it's just gonna be he loses and he's okay, done?
Yeah.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he can't. So, in order to be able to run, he has to get a constitutional amendment, which requires the consent of 37 states. And I think I can figure out a way where there's a number of states where have Democrats, so he couldn't do it even if he wanted to, and if people were inclined to do it.
Well, what's he gonna do? Just play golf?
I don't hang with Donald Trump a lot. I don't know what he's going to do.
Can I tell you? So Judy was talking about in New York, you've always heard about Donald Trump or whatever. So I'm a comic now, but I used to be a lawyer. And when I first was a practicing lawyer, I worked at a law firm, a big law firm in New York City. Day 1 of work, unprompted, they come up to all of the new associates and they're like, we need you to know we do not represent Donald Trump. That was the first thing I ever learned at work. I think it's because he doesn't pay bills. That was the thing that everybody knew from law firms. But it was just so interesting to me that that was, before here's your email password to get on, with the onboarding process. That was said.
Well, that's his MO though. So I work for Foley and Lardner, which is an AmLaw top 35 firm.
Sure,
so and Trump, before he ran for president in 2016. Stiffed us on some bills because I think one of our partners represented Kushner's father-in-law when he got in trouble with SEC. And then I think we have folks who do real estate development. And how Trump acted for years is he'd say, okay, Liz, to do this project, I'll pay you $17.5 million. And then the bill would come and he said, nah, I'm not going to pay that.
Wow.
And if you don't like it, take me to court.
Right.
And, if you're a construction company, unless you're a huge one, you really can't afford to do that. So people who got into bed with him in the construction industry had to be pretty desperate because that's his rap. But I think that was his father's rap,
That's the thing is it's shitty, but it's legal.
Yeah.
There's nothing. It's just it's like you filing personally your taxes and using something, he's working with the system, and that's what rich businessmen do. you'll find the best way to do it, and you do it.
Yeah.
So let's talk about election itself. So you hear about all the you ran 4 campaign, or maybe more. I don't know how many. I know you won 4 times. I don't know how many campaigns you ran.
That was it. I was 4 for 4 and I quit.
4 for 4. All right, good for you. So you hear about this.
I love the number 4.
Fraud. You hear this? Okay, there's election fraud. The machines, the dead people, all the how much truth is there to that, and what percentage would it change an outcome of an election? Like, if you can take it through that process.
Yeah, I think the only place there's corruption tends to be in areas of the country which have machines, right? So look at Menendez in New Jersey. I mean, he got acquitted the first time, but then convicted the second time. The New York mayor and a lot of people, got into a lot of trouble and are facing some serious charges. I don't think you see that. I mean, Chicago, God bless it. My father always used to say when he died, he wanted to be buried in Chicago so he could stay political.
I went to law school in Chicago.
Yeah,
Do you like it there?
and when I was a young reporter at Northwestern, we went to do.
I worked there.
All right, you should have called me. I would have bought you lunch.
Thank you.
So,
I love lunch.
yeah, so we were actually doing exit polls on the election. This would have been in '76 when Carter was running against Ford. And I got arrested by the Chicago cops because they said, you can't do this. And it's like, yes, I can do this. No, you're not. Either you leave or we're going to arrest you. So I called we were doing these surveys for NBC, and the lawyers from NBC called the Chicago police chief and said, seriously, you want to do this? So there's parts of the country that always have it. But as a general rule, I don't think there's a lot of corruption. And I think, to tell you the truth, most folks I served with in Congress were about as boring as could be. Now, there were a few.
I believe that.
Yeah. 2 of my classmates, a Republican and a Democrat, both went to prison. Classmates in that they got elected with me for the first time in '90. A Republican and a Democrat both went to prison for racketeering. So it goes on. But here's my favorite story. When we used to go talk to school kids, and in Wisconsin, they usually study Wisconsin politics and government in 4th and 5th grade. So they're 10 and 11. So you'd go to a little town 30 miles outside of Madison, 15,000 people, and you'd explain the story of, how Congress works and how the state works and everything else in the world. I'm not exaggerating. It was not unusual for a kid to raise his hand and say, did you come in a limousine and can I have a ride in it? Because that's what they see in the pictures in Washington, right? It's black limos, leggy blondes, lots of ne'er-do-wells. But the fact is, I was in Darlington, Wisconsin. You could not find a place in the United States any more boring than Darlington was. So I think what just serves is you get a couple of people who become a symbol of what's wrong, but really the number of people in Congress is pretty tiny. And we always said, don't do it if you don't want to be on the front page of the Washington Post.
Yeah.
What about the other part of it? Like, how much money can affect the results of the election? We know that, money is important and ads and stuff like that, but the amount, obviously Kamala raised much, much more. Still, the outcome is not as, as the difference in money. So money, how much is it effective in campaigns?
Well, so there's a marginal return. A good buddy of mine who did entertainment reviews in Los Angeles that I've known for years, used to say somebody falling on a banana peel is funny, but 15 people falling on a banana peel isn't 15 times funnier. And so at some point you get diminishing returns from all these commercials. That's why they keep switching to one topic after the next, because you can't really get very much traction if you just keep beating up on the same themes. And I think this may become a turnout game that the Democrats probably have a better ground game than we have. Although, when you run for election, you have to do 2 things, right? I have to define you and you have to define me. And then you have to pick the issues to fight over, right? And the issues to fight over were not kind to Kamala. I mean, she's upside down on the economy. She's upside down on immigration. She's upside down on, the Afghan evacuation and what's going on in Israel and Gaza right now. So if she wins, it will be a results of a very well executed ground game. If she loses, she had a tough hand dealt when she was coming.
When you hear, I don't know if you saw the interview with Elon Musk yesterday, Joe Rogan. When you say that, okay, like, part of it was like, okay, the Democrats are trying to get all these illegal immigrants and give them citizenship and get control of the vote. Do you think that's actually a plan that Democrats have?
No, I think the problem with the Democrats is I think they tried to be a kinder force on the border to try to be more humane. I think what they underestimated was how big the demand and the surge was. And then by the time they got it down, my sense is the left flank of the Democratic Party went crazy and they got themselves in a box. Now, I'm a huge fan, and my wife and I have fights about this all the time, of the U.S. immigration system. But she'll say the reason they can't get in are because they're brown and black. And I say, no, that nothing could be further from the truth. Right now, all over the world, folks in Fiji and people in Cambodia and in Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire and Bolivia and Iceland and Greenland, every place in the world, have applied to become U.S. citizens. And there's 1,000 colors. And so we need to celebrate that. But that's different than 2 million people coming across the border without identification, without jobs, without a path to citizenship. So
yeah.
And I have time for one more story.
Oh no, stay as long as you want. But I'm going to admit a superstar, the man Jimmy Dore from the Jimmy Dore Show, one of the funniest and biggest comedian, and very have a very much strong political. And he's here, Jimmy Dore, political influence. Jimmy Dore is here himself. So yeah, go ahead, Congressman. So Jimmy,
I'm gonna go.
All right, thank you, Liz, so much.
Bye, Hatem. Bye.
Hey,
everybody.
Liz, hang in there. It'll work.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
Bye.
So here's my immigration story. So I'm sort of I'm an old history geek, meaning that I'm old and I'm interested in old history. But this year in the summer, I went to London to see an exhibit at the British Museum on the Roman legions because I can never get enough Ben-Hur movies or whatever you want to call them. And then I took the train up to Newcastle, which is basically on the Scottish border, where they built Hadrian's Wall. So this is like 180 AD. And they built the wall because the Scots, we've all seen Braveheart, kept streaming across the border and causing problems for the Romans. And so the Romans built a wall. It's not like the Great Wall of China where you can have a chariot that runs down it, but they built it adjacent to cliffs and to lakes and to rivers and everything else. So that was the first goal, was to secure the border. Also, if you look at the border, there's these huge towers. And at first glance, you're trying to figure out, why do they have these towers? Well, because that was the gates to allow trading between the North and the Brits and the Roman Empire. And so if you look, and archaeologists have done this, they found amphora with olive oil in it that came from Turkey. They found coins from Morocco. I mean, it's crazy how much stuff went on here. So first, they secure the border. Secondly, they figure out how to do free trade. Now, the people who guarded Hadrian's Wall were not centurions. They were folks who'd volunteer from around the empire. But if you kept your nose clean, eventually you could become a centurion. And if you became a centurion, you became a Roman citizen. And there was a pension and land and other stuffs involved. So figure this out. The Roman Senate could figure out a way to secure the border, figure out a way to foster international trade, and create a pathway to citizenship. And we haven't been able to do it since George W. Bush was president. It's just stupid.
That's so funny. Maybe one day we'll be able to. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Mendy.
Hey, you mentioned my name, so I'm here.
Yes, and Jimmy Dore is here. Congressman, what do you think Wisconsin is gonna go?
Oh, I don't know, and I'm not being a wuss. I just think it's too close to tell. I mean, it's been within 1.5 points for months now. Early on, we were talking about the Senate races, so a lot of the incumbents were outperforming Biden and then outperforming Kamala. Tammy Baldwin, who took my place in the House and has been in the Senate for 12 years, was 7 or 8 points, 9 points ahead against her opponent the whole election. It's a jump ball right now. So I don't know how to read that. It'll be a turnout game, and it's going to be basically Milwaukee and Madison have to deliver the votes to the candidates in order to hold off the barbarians around the rest of the state. So, Trump won it in 16, Biden won it in 20, and I really don't know that I have a good sense of who's going to win it tonight. And I'm not being a coward. I just don't. It really is a coin toss. So,
Jimmy, what's going on? What's your take on all this?
You know what? I'd love to ask the congressman. I have this argument a lot with my audience. I don't understand why we still use the Electoral College, because most of the country doesn't. I vote in California. If you're a Republican in California, your vote doesn't count. If you're a Democrat in Texas, your vote doesn't count. And it really comes down to a handful of voters, independent, undecideds, in a handful of states. And a lot of people who are for the Electoral College, which turned out to be mostly conservatives, and they say, well, if we didn't have the Electoral College, then it would just be the coastal elites would rule the country. Newsflash, they do anyway. But the point being, but then everyone's vote would count, and people would have to go, and I think people would campaign. They would say, oh, they would just campaign in big cities. But if every presidential election is usually pretty tight, and it's, maybe a couple percentage points either way, that would mean it would incentivize politicians and presidential candidates to go everywhere they could to try to have a different strategy. And
well, there's no rule that says the Democrats have to lose the Electoral College. I mean, Barack Obama won it twice,
right?
But it's based on, it was the argument that was, I think, wisely handled by the founding fathers, because back then they wanted to split the balance between New York and Boston and Virginia, where Thomas Jefferson lived, where it was all farmers and rural area. So they said, here's what we'll do. We'll make the House of Representatives reflective of the population of states, and every state will get 2 senators to balance it. And the Electoral College is basically the votes you get and the number of members you have in the House and the 2 senators. That's all it is. And it's just a ministerial thing. So I actually like it because I think it incentivizes folks to not ignore we're all out here, right? In between the Rockies and the Adirondacks, and it's sort of the great unwashed, and we don't know what we're doing. So
I mean, I would have thought that Hillary would have been incentivized to get rid of it, obviously, because she lost the Electoral College and won the popular vote. And you never made a peep about it. And then didn't the same thing happen with Al Gore? Didn't he win the popular vote and lose the Electoral College? Or am I misremembering that?
I'm not sure. All I remember when my Democratic friends yell at me about Al Gore, I remind them if he would have won his home state in Tennessee, he would have been president.
Yeah, that's correct. I couldn't even win his home state.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call, right? It's hard to figure out how to balance all these, but I think at the end of the day, a system that tries, because we're a country that basically is an amalgamation of states, and so the Electoral College reflects basically trying to put some of the power still in the hands of the states, so it's all not federalized. And you missed my speech earlier. I'm basically a libertarian Republican. I don't like the government. I'm pro-choice. Stop taking my money. Stop hiring more bureaucrats. So I'm not a crazy Trumpster by any stretch of the imagination. So,
well, do you think Elon Musk will shave off half the government and live your dream?
Well, I think you have to have a balance, right, between what government does and what doesn't do. Now, I'll give you one perfect example. Then I've got to do another thing. So, if you ever visit the University of Wisconsin, Madison, it goes on a state street that goes from the state capitol and then up to Bascom Hill, where if you've ever seen, what the hell's the movie with
Independence Day?
The comedian, Rodney Dangerfield, where he goes back to school. So when you go up that, there's always a series of food stands, right? And these are people who have little food carts, and this would have been 20 years ago when they had food carts. And there was a woman who was from Bolivia who decided to make empanadas. And so she makes empanadas. They become very successful on the Library Mall. Anybody who's been in college, every town's got something like this. And so she starts to sell them to the grocery stores who want to sell them in their frozen food section. And then she gets a cease and desist letter from the Food and Drug Administration because her package says South American empanadas, and they clearly weren't made in South America. Gotcha. So with my buddies of mine, Republicans and Democrats, because we were on the committee that did the FDA, we asked for a meeting with them and said, okay, let's talk about this. They said they're not made in South America. It's fictitious. It's like, okay, let's do French dressing, Italian dressing, Greek olives, French bread. We just piled up a whole table. And they walked away and said, okay, we overreached. That's an indication of how on a daily basis, I see stuff happen in the federal government because regulators regulate and they just keep regulating because that's what they want to do. And so I'm a little bit of an old school guy. I'd like to have more power in the state. I'd like to have the power in the individual hands, and I wish the government would get out of people's lives. So
You have my vote, sir.
all right, cool. So, I've got to bounce or I'll be in trouble with other folks, but Heaton, thanks for having me on here. This was great.
Of course. Thank you for being here. We'll be in touch soon. We'll talk soon. Hopefully,
Okay.
after the election, we
Thanks.
celebrate.
Good night,
Jimmy,
everybody.
And man, Jamie, what's your take on all this? What's your gut is telling you? What's happening? Do you anticipate a long night, short night? What do you think?
So it looks like Trump has a head of steam in certain places for sure. Georgia. I've seen where the exit polling, which I don't know how accurate exit polling is, but it's a data point that he's getting like 25% of the black male vote, which is amazing. He's also doing much better. Florida looks like he's going to run away with it in Florida. And
They called it already.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, he won Florida.
Okay, so there you go. It's
Breaking news.
Yeah,
from the Comedy Cellar.
So that used to be considered a swing state, Florida, and so that's over. And that Georgia does not look. I mean, so the numbers that Biden was doing in places like Florida with Hispanics and places like Georgia with African Americans, Trump has severely caught into that.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's going Trump's way, but you never know. I never put it past the deep state to rig an election, and why wouldn't they? If I was in the deep state, I would rig it. And but anyway, so we'll see what happens. I'm gonna go live on my channel in about about 3 hours or 2 or 3 hours, because hopefully we'll maybe we'll have a call by then. But it looks like the Republicans are going to take the Senate too, right?
It's still out there. I don't know, but
Yeah,
absolutely right about Florida because Biden won 47%. Kamala's down to 44%, 43% actually now. So she's losing. Trump gaining a lot more in Florida.
Is there any word out of Pennsylvania at all?
Pennsylvania is still only 11%. Kamala is ahead, 70%, but it's too early. But no, North Carolina, which is a key race, 20% reported, and Trump is leading, 52-46. That's a big one. But so Jimmy, let me ask you this, and Mendy, and Dan Naturman is here now. Are we bad
Was
losers?
I early, or you said 9? I forgot.
No, perfect. Are we bad losers? I asked that question before.
What's your question?
Are we bad losers? Or are we going to go with the result of the election? Because, I try to ask this question to everybody that comes here because, everybody, as soon as somebody wins, it's like, oh, it's not fair. It's rigged, interference, this. What's going on?
Well, first of all, I just it's very clear to me. I went on a mushroom journey yesterday and Trump won. So I clearly know who the winner is. So I don't even have to stay up tonight.
There you go. Good for you.
So that's.
By the way, Mendy Pelllin is the Hasidic Jewish comic, and you told us before, and I just interviewed a couple of days ago, and you told us the Hasidic Jews are going for Trump.
Yeah, 99.9%.
I want to meet that one guy.
That one, he's Yankel from down the block. People don't like him.
Well, he probably has dementia, and they wrote it in for him.
Yeah.
That's what we did for my father when he had dementia. That my mother voted for him, basically.
Oh, really?
Did I not admit that? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. You can find. So, Jimmy, are we bad losers? What do you think?
Yes, definitely. Americans are bad losers.
Who's worse, Republican or Democrat?
Honestly, I think it's pretty even. The Russiagate was a response to Trump winning, and then my reporting, I've debunked that from the start. The CrowdStrike was said that Russia hacked into the DNC server, and I forensically proved that couldn't have happened. But anyway, Hillary did concede the night of that was a big deal. She did concede the night of that election, or the next morning, I think. So, but then the Democrats went on for the next 4 years talking about how Russia swung the election. So that wasn't. And then of course we know Trump. I don't think he still accepts the the results of the 2020 election.
Right.
But so what we'll see. I hope there isn't riots. Honestly, and we'll see what happens. Jamie Raskin is on video saying that they're not going to certify. He's been with the election, even if Trump wins, and he talks about how there might be a civil war. I played the video on my show. He's been trying to walk that back lately, but they had a plan in place in 2020 about how they would do all this. They actually did like their own version of Event 201 where they had a play acting thing, and John Podesta played a big role in that. Anyway, they were talking about how they could decertify the election because of the 14th Amendment and Trump being an insurrectionist. And so I wouldn't put it past them. Why wouldn't they try to do that? So
yeah, we could get 2 victory speeches tonight. I think it's very possible. And there's one thing that I don't understand why no reporter asked Trump, how is it possible that you can run for a 3rd term? If you won 2 terms already, you can't legally go for a 3rd one. No one asked him that question.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's a good question. That's actually a very good question.
Is that how the law is literally written, or you can't?
Yeah,
you can't. Yeah, if you
Wait,
win,
you say you can't win 2, or you say you can't serve 2 terms, or how is it precisely written?
Oh, I have to look in the Talmud.
I don't know how it's written, but that's interesting.
Jimmy, did you ever get like recognized for the Russia Hawk thing, calling it first the COVID? Did you ever get recognized for any of this or no? People call you and say, "Hey, we're sorry," or not? It doesn't happen.
No. I've never received any kind of acknowledgement or apologies. But Aaron Mate from the Gray Zone, who appears, that's how we kind of came together he was debunking Russiagate and the Syrian gas attacks at the same time as I was. And of course, he won the I.F. Stone Izzy Award for his work on Russiagate, and that's because it got printed in the Nation, right? So my show just goes out on Rumble and YouTube, and so that's not official enough for an award ceremony to give it. But I'll brag all I can and let people know I was the first one. I brought Bill Binney on, who was the #1 code breaker for the NSA for decades. And the FBI tried to put him in jail, and he's smarter than them, so he outsmarted them. And he showed, I'm not a brainiac, I'm just a comedian. But he showed forensically how he debunked that that was a download from Russia. He said it was a local download. There was no way there would be all these signals and signs forensically if it was Russia hacking into the DNC computer. But anyway, so I was out in front on Julian Assange also, and it was nice to see that a lot of the people actually in the mainstream news media came around to saying he was a journalist, he wasn't a hacker, and that he actually was doing journalism. And so that was nice, even though he had to plead guilty to doing journalism, and now he has a felony. But so no, the answer to your question is no one's ever.
I'll recognize it right here.
I appreciate it.
Do you feel like, is there any evidence? Because Trump is already suing and claiming, and in Truth Social, he was saying something this morning about like how this rigged. Is there any evidence of any of this ever happened or is happening?
Well, a court just sided with Trump the other day, and they were shutting down in Bucks County. Is that Pennsylvania or Wisconsin? Bucks County.
PA, Comedy Cabaret.
They were shutting down early voting. They were supposed to let it go till 5 p.m. In some places they were shutting it down at 2:30 p.m. Some places at 4:30. So the Trump sued in court, and the court agreed, and they had to then add a couple of days of early voting on. So there was some shenanigans. There was also in there's the what is it called? The Dominion voting machines. They came out and they're like, they're not working, and sorry about that. And then in Colorado, the Secretary of State revealed that they had released all the passcodes to their voting machines online a couple of months ago. And then they just found out like a week ago. Well, she knew it, but the GOP found out about it, and they made a big stink about it. So that became a big news story. So of course, before 2020, I've played video after video on my show of Democrats complaining about how insecure the voting machines are and how easy you can flip them and you can hack into them with a pencil and a cigarette lighter and all kinds of stuff. That's all elected Democrats were saying that. After 2020, they don't say a peep about it anymore. So I think that's very interesting and suspicious. And so I think they are very vulnerable. Everybody agreed they were vulnerable before 2020, and they haven't done anything to fix them. So I again, why wouldn't, if you were the CIA, your whole game is to do stuff like that. By the way, Barack Obama made it okay for the repeal of the Smith-Mundt Act, right? So he made it okay for the CIA and the government to propagandize their own people, which used to be illegal. And so why wouldn't they? Of course, they're the most nefarious, biggest liars, warmongering, murderous people in the world, our own intelligence community. Why would, if they do coups all over the world, why wouldn't they do a little one here in the United States?
Mendy, you look like someone I would hire to fuck with a voting machine. What do you think? Have you done it before?
Well, put it this way. In New York,
what's your thoughts?
I don't know if you remember when the mayor, during the mayoral primary, the mayor was heavily down, and he started complaining, and he said there's something suspicious going on, there's cheating, and then suddenly they announced that, whoops, we accidentally put 300,000 test ballots we ran through the system. So suddenly they removed 300,000 test ballots, and then that put the mayor way on top. When I saw that, I was like, whoa. How many times do you got to test this machine? You know what I'm saying?
Naturman, what do you think?
What do I think of what?
Of you're not paying attention to my question to the election fraud. Do you think any evidence or anything about election fraud, anything like that? Because that's coming anyway.
I mean, I'm sure that there's some, whether it's enough that it made the difference in 2020. I don't believe it did. I have faith that this system generally works. Obviously not, there's going to be some errors and, but I'm not quite as skeptical as Jimmy is about the deep state manipulating the results or anybody else.
Well, the proof is in the pudding. You have President Trump running again. He does not know how to lose. So if he thought for a second that it's completely and legitimately rigged, he would not run, because then he has no chance. The other party's in charge of all the machines right now. So
good point. That's a very good point. It's hard to butt. I can't rebuke that. That's a great argument.
Yeah, that's very smart. I actually said it first in the show last week. He just took it away from me and said it here.
Well, he thinks he has a chance, but he has to win so overwhelmingly that in his mind there's no way to steal the election. If the victory is sufficiently overwhelming, there's not much anybody can do.
What about?
Isn't that what Barack Obama, didn't they what they used to say when Barack Obama was running, that he had to win so overwhelmingly so there couldn't be any doubt? I remember that. Maybe anybody else remember that?
I don't remember. I remember
it was a whole lifetime ago. That was before COVID. That is the
we all took the vaccine. We all took the vaccine.
That was in the MySpace era.
Yes.
2008.
Yes. For those just joining us now, I will confirm that I'm going to call it for Pennsylvania. I will call it.
What are you calling it?
Don't give fake news.
Okay, not fake news.
No fake news. Pennsylvania, 13% reported only. And Kamala's up by 67%, but it's way too early.
Now, is Philadelphia, as I assume, is heavily blue?
What?
You know what's interesting about Pennsylvania? I know a lot of people from my community here in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, moved to Pennsylvania like during COVID, after COVID, and they're all red. So, that's probably a couple hundred families that moved out there, and it would be interesting to see if they decide the elections tonight.
Well, we shall see, I guess, but it's way too early. But I mean, Pennsylvania is obviously a main, but he's leading in North Carolina and Georgia, so it's not
And
looking.
isn't the aren't there? By the way, I'm very proud of the first time I played Philadelphia a few years ago. I played the Helium. I always brag that I have a cross section of people in my audience. You know, hippies and right wingers and libertarians and you know, all types. And there was a son of a bitch. There was a table full of Hasidic Jews at my show. I was very proud of that. So, but I just wanted to throw that out there. But I wanted to ask: aren't there Amish people in Pennsylvania, right? And aren't all the Amish now coming out for Trump?
I heard that, but
Well, I would imagine they would be for Trump, but I didn't know they voted.
Yeah, normally they don't vote, right? So that was the news story I saw.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
The Amish people don't normally participate, but they are this time because they're angry at the Biden-Harris administration because there was some raw milk farm or dairy place that they kind of shut down.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they that pissed them off, I guess. And
Yeah.
so now they're getting the vote out for the Amish are coming out to vote against not I don't know if there's necessarily for Trump, but it's again, you know, that's how we vote in this country, right? We vote against somebody. We don't really vote for people.
Well, I think this election, more than any election, that it's basically between Trump or against Trump. Like people actually voted for Obama. Like people wanted Obama.
Right. But that was also last election. Same thing with Biden. I think a lot of people didn't want Trump. They voted for Trump. But yeah, no, you're right. It's just like, why would we? How did we get that far? Like, there's no one have a charisma anymore to run for president. Jimmy, why didn't you run for president? Seriously, did you ever thought of it?
Yeah, no, there was a lot of people who wanted me to. In fact, it was the People's Party, and
Yeah.
but I had thought about it. My wife was against it 100%, and I was pretty sure that they would screw me hard because I'm what they consider borderline content on YouTube. And so I've already been, you know, the victim of deep state shit. And they did. They hacked into my computer and my phone. And I was afraid what happened to Russell Brand would happen to me. And I was right. That would have happened. After I spoke at the UN Security Council, they used that thing called Pegasus, which was invented by the Mossad. And so it's not a person. It costs millions of dollars. Only state actors have that. So they got into my computer and they got into my phone. And I think that was to scare me away from running for president. And it sure did, because, you know, now they have I'm completely compromised. Who knows? They might even put kiddie porn on my computer. I don't know what they did, but they certainly they got into my iCloud account too. They had that. It was scary.
I have a guy that could help you with your computer, by the way. You could contact me after the show.
You know, I can get into my iCloud. Can they help me somehow? Because I honestly cannot get into.
Who's been putting tranny porn on my computer?
Yeah, I got friends in the Mossad, so we could help you out.
Okay, I appreciate it.
No, it's crazy. But you know, do you think we will ever be ready? This is a question for everybody for a third party candidate.
I think
Jill
American...
Stein.
Oh, go ahead.
I've been pushing Jill Stein today, or I call her Jill.
Literally,
Jill Palestine. I tweeted today. I actually tweeted today. If you care about the genocide, vote for Jill Palestine, and you know, hoping to divert some votes in that direction.
So,
but go ahead.
You know, just getting back to that last question about so I voted. You know, I'm among that same mindset, right? So I'm against the genocide, and I can't believe that the United States is funding it, and that that you have to make them. I've been a Democrat my whole life up until 2016. I was a Bernie Sanders guy. I felt like they cheated him, and I've been third party ever since. And I feel like you have to make the Democrats pay a price for funding a genocide, and that's how I feel about it. So I didn't, you know, I wrote in Dave Chappelle, and but I just couldn't. But I live in California anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I told my audience, I think you have to make them pay a price for that. And
Jimmy, for the record, I just have to tell you that I was joking about that. You know,
okay. Well,
I don't believe it's a genocide for those that are looking.
We're gonna edit that part out.
that you said I don't believe, so you look like you believe in it. And you join me, and so we have 2-on-2, Dan and you versus me and Jimmy.
Okay,
But yeah, I think that's a great question, Jimmy. Like if because a lot of people like say like the Muslim Arab or Jewish community or any community that involved directly, what do you say? Do you say like you're gonna go somebody who was part of this and did nothing, or you're gonna go somebody who's also promising everything to Israel? Like, so where do you go with that?
So what I say is that, we deal with the person that's currently funding that foreign policy right now, and that would be the Biden-Harris administration. And then if Trump gets in and he does the same thing, and then we try to oppose him. But right now you have to deal with the people who are in power right now, and you can't. I feel my opinion is that you can't reward them for doing that. And there's, the people who vote for Kamala Harris, I think you're prioritizing gay rights or immigration rights over what I consider is a slaughter of the most vulnerable people in Palestine, and so I think that's very self-centered. And I think you have to have a red line. My red line is what's happening in Palestine and Gaza.
Jimmy, I hope a lot of people feel like you and vote for Jill Stein tonight. I think it'll.
I don't know if Jill Stein is gonna be, but yeah, that's a good point, and I wonder why. Dan, any thoughts on that? And even with the Jewish vote, like a lot of people, like when Trump said, "I cannot believe that Jews are not voting for me," a lot of them with us, not the Hasidic community, but the regular Jews, like, no, we're gonna vote for Kamala, even though Trump did a lot for Israel more than anybody.
Jews maybe are not as Israel centric as you might think.
I wouldn't say that. I think they are, but but I think there's a lot of in stake as well.
There's a lot of what?
Other than just Israel, and there's a lot going on in the world.
A lot of the Jews. I know a lot of Jews who aren't Israel centric, as Dan says. In fact, there's two guys I podcast with. They guest host my show. They're two Jews. They do a show called Do Dissidents, and they share the same, basic view of Israel that I do, and that kind of policy. They don't feel like they need Israel to feel safe. They actually feel that Israel's policies makes Jews less safe around the world because it increases anti-Semitism. So they have that kind of view, and I know. Do Jews really feel Jews feel safe, right, in New York or
I don't agree with. I don't agree with the point that Israel needs to exist for Jews to feel safe. I agree that Israel, like any other sovereign nation, has a right to exist and defend itself, but I don't think the Jews need Israel. That's my view.
Okay.
But I wish Israel well and side with them, in this conflict.
Well, I mean, we don't want to take it there, but I mean, like, we'll stick with the election. But obviously, it's a big issue for the election, especially like people with the vote in Michigan. And I don't know how many votes really can count, but I think one of the things that all teams have to come with, that, in my opinion, we cannot side with one side blindly. Regardless of whatever happens, I say I'm going with this team. This is more like sports. Like I'm gonna cheer for this team. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a lot of people. But it's like, okay, no matter what, we have to have red lines. Well, okay, you have the right to defend yourself to a certain extent, but who are you defending yourself against? Anyway, that's a whole other conversation. But I think there's a lot of people, like with, even with the Black vote, the Latino vote, all these votes, a minority, would say like, which one is better for us? But a lot of them also care about the regular things. That's what they really vote for, is the economy, safety, stuff like that. So
safety, I think, is a big one. A lot of people, are worried about safety, and like I have a friend that has some buildings in Colorado that got overtaken by Venezuelan gangs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In Aurora, Colorado. And it's insane how if you're pro-Trump, then everyone's like, this is crazy. They, like Venezuelan gangs took over these buildings. If you're pro-Harris or Jill Stein, then they're like, did they really take over the building? What did like, did they take over part of it? Were they nice about it? What kind of guns did they have? Were they machine guns? Were they not like big machine guns? Maybe it was little machine guns, It's
funny how they cover like even the news, like the way they word stuff. That's all over. It's just it's so funny. But I think we have the perfect guest. He's still loading, but I have Bassam Rafai coming. He is a former advisor for Hillary Clinton, and he's Syrian American. So we were just talking about the Arabic vote. What's going on, and which one is better? Jimmy's thought was they should punish people. Sorry to put you on the spot right away, Bassam. Like it's like putting you right away, but you came in the right perfect time.
Could I just add a corollary
Yes,
question?
please.
Is there an Arabic vote, or is it divided into Christian Arab, Muslim Arab, Syrian, Iranian, etc.? Well, Iranians aren't technically Arab, I guess, but is there one Arab? Are there a multitude of Arab votes?
And just before you answer, also I'm introducing Brady Smith, who is the Republican strategist, who's going to join us as well, and he can tell us a little bit about what's going on. Brady Smith, the Republican strategist. But go ahead, Bassam.
Sure. So yeah, there is a divide in the Arab vote for sure. There are people who go more conservative. There are people who vote more liberal. But I think this year you're finding that the Arab vote is going back to what it used to be, which tended to actually be a lot more of a conservative vote. I know there's a lot of people who are in specifically the Arab Muslims vote who were really unhappy with seeing how the Biden administration handled the situation in Palestine and Israel, and they're voting against that in the hopes that either the Trump administration is going to do better, or they're, my personal opinion, kind of throwing away the vote a little bit and voting for the Green Party. But yeah, listen, there isn't an Arab vote. It's been divided a little bit this year. In the past, it's gotten a little bit more, liberal, but this go around, I think it's going a lot more conservative from what I'm understanding.
I think that it's a vain hope to think that Trump is going to be any more favorable to the Palestinian side, but I guess they're doing what Jimmy suggested and just addressing the current people in power.
Well, Trump did say that he told Bibi Netanyahu that, like, basically end the war before I enter office in his last meeting. Like, he is the most anti-war candidate. So
just end the war, meaning
like finish up doing what like finish things up, like
Yeah, well, that's not really anti-war, but
he's not really anti-war. Yeah, that's just more like get it done.
Get it done. What are you dragging your feet?
However you have, by any means necessary, I guess is what he's saying.
Before we jump to Brady, Bassam, another question. You were a political advisor and consultant for Hillary Clinton campaign and all that. What do you think of Kamala's campaign going so far?
I mean, listen, they gained so much momentum so quickly out of nowhere. Obviously she jumped in pretty last minute. That being said, I think there's a lot of people who are supporting her who are never Trumpers, people in the middle who really want to see, another candidate. There's a lot of people also who feel really rejuvenated by seeing, a younger woman of color enter the race. I think that they've handled it their campaign has handled it really well. I think that, there was a lot of work to be done in a really short period of time. And I don't know if they were able to accomplish all of that in that short period of time. There's just too much campaigning that needs to happen. And I don't think that they got the time that they wanted or that they needed.
Okay. Jimmy, I have a feeling that you want Trump more than Kamala. Is that true?
I think that he's the lesser of two evil. I mean, at least he didn't start a war when he was president, and he vows to end the Ukraine war. And he says, you do it, you just take the money away from Ukraine, it's over. And he's correct about that. I also feel that he is a deal maker. Like he wants credit for deals. And I think he's like someone said, and this made sense to me, that he's New York real estate evil. He's not deep state war machine, slaughter people for profit evil. And that's why he didn't start a war when he was president. So I'll say that. But I think the American people, we talked about this a little bit, is the majority. They always do poll this, and the majority of people think they want a third party. They want an independent party, but that's never happening. And because you see what happens, both parties want to kick them off the ballot, right? The Democrats always sue to get rid of the Greens, and that's why they have super delegates also. So a guy like Bobby Kennedy can't run in the party, and so and I think the Green Party has been effectively infiltrated and controlled. That's why they haven't been able to get over 5% in 30 years. They couldn't even get on the ballot in New York State this year. I think they're a controlled opposition, and that's a big problem. So I don't think people have a real option. And but people, every poll says the majority of Americans want a third party. But I just think if that doesn't serve the establishment, so they're not going to let it happen.
Jimmy, I wouldn't disagree with you at all on that. Actually, there's a lot of people who really want a third party candidate, and there's just across the nation, you don't want to just vote for the lesser of two evils. I know I heard it already in here today, and that's like a constant theme. You hear that in so many different elections. We shouldn't be sitting there feeling like we have to vote for the lesser of two evils. I do wish that there was a legitimate chance for a third party in there.
But also the system is not going to allow, because you have to win Congress, you have to play with Congress and all that. Brady, you're a Republican strategist and you're working with the campaign, and you must be feeling okay. I guess right now Trump is leading 137 to 99. He's leading in Georgia with 68% reporting. He's 52 to 46. He's leading in North Carolina with 40% reporting, 51 to 47. How you feel about tonight?
Things are feeling great so far. Absolutely. Strong results that have come out thus far out of Georgia, but, North Carolina is still trickling in, but some of these big bellwether counties, Allegheny County just came in North Carolina. And that saw a big Trump improvement over the performance in 2020 with Biden. He gained about 10 points there. So, we're still at the point that it's early enough that we're looking, we're reading tea leaves still. But all the tea leaves are pointing towards really good signs for Donald Trump. And here in Arizona, polls just closed 11 minutes ago. We won't see results start to trickle here until the 8 o'clock hour hits out this way, 10 o'clock your time out there east. But so far, so good. Things are feeling really good. Bullish, bullish, bullish. That has been the story of the day. These early voting all across the country, North Carolina, Georgia, and especially in Arizona, where we saw over a 200,000 Republican vote advantage, which is very atypical to previous election results that have built in a pad for Republicans out here in Arizona.
You're in Arizona right now, right? Is there one state that
right here out of?
If you see one state like get called, you said, okay, this is it, we're winning. Which state would that be? Would it be North Carolina?
Absolutely, it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania is the state to be watching. No, it always is.
I meant before Pennsylvania and all the is there one that because I feel like if North Carolina get called and Georgia, that's pretty tough for Kamala to come back. I love how the screen is set up with one Republican, one Democrat, Jew, and in the top, then me and Jimmy. It's pretty good.
Is fair and balanced.
Is there a path to victory without Pennsylvania for the Republicans, Brady?
There still is absolutely a path. You've got to crack through the blue wall there and grab Wisconsin. There's debate on whether, if you can get just one, but there is still a pathway that's out there. Nevada's what's largely inconsequential in nearly all scenarios tonight. But there is still a pathway without Pennsylvania. If you can bring home Arizona, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia, that gets you over the line at 270, and that would be a win for Donald Trump.
Right. I think a big win for Donald Trump would be if he could pull home Michigan too. I mean, I think that'll be a huge difference maker. Pennsylvania, we all know that's Pennsylvania is the equivalent of the nation. You have your two coasts, your east and your west, your Pittsburgh and your Philadelphia. and it gets further red as you get away from those cities, and you get into the middle of the state, and it's pretty red, just like the country is. So I think seeing how Pennsylvania goes, that's going to tell us how this election ends up going. And as it is right now, it's pretty darn close.
I don't
It
know.
absolutely is. It's about as close as it gets in Pennsylvania. It's going to be interesting to see. The campaign, the Trump campaign's put some efforts into, especially the Amish vote in Pennsylvania. We have a very large Amish population that doesn't typically engage as much in the electorate, and the Trump campaign's made a really big effort at getting those Amish individuals registered to vote, and then turning them out today. So we'll see if that ends up moving the needle at all in Pennsylvania. But you got a population of over 90,000 Amish out there.
What do you guys think of the Iowa thing, Jimmy? Do you believe that poll, or you think any surprises coming that way?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. I missed that story. What's happening in Iowa?
There was a poll came in. Brady, maybe you can say it better.
Yeah, absolutely. Ann Seltzer, a longtime Iowa pollster, put out a poll that showed Harris leading in Iowa. Myself, I don't subscribe, not even a little bit. Seltzer's kind of been slipping as things have come. She had a poll, same pollster in Iowa in 2022. Showed Grassley trailing in his Senate reelection. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Grassley stormed to a super successful victory in 2022. I think the reality is this is a pollster who's kind of hitting the end of her career, and she's, doing what she can to try to bring some national dollars to her state. But I don't buy it for 1 second. I don't think that Harris has a prayer in Iowa.
I agree. Hatem, I got to jet out of here. Got my kids to bed.
No, I understand. You're gonna sing them that Trump song, okay?
Yeah.
How many do you have, Mendy?
I have at least 4.
At least 4.
That's not very many by your community standards.
Yeah. They're praying for me. It's a sad case. We have a very small family, but I'll
thank you, Mendy, so much. Yeah,
and then I'll see Trump win, because I know Trump's winning tonight, so I don't even have to watch the results come in. So,
it's interesting. Obviously, just called Texas for Trump. He's leading 177 to 99. But what's interesting is he's also leading the popular vote so far, but mostly red. Obviously, a lot of red states.
Which New York is already called?
Yeah, so New York. This is what I was gonna about say. With 17% only reporting, but they called New York 71 to 28. I always wonder, because I feel like there's a lot of what I call undercover Trump supporters in New York. They don't say it, but I know they are.
That's not really undercover, bud.
No, they don't say it. I'm saying, but there is a lot of not undercover, but there's a lot of also not saying it. And same with Colin. So I wonder what number would he get for New York at the final thing. But what about you, Bassam? What do you think? What do you think is the night is going to go?
I mean, I said it actually back in 2016. I'm gonna say it again here. I do think that this is going to be a victory for Trump. I think that there's a lot of negative sentiment towards the Biden administration, and this was the point I was going to get on earlier. Was I don't know that the Harris administration or that the Harris campaign did a good enough job of trying to distance themselves from the Biden administration. There's just too much negative sentiment. You look at polls, and 3/4 of Americans that are coming out of the polls say that they're not happy with the direction of where the nation right now, right? And so there's a lot of conflated sentiment between Harris and Biden. Obviously, I can understand that. And so I don't know that they are going to be able to get over that hump. And I think that people who are on the fence, who were on the fence in 2016 and voted for Trump in 2016, and then they were on the fence in 2020, and then they went ahead and they voted for Biden in 2020, I think that they're going to go ahead and flip back and vote for Trump in this election.
Brady?
Yeah, I think that, we're poised. I think you raise a really good point about the Harris campaign not trying to distance themselves from the Biden-Harris administration, and especially on, I think, the border and the economy, right? Our top two issues, two things that the Biden administration has terribly approval ratings on, and one of which Harris is the czar of. And you can see the results and the effect actually right here in Arizona. Something kind of interesting how this plays to election results. We're seeing really low turnout numbers for Democrats in Pima County, Arizona, which is where Tucson is. It's a Democrat stronghold county. This has been a blood blue county for decades. I don't believe it's gone red since the early 70s. And this is having extremely low turnout. And it's a border county. It's not right on the border, but it is the first major city as you're coming up from the U.S.-Mexico border. And you're seeing a big enthusiasm issue. And I think that's largely in part to this not distancing from what has been a unsuccessful and disastrous Biden-Harris administration. They should have tried to set her off on her own and maybe even punched Joe a little bit and sent him off into the wind, but they haven't been able to. And, it's resulted in a big enthusiasm issue that I think you're going to see resonate everywhere, but especially here in Arizona, where you have such direct effects of the border.
I think that's a really difficult card to play, though, is, if just to the Harris campaign's credit, you toe a really fine line if you try to talk down Biden and the Biden administration. It looks really bad. You want to because of the negative sentiment, you want to distance yourself, but on the same token, you just look bad. And I don't think that resonates well with most Americans.
Yeah. I think also one of the mistakes it was the VP pick. I think if she got somebody that's very, very energetic, it would have been different. Since we have Jimmy here, I always want to ask him this question because he's brilliant on these things. If you were in charge of the elections, Jimmy, what would you change?
Oh, I would change how we fund the elections. Always been a big proponent of publicly funding the elections, instead of having corporate money and stuff like that. And people say, well, that'd be expensive. It's more expensive to have corporations that basically running the elections, which is what happens. We live in an oligarchy, as the Princeton study proved over a decade ago. It doesn't matter your vote anyway. And it only matters the people who are in the upper 10% of income or wealth. Their opinion actually gets reflected back in legislation, and everybody else is just the window dressing. So that's the one thing I would do, is I would try to get rid of all the outside money and have it be publicly funded. And if we could find a way to shorten the election season, I would try to do that too, like they do in Europe.
That would be good. And also, why don't we have season 1 and 2, the West Coast versus East Coast? That would be cool. Right, instead of having, because I hate the fact that Pennsylvania always get all the attention. It's like the swing. If New York was the last one, it's gonna get all the attention. There's some I don't like that.
I would get rid of the Electoral College too. I think one man, one vote. I think that the Senate makes up for the lack of power of smaller states. That Vermont gets just as many senators as California. That doesn't make any sense so I'll concede that if we have a popular vote for the president. That I've always been against the Senate, but I'll accept it if we could have a popular vote, because as I was trying to say earlier, they don't campaign in the country. They only campaign in a handful of states, and only a handful of people in a handful of states votes actually matter for the president. So, and that's 1/3 of the government. And I think it's a travesty, and but doesn't look like the establishment wants to get rid of the Electoral College. The Democrats don't, even when they lose because of the Electoral College. You think that would be Hillary Clinton's #1 issue? They never mention it. So I think we're stuck with it. But if I could, wave a wand, I'd have publicly financed elections, and I would get rid of the Electoral College.
So who's stopping that? The Congress, pretty much?
Neither party seems interested in getting rid of it. So, Electoral College, the establishment wants it, so it seems like it's staying.
So next, Bassam, what do you think? I know we asked about this. Michigan, do you think, I don't know how many votes actually that the Arabic or Muslim population there have. Can they swing it anyway? Does it really matter?
Yeah,
I think they won by 18,000 or something like that, right?
Yeah, so there's a lot more Muslim and Arab votes in Michigan than that. They definitely can swing it in Michigan.
The difference between Biden and Trump was 18,000
that's what I'm saying, that the number of votes there is way higher than that. And so they have the capability to swing it. and the amount of Arab Muslim votes that swung the other way is also, it's more than that. So if they were all on the same page, right, to the credit of the first question I got, if they are all on the same page, they're making a massive difference. The problem is a lot of the Arab and Muslim vote isn't really on the same page all the time. It's not. It's just not the most organized vote.
Yeah.
And that's been the constant theme. This isn't an issue that's critical to just this election. This has been an issue that's gone on in multiple elections.
I think one of the good thing about this election a little bit that we hear now candidates talk about, we never saw them go to Arabic places or Jewish or maybe Latin a little bit, but not too much. That's changing a little bit.
No, it's the first time that that this community actually is feeling like they're heard and represented more. And it's also because over the course of years, they've been getting more engaged and more involved. In previous years, they just straight up weren't engaged in political campaigns. I can remember back in President Bush's Bush Senior, his election, my parents were involved, and a lot of the community were just confused why my family would be involved. And that's becoming more the norm now, to be involved rather than to be on the out and to just say, it's not for me. That's a lot of the Arab community is understanding they have to have their voice heard, and if they're not letting it get heard, it's someone else is speaking for them.
Jimmy, what do you think of Rogan endorsing Trump a day before the election? And Musk interview, do you think it's going to have any effect?
I think
it was planned that way.
I mean, I don't know if Joe. I was surprised that Joe came out and did that. Actually, I didn't think he would, but I don't think it really. I don't think endorsements like that make a difference. Maybe it will on the margins. I mean, I don't know, but I think it was kind of clear that he was already a really big fan of Bobby Kennedy, and then when Bobby Kennedy joined Donald Trump's campaign, that was I think it was pretty clear where Joe Rogan was on this, right? Especially after his interview with J.D. Vance and Trump and anything. And so it was clear he was sympathetic to the Trump campaign. So I don't think it surprised me that he would endorse, but if I had to guess who he was going to go, I would have said Trump. So so no, it wasn't surprising in that regard that he favors Trump, but it was surprising that he actually endorsed.
You interviewed Bobby Kennedy a few times in your Jimmy Dore show. What's your take on him? Do you think it's a good idea if he works for Trump and he give him? Do you think actually Trump is going to give him? And do you think it's a good idea?
So I think it's a great idea. I like when he announced that he was endorsing Trump at the Glendale, Arizona rally. There was a stadium full. He was up there talking about we want to end our billion-dollar foreign wars, invest that money back at home. He was saying that we want to clean up our food supply. We want to clean up our water supply. We want to tackle the obesity epidemic, the chronic diseases. We want to get out of the corruption out of our FDA and the CDC. And there was a room full of Republican, and he wants to take on Big Agra. And there was a room full of Republican voters that were cheering all those things. And those are all things that I cheer on. And so that's the thing that actually scares the establishment, is when you see that, oh my God, we have more in common that actually divides us. And when Kamala Harris says that we have more in common, she means she has more in common with the Cheneys. She has more in common with the warmongers and the neocon warhawks. She doesn't mean she has more in common with workers or students or the elderly or the sick or anybody or the unemployed. She means that. That's what she means. And that's why they endorsed her. But I think the thing that when I see it doesn't matter if people say, well, you think Trump's really serious about what Bobby's saying, he's going to let him do it. And to me, it's like, well, that's less important in a sense than that whole room full, that stadium full of Republican voters being on the same page with me out of 6 or 8 out of 10 political political ideas. So to me, that's exciting. That's the only thing that scares the establishment. That's why we have identity politics. That comes not from the bottom up, but from the top down, to make sure it's divide and conquer. And it's been happening since World War II, right? They didn't get upset when Martin Luther King integrated the lunch counters because it didn't cost anybody any money. When they got mad at him was when he did a poor people's march, not a black people's march. He did a poor people's march on Washington, and then he turned against the Vietnam War. So they've always wanted to divide the economic war and push it into a cultural war. And so when we see that we agree on things, that's the only threat to the, like what happened with Occupy Wall Street and the Tea Party. Those were both responses to the 2008 economic bailout of the banks, while 5.1 million families got kicked out of their homes. And so that was the thing that scared the establishment. We can't let these people come together economically. And so that's when they started to, the studies have shown this. That's when the newspapers and the news media started emphasizing white supremacy and racism and Nazis and turning us against each other and making it seem like your neighbor is the person who you should be afraid of, instead of joining with your neighbor to oppose the oligarchs. That's my message anyway. But listen, Hatem, it's been I have to actually run and get ready to do my stream. So I appreciate you.
I almost wanted you to wait for Colin Quinn, but yeah, we'll get you together one day.
Oh, I'm a big fan of Colin Quinn's
It's coming up next, yeah.
As the hilarious Dan Naturman, and I appreciate you having me on. It's fantastic.
Thank you so much, Jimmy, and everybody should watch Jimmy Dore's show. It's amazing.
Okay.
And your live stream is going on all night, right? Thank you.
I'll see you then. Okay, thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, Hatem, before we end, I was curious, actually. I wanted to shoot Brady a quick question.
Sure.
Because back in 2016 and in 2020, I was working for Pete Buttigieg then. Arizona, to me, was a super important state. So I'm just curious. To me, it's an important state, and it's a really critical state. I'm just curious, Brady, you said that you're there now. How are you feeling about your efforts there? What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Arizona has been really strong, especially in the close. We had 3 visits from Trump in pretty quick succession that capitalized kind of on this bump that we were seeing here. He broke outside of the margin of error in polling, and then with 3 visits in quick succession, I think everyone started to feel like Arizona was close to a lock for Trump, and that bolsters with these early voting numbers have just been crazy for Republicans. It's something that we haven't really seen in almost a decade here, to have such high Republican participation, people coming back to that vote method. Because historically, Arizona was a state where Republicans especially voted by mail and very big numbers. And then, 2020, 2022, that kind of changed. But, in the early voting here has been so strong for Trump that it's caused everyone in the local press and the local punditry to all feel that this state is moving heavily towards Trump. And we're expecting to see a really strong result for him tonight. We're expecting the first drop of ballots in Arizona here in just a little over a half hour. And we're looking for, that first drop out of Maricopa County. Republicans will be down, but it's the question of how much will they be down. Typically, that first drop number hovers in the mid-teens. Tonight, it's possible to see that number in low single digits. If you see that first drop out of Maricopa County be sub 6%, sub 7%, things are in for really good shape for Donald Trump for Arizona the presidency.
That's interesting to hear that they had such a strong Republican turnout early on, just because Republicans tend to enjoy, coming out to actually vote, rather than send in ballots, physically to vote. I know, I have a good tie to Arizona myself, just because, Senator McCain, before he passed, he was a strong ally, good friend. And I know Arizona tends to run pretty Republican, but it's been swinging kind of the other way in recent years. But it's interesting to hear that you guys feel that it's going red again. I don't feel dissimilar. I'm just curious as to how and why that's happening. But I think it's.
I do think, and if it's going to happen, we're still seeing. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, go ahead, Brady. You were saying you what?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, with it is a big pivot, right? In many places where Republicans had previously been willing to vote by mail, the 2020 rhetoric coming out of the Trump campaign, and that lingered in 2022. It really caused people to move away from that. But now folks are moving back. The Trump campaign's made a really active effort to encourage people to vote early, to vote by mail, by whatever method they're comfortable. I think we've learned that trying to have everyone go on election day is not necessarily the best strategy to ensure maximum turnout. And that's changed here. Now, Arizona is also interesting. You're right. I mean, historically, a very red state, but also a state that has the highest number of people moving here from other states. And the majority of people who are moving to Arizona are moving from New York, from Illinois, and from California. So that's in large part what's caused this state to blue up a little bit and become, a purple to red leaning state. And I think we're going to see tonight, one more solid go with President Trump, where Arizona is going to go solidly red. Though margins are, there's really not a lot of wiggle room in this state anymore, where you used to be able to see 8, 10, 12-point wins. That's out the window in Arizona just by the shifting demographics and, over 1.2 million people who have moved here in the last 8 years.
So it's kind of like Florida. It's not going to be a toss up anymore.
I won't get that bullish, but it's going to go for Donald Trump tonight. They might not be able to call it. It's going to be really late. Arizona, we do election month out here. It usually takes, about 10 days to get everything counted because of the way some of the state laws are written. But, you should see really strong results come late in the evening for Trump tonight as Arizona starts counting its election day votes.
Can I guess a question I have for, I guess, whoever. If Biden didn't have cognitive issues and were running again, how would that change the game in terms of Trump's chances?
He didn't have cognitive issues. I mean,
to what extent is this just people don't like what's changed? He didn't win in 2020. He may well win tonight. Is it just because his opponent is different, or is there some other changes that are responsible for it?
I think the economic factors are huge here. I think that's something that can't be ignored and has to be underscored 3 times. Inflation's been high for the majority of this administration. Interest rates have been high for the majority of this administration. And a lot of these swing states are the states that are seeing some of the biggest effects of the housing market, Arizona being one of them, where the housing market's just going crazy. And it's causing a lot of people, especially under 40, who are first looking to make that first home purchase, are finding that they're not able to, and they're having to spend another 2-3 years renting. And I think the economic factors are some of the biggest reasons why things have shifted back towards Republicans.
Hey Brady, I just want to say though, those economic factors that you're talking about, and inflation, the housing prices, all these things, these weren't things that started under the Biden administration. These were things that started way before that. I don't know that you can necessarily put that on the Biden administration. By the way, I say that personally not being a supporter of the Biden administration, but I don't know that you can really necessarily put those things on. You look at job numbers; they did great under the Biden administration. That's why I find it interesting, the push on the economic front, because frankly, I don't think that they did that bad of a job under the administration. I think obviously inflation was terrible. Getting a handle on interest rates, didn't do a great job there, right? And those two things are tied in together. But I think that was an issue that they were trying to deal with from before their administration. So I don't know that necessarily you can put that on the Biden administration. I think that that's something that really needs to be addressed in whoever wins this next presidency. And I think that's going to be a key issue of how they address it. And I think that's where the Harris administration could have and should have done a better job at addressing as to how they're going to address the economic situation of our country going forward.
I hear you, but I think you have to take a look at, what are the voters feeling? Some of these macroeconomic factors, they're not feeling as much, but the inflationary, they certainly are. And the simple reality is the Dow Jones had recovered by the time Donald Trump left the White House. The Dow Jones was at a higher number when he left the White House than at the start of the pandemic. So the recovery from at least the stock market's perspective had made the recovery prior to Joe Biden taking office. And then from there, you started to see some of the job numbers recover that were, more delayed in the wake of COVID. But to the vast majority of voters, their measure of economics is what is my grocery bill at the end of the day when they're seeing eggs that are costing $4 a dozen. They point the finger of blame at the administration. And they do that for all presidencies, right? This isn't unique to the Biden administration. The president's always shackled with the economic consequences, whether it truly is of their effect or not. But to the vast majority of voters, they're seeing that their lives, their dollar's not going as far, and they're not able to afford some of the luxuries that they were, under the Trump administration. I think they're yearning to get back to those days with more disposable income.
Sure,
But I do have to run, gentlemen. I apologize. I've got that first drop of Arizona votes running. So
thank you, Brady, so much for it. But I
appreciate it.
I just added that I feel like at any point, if you tell people, "Are you happy with the economy?" they're gonna say no. Can we go back to like a few years ago? Like you can go back to the worst president ever. It's like, oh yeah, the price of groceries was much cheaper. It's life. It's the world. It's the two wars, economy, COVID, all this. It's not just one thing, right?
Well, he made a good point that people measure it by their day-to-day activities and how things cost, and that's what they're going to judge it off of. I'm not going to sit there and judge it off of the Dow Jones. Frankly, the Dow Jones has had some of its best days under the Biden administration. But yeah. I do want to answer your question. If Biden didn't have in the end, the cognitive issues, and he was running again, I don't think that Biden would win. I think that Biden would lose miserably. I think that Biden was able to have such a strong hold in the first one because people hated Trump. People were disgusted by some of the things that he did. And I think that people voted less for Biden and more for the remembrance of President Obama. I think that was his huge benefactor in 2020, and I don't think he had that in his pocket at all whatsoever if he were to go into this election. So I think he would have actually lost really big, cognitive issues aside, in this election. I think it was the right move for the Democratic Party to move on. I don't know if Harris was the right candidate, but that's the one that they have. And we'll see how tonight goes, I guess.
Do you think we're gonna know by tonight?
I don't think we're gonna know by tonight. I think that there's gonna be some large statements that are made tonight. I don't know that that's really worth much. I think it's gonna be into a fight going into the next week or so.
Well, anything, you got any news there on the you're looking at?
Well, it's not that. I mean, Trump is still leading 178 to 99, but I mean, like, it's mostly red, states. Georgia is like 77 reporting so far. He's up 52% to 47. North Carolina, but he's leading in both. North Carolina is also, he's leading 51% to 47.
Those numbers now are largely insignificant. You don't really get a good hold on it until much later in the evening. You at least need a good portion of the West Coast polls to be closing down before you get a better idea of how the election is going. But again,
I was talking specifically about Georgia and North Carolina, like 51%. I mean, like, I don't know. Do you see another path if Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia for Harris?
Through Pennsylvania, through Michigan, through Wisconsin, that's the path.
And that's what usually. But Biden did flip Georgia, right, last time.
Yeah, and I expect it to go red this time as well.
Oh, did you?
I do, yeah. And I also expect this to go this election to go Trump's way.
Did you? When did you make up that mind? Was it like when Harris start running, or before, like at any point of Harris's campaign that you were like, what, it's gonna go for Trump?
I think it was towards the beginning. I think a lot of people kind of saw the writing on the wall that Biden wasn't going to be the candidate to go. And I just think that when Harris was the nominee, I don't think people fully, believed. I don't think that people fully wanted to step behind President Harris. And I, for what it is, right or wrong, I think that she's going to be needing to overcome some really difficult barriers, race barriers, gender barriers. These are real things that our country are still dealing with now.
I never understood, like, they could have just told her, you lied about Biden. You know that he was not. You told us that he was normal. Like that enough would have been something.
Yeah.
But they didn't. I don't get it. Like, and she could have run on, like, you never conceded the election. Like, it seems like from the outside, like, it's so weird, but Dan, what about a comedy perspective? Which one is better for you as a comic?
As a comic, I mean, I guess, look, I don't do like Trump impressions, but for those comics that do, obviously more Trump is better, because if Trump loses, that just might be I mean, he might be done in terms of his public life. So that's no good for the comics that do all those Trump impressions, but I don't really do those. So,
I don't,
in terms of the climate, in terms of, comics say, well, I was talking to a comic last night who said, well, the Democrats are shutting down free speech. I don't give much credence to that. I mean, yes, the woke left is, does have an effect, but now with social media, with YouTube, you can say whatever you want. There's more freedom of speech and comedy than there's ever been. You might not get a deal with the networks, but you don't need them anymore. You just go on YouTube, and Jimmy Dore and is having great success.
Yeah.
That he could never have on network television, but he's doing it on.
Also, you can say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you want. So I don't think either candidate is better for comedy, unless you're a Trump impressionist.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like I was saying,
unless you're Jaye Couvin, then yeah, you want Trump in the public eye for long.
I was saying, like, the other day, is like, and earlier in the podcast, even, it's so hard when Trump is president, because when you do the podcast weekly, you need to book guests like ahead of time, but you can't, because you don't know what he's gonna do that day. Every day is gonna be something different. So it's like, oh shit. I don't know, but if you would have advised Bassam, if you would advise Kamala, what would you have done differently? I mean, we're talking like she's losing already, but
I think I would have advised her to create a lot more distance from the Biden administration. I think I would have advised her to say, things like, I don't agree with President Biden on specific points. I would have advised her to say, to fully disengage herself from certain policies that she legitimately doesn't agree with. I don't know what she does or doesn't agree with. That's part of the issue. Is I don't even as somebody who's involved, I don't know what she does or doesn't agree with. I have a hard time discerning what her actual policy what difference in her policy would be going forward. From a policy perspective, I don't really see it as that much of a difference. And I think that that's what a lot of people are also seeing. And I think that's the big downfall, is they're not going to disassociate her from President Biden.
Dan, did you vote today?
I voted, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
You can't say
because the fact of the matter, I either voted for Kamala or Trump or neither of the above. But which if I'm going to get shit from people, no matter which of those is the case, so I'm just going to keep it to myself.
Well, Bassam, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, and we'll see if your prediction is right. I'm going to call you after this. If you got shot right, I hope you're wrong.
Hey, well, good luck tonight, guys, and God bless. I'll see how this night goes.
Yes, thank you so much.
Take care, all.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Oh. The legend himself, ladies and gentlemen, bring security. The legend himself.
Is he joining us via remote? That's unfortunate. I was hoping he would come
Remote, where else would I join you by?
by here.
Oh. Sorry, guys. Sorry I'm late.
No worry, you're the legend. You can do whatever you want. First of all,
I'm late. I just got back from voting.
good for you.
No,
What
I'm
is
lying.
voting?
It's
Can you explain voting to my Middle
Did you
Eastern
get a
friends?
sticker?
No. I voted a long time. I voted in the afternoon, but then I looked for the stickers, but it looked like they were in like a roll. So I didn't want to bother. I was like, what am I going to do? Unroll the stickers? So I just walked out afterwards.
First of all, congrats on your election special that came in YouTube. It's so
thanks.
good, so funny. But I mean, I wish people understand the country like you do. That's why I cleared this board just for Colin Quinn. We had 35 guests. I said, everybody got to go away. Colin is here. He's going to tell us how it's done. And his special is so good in YouTube that I suggest you guys, whoever is watching, to turn this off and watch his. So, Colin, what's going on? What's going on in this country? What's your gut?
Nothing. I mean, it really is like it's the age of mediocrity. I don't know if social media exposed that we are mediocre, or it just people have gotten like mediocre over the years. Like, because everybody always compares all the presidential candidates and say how now they're kind of, I mean, neither one of them is the brightest bulb. Neither one of them strikes me as somebody that really should be in charge of 350 million people. Not that anybody should be, but Absolutely. I mean, yeah, these two are particularly average.
I would go with
say, I can't even believe it.
I would think it's the social media is exposing what was the mediocrity that has been there all along.
Well,
I would
long suspected.
Yeah,
but the thing is, like, I think like a lot of people like you say, like, oh, look at him, she have to read from the teleprompter, or he can't say this, or he can. But this is not just them; it's all of us. But they have TV and cameras on them.
That's right. No, you're right. That's what we're saying, right? Yeah, there's nobody. We've exposed it. No, the one good thing I always say about social media is it exposed. Nobody has the answers, because if the answers were out there, we would have seen them. Somebody would have posted an answer, a solution to some of the big problems. Nobody's put them out there.
Absolutely. You missed Rich Voss today earlier trying to make a point.
Did Rich Voss give you a couple of salient points about the Israeli situation?
He tried.
And was Noam cringing with his lack of and Naturman was playing the peacemaker.
Is Noam here? Where is Noam?
Noam was here the first 3 hours.
Okay.
And then he went to a party, a free press party that I was invited
with Barry Weiss's outfit.
Yeah.
Having a party?
Yeah, it's a bunch of nerds watching the election together. They all read probably. I don't know. But Colin, you especially have all the solutions. Like, why can't I'm serious? Like, it's funny, it's crazy funny, but you actually do have this. Why can nobody? Are we not just smart?
Yeah, I have a lot of solutions, but maybe posthumously people will dig up my special and go, "Hey, you had some solutions here." I really should be in charge, but I wouldn't want to be. I don't think democracy is such a great system because the separation of powers actually keeps you from accomplishing anything.
I agree with you 100%.
That's the problem.
Yes.
That's why a benign dictatorship would really work. That's why when you think about Julius Caesar, he came into Rome and he's like, look, here's how it's going to be, a benign dictatorship. I know we don't think of him as the most benign man, but, but Sukarno, that guy from Indonesia, everybody loved him. And so I think that, separation of powers is kind of a flawed system because even if you get elected, to office and you promise to do something and you don't do it, all you have to do is go, I put it out there, and they wouldn't, the Senate didn't pass it.
Yep.
So it's set up where you can't, it's perfect, to not do anything.
Well, you got to find a benign dictator. It's not so easy to find one.
I would argue
to say that I could be one.
Okay.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I think we do it right in the Middle East because it's a little different. You guys, like, we have the results first, then we go vote. It's
Yeah,
not.
that's right.
So there's no stress. There's no pressure. We already know.
Well, I was going to say my cabinet would be Hassan and Yila and cover both sides of the equation.
But are we like that? Really? There's no. Even when you were talking about this earlier, when you look at the bench of the Republican or Democrat, there's not one person that can be so excited about the future. We don't have that. They're going to be like, oh my God, this is so good.
Yeah. The innocence, it must just be the innocence is gone, because in the old days, maybe we were excited, but then they failed us. Now they fail us before we can get too excited about them. And when you look at both of the stars of both parties, they're the social media stars. They're the most obnoxious people. They reflect us in that they're the most provocative, dumbest people on the left and right are the people that everyone knows.
Yep.
The squad and the MAGA girls,
we were talking about the comedian at Madison Square Garden, and I was saying, like, first of all, they were asking me, it's like, oh, he made fun of everybody, but he didn't make fun of Trump supporters. If you were there, that's the golden opportunity. If you're a real comic, you're gonna be there. And they told me, like, who should have? And it's like, also, when you book a comic that's what it does, roasting. That's what you want. But if you want, you should get a brilliant comedian. They asked me, who would you got? Because I said, like, if as a booker, I book shows, I see, like, okay, who's my crowd is gonna like? So I'm gonna get that guy. I'm not gonna get somebody else. But if I want somebody brilliant, I said it should be Colin Quinn at Madison Square Garden, killing all of Trump supporters at the same time. They're gonna love him.
I wonder who books. First of all, who books these things? Does anyone have inside information? Who the hell books like a rally?
I don't agree, by the way, with this notion that if you make fun of everybody, it's cool.
No, because what I said is if you.
I know. I'm just saying that's been said about this guy.
No, but I'm saying if you're gonna make fun of most people, make fun of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Dan's saying. Dan believes he should be an equal opportunity offender.
But you also got, if you're going to make fun of everybody, you got to do it at an equal level of intensity.
True.
You can't say, oh, black people are late. Oh, and the Holocaust never happened. Those are so vastly different in intensity.
For the record, Dan Naturman was the one that said the Holocaust didn't happen.
They're both lovely roast jokes.
They're both what?
That's true. There's a different. There's a different
level of intensity between. I mean, not even the Holocaust never happened. If you mean it like, but if it sounds like, oh, like you're calling their, Puerto Rico garbage, that's a lot harsher than if you say, black people are late, or Asians can't drive,
right?
Somebody just showed up now and hear Dan saying all these three things. Like, holy shit!
Oh, Lou Greco is Perez. I mean, I was calling Lou Greco because there was a guy I went to high school with named Lou Greco.
Colin, let me ask you this. I asked this a couple of comics before. Why are we such a bad losers? Both parties, both sides. Why are we so
losers?
Bad losers.
Yeah.
When we lose, we start saying, "Oh shit! Oh this. Trump is this. Harris is that." Like, why are we? How did we become that bad?
Yeah, that we're so simple. That we're so simplistic. That nobody's allowed to. That you just insult other people. Once again, social media has a lot to do with the fact that you can get away with it. So you can be rude and insult people without blood, without spilling your blood. So everybody's a lot tougher online. So people just curse each other out. And then it just becomes this therapy session for a lot of people's anger, where they can get all their focus, all their rage out on those other people. Because you're behind a computer screen. I know it's been said before.
That's why I'm looking for that invention where you can transform your body from a place to a place. Because
that's never going to happen.
Yeah, but you talk shit about in the computer. It's like, oh yeah, I'll be there in a second.
You mean Star Trek shit?
Yeah, Star Trek shit.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
But the thing is,
sure about that, Dan?
I'm pretty sure. I just don't think it's possible. And even if it is possible, it would take so long. We won't be human beings. I don't think we'll make it as many years as it would require to make that technology.
Well, I think we can make that technology, but then the other person will have it too, and they can leave, and then you're in their house, and they're not there. What you can do is to mess up their house when they
there
come
you
back.
go. But even like one of the to go back to democracy and the system that we're talking about, and that's why I'm with you. I don't like democracy. I think dictatorship is the best thing, the best way to go. That's what I'm trying to breach here. But
Yes.
with democracy, okay, we voted, somebody won, we should all support the president. Why are we like the minute it starts like, oh no, a rigged election, influence, stuff like that? Why?
Bad. Well, in the old days, when you think about it, democracy worked mediocre for the Greeks for a couple of 100 years. Then we went into the most natural order of a system, monarchy, for thousands of years. And then we decided to unearth this horrendous system called democracy back in 1776. And now look.
Unbelievable. And can you imagine the first time they do like voting? Because I'm sure it wasn't like on paper, like people were just saying it in front of them. It's like, did you just say no? Did you pick the other guy? Like that have some balls. Because you vote, I think, like just like media, I think you should vote in person in the front of the president or in front of that guy. Yeah, that's how we do it.
You made in front of the president. That's funny. Well, you practically do. I vote today. Your ballot. There's no booths anymore.
Yeah,
it's just like a little podium.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then you bring it over and you put it in that thing where it just slides in. There's no booth. I didn't shut the booth. Like the old days, it was like a shower curtain. Those days over, apparently. At least
there's no more. I thought it was just my district, but that's what everywhere is at the podium.
Yeah.
Actually, that's happened to me too. Lou Perez is here.
Yeah, it used to be a booth, and you went in and nobody could see.
But I think a lot of people were probably interfering with themselves in those booths, and that's what made them stop.
Trying to live there because it was such a nice.
And
nice
trying to live there, yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's no privacy. I was writing and there was like an old lady next to me and like the lady was helping her put in the machine and we all can see the cast. I was like, okay, so you're going for Trump. Interesting.
All the ladies helping you?
No, they wouldn't let me help her. They had one of the employees have to help her.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
well,
why?
We know who you would have ended up. We knew your write-in candidate was going to be yeah.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, you did this wrong, but But this election. What about that?
How do you spell al-Zawahiri?
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you. The election in the Middle East is much easier. You go there, the form is filled already. That you don't have to do any like.
Wake up, you go. Who we voting for today?
You're like, oh, whatever.
Who runs Kuwait? Yeah, you grew up in Kuwait, right?
Yeah, no, it's like a kingdom.
But then nobody complains because they all get like $100,000 a year.
Yeah,
from the government, right? They don't have to work. So
well, that's the thing is like you don't have to. You don't. First of all, also the dreams are not limited. Like nobody's dreaming to become a president. It's like when I grew up, it's like no, it's not gonna work. You have specific jobs that you can do. That's make you more focused.
You want to open up like a cell phone kiosk, right?
Wait, in Kuwait?
That's the Kuwaiti dream, right?
No,
come to Queens, open up cell phone.
The Kuwaiti doesn't do anything.
Yeah, no.
As I understand.
No.
As was explained to me.
You don't have to. What about the electoral votes system? I mean, the electoral college votes. What do you think, Colin, of this? Do we still need it?
I mean, it's so hard to tell because, I mean, look, this country is so big. It's unwieldy. You know what I mean? Obviously, there should be 5 different countries at this point. We should bust it up like they did in, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. Those things work out perfectly. They're very happy with their point. I understand. The Ukraine's having a few conflicts, but everybody else is doing great.
But I like the fact when everything, like when they split, they still have the Pakistan part, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Or like they still a little bit. So we should be like that, right?
Speaking of Queens, all those, what do they call Baluchistan, all live in Rego Park. What do they call? They're from Uzbek. They're Uzbeks.
Uzbeks.
Type of Uzbek in Rego Park. We should have Rogel on. He lives right near there. And then they build these crazy houses. You ever see that with all the, like the great wild gates, like these almost minaret tops.
Yeah,
anyway, I would say that would kill if I was on the E train right now, but otherwise.
Do you think we're gonna get the results tonight?
No way.
No, it's not happening. Nobody's gonna sweep the others.
Well,
I feel like
know what's happening right now.
Right now it's 188 198. What did he just win? 198 to 99.
What did he
for
just-
Trump? He just won something, but it's all red. Nothing serious.
Nothing
It's
serious.
Still close in North Carolina and Georgia, very close. But
And PA Harris is up.
so far, I mean, it's almost a tie. Actually, they tie right now in PA.
Oh, really? Because she was up earlier.
Yeah, she was, but now the
How many
exact
votes is PA?
43%, and right now Donald Trump with 49.7 and Kamala 49.4.
Wow.
No, but
So
how
he-
many votes is it?
The electoral, how many?
A lot.
How many? 19?
19.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. Which one is better for comedy, Colin?
Which one's better for?
Kamala or Trump?
I mean, I think, believe it or not, Kamala would be better for comedy because if it's Trump, a lot of people just gonna be mad when you even talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's an interesting point.
But also I think it's better for
And also, how many? The Trump impression is becoming so worn out.
It's
that
it's the Jack.
it may be done. It's like Nicholson at this point.
It really is, and you can't not do it when you start talking about it. You know,
Yeah, but lucky for me, I can't do it. So
me neither.
you know.
I'm still waiting for our reporter. He was supposed to give us the updates, Mr. Nick DiPaolo, but he's for some reason, I don't know where he is.
Yeah, you should have Nick on the show.
I would love to. I would love to.
Perez hasn't sent a word yet.
I've just been listening. I've enjoy the conversation.
Do you have any questions for the legend?
He's like, go ahead.
Well, you were talking before, like why people are so angry, depending, like, no matter who wins.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to do with there's way too much power invested in the president of the United States that I think that's probably one of the main issues where, I wish that we kind of had elections where no matter who won, we basically knew the way things were going to go. But it seems like so much can change, year to year, especially 4 years to 4 years.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big issue because when people lose, like, they might actually have like a lot at stake.
But that's the thing, though. Like, I feel like people that upset about the results they don't get affected at all. Like, it's regular people. It's like, why are you upset? Like, what's going to happen? It's like when the Yankees lose, or like, dude, they take in millions of dollars and you like just have nothing.
Yeah, I think we exaggerate the importance of the president. I mean, certainly in domestic policy, Congress is doing most of the work. I guess foreign policy that the president has greater power.
Yeah.
Did you vote
Plus,
for
the Supreme Court? It started with 9 Supreme Court justices, and that was when there's 1 million people. Now there's 350 million people.
That's a
So
great
it should
point.
be 350 times 9, and we don't have that.
That's a great point. Should have one per like few hundred
Yeah,
thousand.
you have to. Some things just stay the same because once again, it's so. Just imagine the fights, but they should be having them anyway every 10 years, based on the constitutional law. You know what I mean? But it would just be a worse. It would be a bigger clusterfuck than it is now, so it doesn't matter.
Actually, Noam said something smart today, just for once, earlier, that the president should pick justices from the other party. So you have to be Democratic nominees, and then Republican. But so you have to work
That's a great idea.
Yeah. You know what? Why did I give Noam the credit? I'm not even sure if
I would like to be Secretary of State. That's the best job. You go to fly all over the world. You stay at the best. They take total care of you. You get to, private tours of whatever is there, the best food, everybody's nice to you, and you get to see the whole world.
That's actually a great job. You're absolutely right. And then when they tell us, so what do you think? I was like, I'll go tell them. We'll see. I'll be back in a few days.
You don't even have to make any. You don't have to make any enemies. You just be like, yeah, the president. I'll talk to them, but you know how they are.
I'm in your side.
Greatest job.
It's not me, really. It's.
I want to be the president. I mean, I want to be Secretary of State. That's the job.
You should be. You should be any.
What about the owner of the Comedy Cellar?
What about him?
Well, that's a good job.
That's the second greatest job.
The owner of the Comedy Cellar? Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I've never seen him work. I'm sure he does. I'm not saying he doesn't, but
yeah, let's trash Noam
when
a
I
little
see
bit.
him, he's always just drinking and hanging out with Coleman.
Yeah.
Who changes the toilet paper and all that? That's not Noam's job?
I don't think so.
Wow.
So who, if you would write the conceding letter or speech for Trump, what would you say?
Trump.
Fuck off. Yeah. What would you say? Or Kamala? You think he's going to concede?
Who, Trump? Yeah, the conceding speech will be, listen, I'm leaving. I'll see you all January 6th. You know where. You know where to meet me.
What about Kamala?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Kamala.
Well, watching her in this thing is also so interesting because she's speaking with it. She's really being, it's like she's being controlled. You know what I mean? She speaks the way I'm speaking right now. Like, just grasping at words, and then they're telling her who to be. It's really they're both Manchurian candidates. Only his Manchurian candidate is a program in his own head, and hers is coming from somewhere else. You know,
it's insane, right?
It's really insane.
But I mean, she went from the one job that no one cares about to the most important job in 3 months.
Another great job.
Lyndon Johnson did it a lot faster than that.
Who did?
Lyndon Johnson.
Oh, he sure did.
I don't like that. I like when Dan is bragging about his history information.
But Dan's got a good point. Lyndon Johnson, first of all, he's from Texas. The Dallas mob connection was very heavy. And then suddenly he goes down to this Lyndon Johnson state, gets shot in the head. And then Johnson's there trying to put on a sad face the next day when they're swearing him in. He's like this, trying to act all naughty.
But he didn't have to do like speeches. He didn't have to do a run for campaign and say like, oh, I'm different than this guy. You know,
he had to set up the goddamn murder. That takes a lot.
And he had to stand right across from that widow with blood all over her dress, and he had to act like he wasn't the man who did it.
Yes.
Was that a Colin? Did you read? Was it Roger Stone who wrote a book, like pinning it on Lyndon Johnson?
I read some book. I don't think it was him. It was all about the Dallas mob, how important they were at that time in history. And I was like, oh my God. Like, there's no way, like, even if Lyndon Johnson didn't do it, there's no way he wouldn't have known them so intimately. It was such a connected thing. And it's
I just want to see a bunch of Goombas with cowboy hats on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Watch Tulsa King.
Yeah.
But
go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
But I was saying also the fact that I wish Gabe Kaplan was alive. You know, the Welcome Back Kotter comedian.
Yep.
Because
Gabe Kaplan?
He was telling me one day he
He is alive.
He is?
I think so.
No,
I haven't heard that he's dead. Gabe Kaplan?
Uh-oh.
I mean, Horshack is gone. Epstein is gone. And Woodman, I'm assuming, is gone. Though I haven't checked.
I got an eye on you, Kotter.
but I'm pretty sure Gabe is alive, well, and playing poker somewhere.
You know what?
He is alive. Wow, 79 years old.
He's not even ancient.
Yeah.
I mean,
we gotta get him. We gotta get
young,
him. We gotta get him on a Kennedy podcast because he worked for Jack Ruby.
He did?
Whoa.
He was a comedian at that, whatever the name of that club was, the merry-go-round, whatever it was called. He worked at that club, Jack Ruby's club.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
Wait, Jack Ruby had a club?
Yeah, he was a nightclub owner.
Ah, okay. All right.
Not Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy that shot Lee Harvey Oswald.
Ruby.
Yeah. Jack Ruby.
It's wild that we know so much about like Lee Harvey Oswald, but yet the guy who tried to kill Trump, we forget about that guy.
I know, that's another weird.
Well, he didn't.
Isn't that weird?
First of all,
kill him. He didn't kill him. Is the
talk
thing.
about yourself. I do know him personally. My lawyer is here, by the way, Michel Paradis. He is a human rights lawyer. By the way, he tried a case in Guantanamo Bay a lot.
Guantanamo?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Elod is here.
Left out of
Elod, thank you for joining us. Where you guys located? Elod, I can hear you. Michel.
No, he just gave you where he's located. He's not answering.
Oh, you're in Tel Aviv. Okay, got you. but yeah, Michel.
You guys, I gotta go anyway.
No, you can't hang for.
I've been here a half hour. I'm sitting out. What? I gotta go. All right.
Colin, thank you so much for being
Bye,
here.
guys. Everybody.
Nick DiPaolo.
Wait, I don't see Nick Apollo.
No, I'm sure this is between me and Colin. Elod, is your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Good.
can.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Sorry for the wait. We ran a little bit later.
No worries.
Yeah, Michel.
I don't want to interrupt Colin Quinn.
Thank you. What's your Michel? Let's start with you. What's your gut feeling? What's your take on this election today and all that?
Oh, I don't know. I actually don't have. I think the weirdest thing is I don't have a gut feeling. Like I won't feel right or wrong tomorrow. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's just like we either, religion, like politics is now religion, or like we now just have normal politics where we have like kind of normie Democrats who have an indistinct proposal to use the government in different ways that, may or may not help people. And then a Republican Party that's trying to put itself back together as kind of a center-right opposition to that. Or we're in the world of like, again, politics is religion. And every party now has to launch a messiah candidate like Obama or Trump. And that is now how we do politics. And so I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out one way or another. We're going to learn something about this country.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I also don't have a gut feeling. I think gut feelings right now are getting everyone in trouble. There's a lot of people freaking out, and there's really no reason to freak out either way yet, I think. And
There's no reason. I don't think there's a reason to either freak out or rejoice, no matter how this goes down.
Well, I disagree on that one, but yeah.
Well, are you in California still?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
Yeah. Well, you guys are like us. You can't really tell what's going on.
Right.
But I mean that,
Well, I saw Harris won New York. That's a big one right there. That was a big one.
Who saw that coming?
Yeah.
They called it.
But you know what? I'm actually very.
Can't believe I bet against that. Lost a lot of money.
You also bet on the general.
Probably had a good spread on that, but like still,
But I tell you, I don't know the numbers from. Actually, I have it right here. The numbers from before with New York. I want to know, but I mean, like Trump so far is like with New York maybe 61%. He's like 40%. That's not bad for New York.
He was gaining there.
Yeah, she's 15. No, she won New York already, but I mean, 59 to 40.
What did Trump get in 2020?
That's what I'm looking at right
Yeah, I'm
now.
seeing 60-40, and then back when Biden did it, let's just check.
37 60.
60 37. It was about the same.
Well, about the same. It's about the same.
Yeah.
But I mean, Elod, do you expect any surprises tonight? Any states that can start somewhere or no?
I mean, I think all of them are toss-ups. Like all the key ones are toss-ups. So there's no surprise except for the fact that, I think the only surprise will be if they all uniformly land in one place, which I think seems unlikely. So yeah, I think we're all just holding our breath for the.
I wonder about Iowa. Are we in that?
Yeah, Iowa's the only. Yeah, that one's really interesting.
What is that? What is in Iowa? What is that?
You didn't hear the?
No, what is it like? Is it a
writer's workshop? I think there's a.
I'm very familiar with the writer's workshop.
I mean, he
it's a good one.
Yeah, he is. He's leading right now. Michel, legally, do you expect a lot of legal battles, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think people are gonna throw spaghetti at the wall. They already have in some cases, but I think certainly if it's close, which it looks like it's definitely going to be close in Pennsylvania at this point, might be even close in Virginia, which I think might be the biggest surprise so far. Obviously Georgia is going to be super close again. North Carolina looks like it might be super close. I think, they're going to, certainly Trump has already signaled that he's going to fight absolutely every angle that he can possibly find, real or not. Harris might have some claims in different spots too, right? Like it is, for those listening at home, right? It's actually totally normal to litigate like elections, particularly close elections. Like Bush v. Gore is sort of the extreme version of that. And, 2020 was sort of the weird cartoon freak show version of that. But it's not uncommon when you have close elections for people to litigate absolutely every single vote. And so I think we're going to have a couple close states. It may or may not matter. I think the big thing that ended up sort of determining 2020, and ultimately, as much as the former president tried to, disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, one of the reasons I think it was as unsuccessful as it was basically is like Biden had won enough states that any one state wasn't determinative. If we're in a Bush v. Gore situation, that I think is something that makes me a little more anxious. That if all of a sudden we're fighting over one state that's separated, what was Bush v. Gore, like 300 votes? That's when litigation really is going to be a kind of war by other means.
Lou, what do you think?
Huh?
What do you think? You think it's going to be close or?
Well, I don't know how close it's going to be. I think it is going to be close, but I think that says a lot, though. If it's so close, but yet so divided, divided, like where we were talking about earlier with Colin. It's sort of like when so much depends on this one particular head of state, then what does that really say about kind of rule of law and what to expect in years to come?
Nothing good.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't know, Elod, you think like what does that tell us? Like, how divided are we going to be like after this? Do you think people are going to be like, okay, enough with trying to get, like, let's say Trump won, enough with trying to get him in trouble and get him in all this, or if Harris won, they're going to stop with the steal the election and all that, or it's just going to be a thing that's
the animosity, of course, is really serious, but I think the bigger issue that we're facing is that people literally inhabit different realities. Their sense of truth is different. Their sense of what's happening in the world is like completely different. The way they look at each other is completely based off of narratives that they're downloading from social media as opposed to from reality. So I would argue that the animosity is an outgrowth of that division and less to do with, like, obviously the animosity has a lot to do with the culture that we live in and everything, but even if we solved all of that, we would still be living different realities. And I don't think that gets solved easily.
I don't know. I think it's going to be, it's crazy. I was asking them before, is that like, do you think like these kind of, like, we don't see anybody else with a charisma or anything running for president or running like in the future of a president? Like, you don't have anybody in the bench and stuff like that. Is that a reflection of us, or we just gave up on that?
And it's a reflection of the system. I think our system rewards, either, psychopaths like Donald Trump, who's able to kind of subvert the message and kind of take over the party, or, these very, the approach of Democrats is to try over and over and over again to build the kind of coalition in the middle and to appeal to everyone and to kind of fill the gaps of someone who's taking a more and more extreme line. And I think that is something that is a reflection really of the system. It's not a reflection only of the electorate, I think. When you have this system that over and over and over again is failing people, no matter which party is in charge, it's I don't think you can blame the electorate for that completely.
I don't think psychopathy is necessarily like a one-way street, though. I mean, there has to be something about you to even want to pursue something like being a president, especially now in not just like social media, but in this cult of personality. Like even like someone like Barack Obama, who just him being able to deal with the pedestal that he was put on, like basically this messianic figure. I don't know if like a normal person could deal with that, and on top of that, all of the realities of the briefings that he's getting every day of, here's where a possible terror attack is going to come. It takes a special, to say the least, kind of person to even.
But also kind of the most, you kind of like most protected person. So it's like, well, there's a terror attack, and well, I guess I'm safe. Right. So it's like it comes with the.
But we used to have some heavier hitters going on, and right. I mean FDR and Kennedy.
I want to make a pitch for Eisenhower, just as a recent biographer of the man.
Yeah, I mean that too, but I don't know, but it's like what do you think of the campaigns that they ran? Because they both, ran like on the other one is evil. Like there's no more like, hey, I can do this, or will do this, or they all were like, I'll bring the country together. But really, he is evil or she is evil. They run on that. So they're trying to be like, okay, we'll bring the country together, but you're not really. You're like more,
So I don't know that Trump ever thought he was going to, ever said he was going to, or implied he was going to bring anybody together.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
That's a good point.
That's kind of what I meant too when I was, when I said that, we'll find out whether or not we're back in a world where we have normal politics, or we're now in a, world committed to, political theology. Because, certainly in Harris's campaign, right, not perfectly, but Harris certainly herself, and I think certainly the message from her campaign was very much the traditional, I'm going to be president for all Americans. You don't have to vote for me, but I'm still going to try and represent you, right? That kind of sense of the presidency as the national office there to represent all Americans, of all political stripes, of all races, creeds, colors, right? And Trump never said that, right? I like Trump's whole, shtick is this idea that, there are friends and there are enemies. And if you're my friends, I love you. And if you're my enemies, I'm going to do whatever I can to, interfere with your businesses, deport you, interfere with your lives. You're the enemy. And that's kind of what I mean in a way by like political theology. And I'm borrowing that idea from, a German legal philosopher by the name of Carl Schmitt, who actually laid this out as a theory of politics, is that politics is the idea, is the battle between friends and enemies. And I think that's really disturbing in a place like the United States, because we have nuclear weapons and we're a big country, and we're a really diverse country. And so, I think that just has some very dark overtones. But I also think it just, reflects a very sad place that the country culturally has gotten over the past, I would say probably 50 years, but certainly in the past 15, 20 years, where like we don't have a lot of other religions. And I don't mean religion in the sense of like you're necessarily going to church or the mosque and serving that place, but just various forms of identity and community that we take seriously that aren't politics. Because when politics becomes the only organizing principle of a society, you start getting pretty violent fucking politics. And that's what we're beginning to get. And so in that forces you to have these charismatic leaders, whether or not it's an Obama or a Trump, hearkening back to someone like a Kennedy maybe, but all of a sudden like politics becomes this way in which you express your identity as opposed to the way in which you express like, I really would like my taxes to be a little lower, right? Or it would be really nice if we didn't have a mayor who was getting indicted and was also just not very good at his job, right? And I think that's just a really sad place, because one of the features that it has led to, certainly, and we see this in New York, you have all these places that are one-party states, like it's China, right? I did my ballot the other day voting in New York, and it's a joke, right? Literally they don't even run Republicans in most of the offices, and the Republicans that they do run are sort of just nominally or notionally there. And so you have these one-party states like in New York or in Texas or in California that just become corrupt and dysfunctional, because you don't actually have ordinary politics just about like who's going to actually, clean up the trash, who's going to make taxes normal, who's going to regulate things in a reasonable but not unreasonable way. And instead it's all about like, some sort of weird psychodrama that we seem to have at the polls that we translate to politics. I think in part because we don't have many other forms of community anymore in this country, whether or not it's Elks clubs or VAs or bowling leagues or churches and stuff like that. And so I think that to me makes me kind of sad. And I think that's in a way what this election is kind of a referendum on. It's like, are we capable of just having normal politics, or are we now fully into this kind of like theological politics that is going to be?
Yeah. And I think what makes it tougher, I mean, one thing I would say about Trump and, sort of his desire for, revenge and vengeance is I think it's honest. I think what he says, I think it's 100% honest. But the stuff with Kamala and Democrats talking about, I'm going to be the president for everybody. It's like, yeah, but you're also saying that, up to 70 million people are also Nazi sympathizers, so it's a little tough that who the fuck wants to, serve those people, so
Yeah.
sort of like things are just just so out of whack where even like the rhetoric that you would think would bring together, like let's run on joy. It's sort of like, but that's not really what's happening,
I mean, I think this idea, like the theological idea, the idea that we need a charismatic leader, I mean, like, I feel like there's a lot of both sides commentary, which I don't actually think holds water. The Democratic nominees were, I would argue, especially Biden, were like almost by definition boring. That was kind of the reason that people voted for him in the primaries, was because they were like, I need someone who's not unhinged. I need someone who's like going to represent normalcy and that kind of thing, and like will focus on things like taxes and that and all that boring stuff. And I think, the theological side, from my perspective, it describes nationalism. That's what nationalism does to people's brains, and fascism. Like when people become fully identified with an ideology, they enter that headspace. I don't think that Democrats sell themselves that way, for better or for worse. Like, I don't think it helps them that they do that. I think they water down their message a lot because they try to make it for everybody, and thus it's for nobody. But I think like claiming that somehow Democrats and Republicans are dealing with the exact same dynamics, I think is just wrong. They're not. Kamala Harris is not planning to exact vengeance. She's not running on that, because it's not a nationalist approach. It's like a broad-based approach that requires a coalition of people to sign on. And by definition is like boring in that sense. That's why they have to grab onto stuff like joy, because that's as much as you can do, really. Like, you can't take a really brave stance. I actually would argue that in a sense, Trump actually has much more ideology behind what he does, just because it's nationalism is an ideology. The people that he's targeting are part of a cohesive narrative around a nationalist ideology. So, I just don't think like we're dealing with like two charismatic candidates. We're only lucky enough to have a slightly charismatic candidate on the Democratic side because it came by default. It was because we had such a boring candidate that by the time we got 4 years in and we saw how he was acting and how,
but I mean, like it or not,
TV,
Trump is very entertaining. He is.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like even
he's like many people.
Yeah,
throughout history,
like
these kind of
his rallies is not really. I mean, it's not that I've been, but I'm sure Lou have. It's entertaining. It's like you watch him. It's not like the regular politician. Yeah, you're right. We want boring politician. We don't want to see them. We don't want to see the news. We don't want to hear anything about them. Even the speeches, is like boring, but we don't want to do it anymore. But he's changing that. Now somebody needs to keep that energy with him if you're gonna run against him, right?
Boris, that's kind of what I meant, and I just want to be clear. I don't think Kamala Harris and I don't think Joe Biden are sort of part of the are examples of what I was just saying. I think Barack Obama is, and I think that's what concerns me. Right, is the only person who can actually win a national election someone who has this kind of celebrity messianic awe. Because one of the digs on Kamala Harris was like, oh well, we don't really know what she stands for. What does Trump actually stand for? Right? Like what? Like people are like, oh, what are Kamala Harris's policy proposals? And she hands out a few. What were Bill Clinton's policy proposals in 1996? Like school uniforms, like NAFTA. What are Trump's policy proposals? And when he actually tells you what he really wants to do, right? Exact revenge on the media. Deport 20 million people violently, ban abortion nationwide. People are like, oh, well, he doesn't actually mean that. Like, he's not actually going to do those things. And so that's what I mean. We're in a politics that's no longer about the solving of just sort of the practical problems of government that government is capable of solving. That our politics has broadly become, I think, much for the worse, a politics of celebrity charisma, and I use the word advisedly, but I mean it, like of theology, where where you say where people would legitimately say I'm a Trump guy, right? What the fuck does that even mean? I'm a Trump, Or and again, I'll throw shade over at like people putting posters of Barack Obama up in their dorm room, and I'm just like, what does that even mean? Right? Like I like Shepard Fairey, right? I think he's a great artist, and I thought the Hope poster was great, but like, but he's a politician. He's a moderate kind of normie Democrat from Illinois. And like again, charismatic as hell, but like why like I don't need to have a poster of the dear leader on my wall, whether or not it's Chairman Mao or Barack Obama or Donald Trump. And I find that that impulse that has now taken root, that you must have that celebrity power to be a meaningful politician, and certainly a president is really
maybe it
disturbing.
inspires you. Yeah, maybe it inspires you. Last question, Michel, Elod, what's your prediction for tonight? Is it gonna who's gonna win? Is it gonna be over tonight? Elod, what's your thoughts?
I don't think it'll be over tonight. I think even if it's called tonight, it won't be over tonight, right? Like I think until this gets fully litigated and violence plays out, and I mean that honestly, like until the justice system deals with it, until we sort out the fact that there are bomb threats going on in Georgia right now from Russia, like there's a lot of complications happening, and we know how Trump is going to deal with the loss. And I think like that's part of the reason I'm semi-zen at this moment, because like whatever happens, even if it lands a certain way, it won't be over.
Michel?
Yeah, again, I'll just reiterate what I said when we started. I don't really have a gut feeling about how this goes. I think whatever happens, we're gonna say, oh, it was this, that, and the other thing. And that's kind of where I have at least the humility to know that, I mean, I actually don't know where it's gonna fall. It could be a blowout in either direction at this point. It could be razor thin, like 2000 in Bush v. Gore. And we probably won't know, at least for a couple of days, exactly where that's going to land.
Well, the one thing we're not going to be holding our breath is Trump's conceding or speech.
Well, he might have already declared victory.
Yeah. So we'll see. Well, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the night. And we're going to continue now. We have Carl Grooms and Yamaneika coming up.
Pleasure, Jets.
Thank you so much, man.
I think my head out. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this going to be me and Boris having a conversation?
What's up, dudes?
Yamaneika. No, I'll be here.
Oh, cool.
Yamaneika and Carl Grooms are holding in. So what, Boris, what about you? What's your thoughts on everything crazy going on? What's your thoughts on the election?
I mean, I'm not entirely surprised right now. I tried to brace people a little bit for the fact that the direction we're going in might be happening. Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot of play, obviously, but if Trump takes Georgia, it seems like it's not there's not a lot of other pathways.
We shall see. Yamaneika, what's going on? Great to see you. And Kyle, thanks a lot, Florida.
Hey, what's happening, man?
How you doing? Great.
Hey, I'm not doing so good, man. I already faced my first disappointment. Yeah, Florida, we elected not to legalize marijuana.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, and nor is abortion illegal, but that's kind of out of my league already. I'm past that stage in my life.
Yamaneika, what's your gut feeling saying about this? And what's your thoughts on the election night going crazy so far?
Right on brand. I said he was going to be president the first time. America is full of ignorant crackers, so what do you expect? It's no surprise to me. Zero. My only thing is I'm not concerned about what America's going to do. White men constantly want to stay in power, and they should be scared of people of color getting an opportunity to do to them what they've been doing to us for eons, which is why they came out to vote, even the ones that can't read. But what I do think is that more people that want to who are losing their freedoms and will lose their rights through having him as president really need to look at themselves. First of all, white women need to look at themselves. They constantly want people to stand behind them when it comes to feminism, constantly looking to Black women, especially to uphold them when it comes to certain things, when it comes to women's rights and protection, and expect us to be the backbone, while they disproportionately always vote white, even though they complain about white men being their oppressors. And Black men, obviously, or men of color who have the inability to find themselves in a place where they could possibly be under the rule of a woman of color, especially if they don't have the opportunity to do that, is also very prevalent. So those two populations should be concerned. I, as a Black woman, I'm not. I got my girls. We gonna be cool. We've been cool through a bunch of shit.
That's crazy. But I still have hope. I still have hope. I'm hoping.
What's your hope?
Kamala, what do you think my hope is? Kyle, what's your thoughts on the election crazy night?
Well, yeah, I'm hopeful, but it doesn't look good. I live in Florida, and the energy for Trump is so strong, man. Even with the Cubans here in Miami, which surprised me to death, because I'm from Jersey originally, and blacks and Puerto Ricans, we go together, but the
Cubanos are differente.
Yeah, it's a totally
very
different thing,
dude.
man. They don't go in our neighborhoods. They don't listen to our music. They don't. Yeah, well, they listen to the hip hop music, but they don't. They don't go on Martin Luther King Boulevard. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he won Florida by a lot. It's crazy. It's much,
yeah.
And that just tells you on what's going on.
Well, Florida was going for DeSantis, so that should tell you something.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know where we're gonna go from here, but it's still early. You never know. You never know. Boris.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on this? Are you ready for either way? Like how stressful this is going to be? Because I know, like Yamaneika said, like at the end of the day, you got your girls, you know what's going on. You already I think when you kind of expect it a little bit, maybe it's better. I don't know. I think I'm gonna I'm gonna take it hard. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends what happens with the Senate and the House, right? Like, if there's at least a little bit of balance there, there's going to be some sort of. I also, I'll recognize the like privilege to where I'm not particularly stressed. I also have like a lot of family in Jersey and like a lot of friends that are Trump supporters that are like afraid of communism if Kamala gets eventually you become a little bit immune to people on both sides like saying there's going to be a catastrophe to where like it's very difficult to like stay stressed and relate to both, so I kind of end up landing in the middle. I like to have a little bit of a balance, so it'd be great if there's not a landslide in all three branches of government, that would at least provide some sort of balance. But also, I'm almost optimistic a little bit in the deep state where like, there'll be at least a little bit of infighting that Trump's got to handle. And I don't think he's going to be able to staff the entire government with like Trump sycophants. So I think a lot of the stuff that happened in the first administration will happen here where he's going to have to staff the government. And I don't think he's going to be able to staff it with solely like all the like hardcore MAGA loonies. There are going to have to be some people that are, permanent government workers and that have knowledge and that are responsible. And I think there'll hopefully be some sort of balance there. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to RFK handling any health agencies. I'll tell you that much.
That's great.
I'm hoping that he treats RFK like he treated Chris Christie in 2016 and kind of kicks him to the curb once his usefulness runs out. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Also, Yamaneika, I love your home design. It looks very cute.
Thank you. Come over, please. I'm going to need somebody to own me when it's all good.
Yeah. Yamaneika, where are you located? Because we have Florida represented. Boris is in Brooklyn. I'm in Jersey. Where are you at?
I'm in Black Womanville.
Oh, like which state is it?
Where Black women reside.
I'm
not answering no questions on white men until tomorrow.
Okay.
You trying to pinpoint and locate where the fuck I am on the map.
I'm not. I mean, I'm the only interest that I have in where you live is because a lot of people I notice are really excited about like, yeah, I got out and voted. And you look at it's like, oh, you're in New York. We know which way New York's going. Whereas Florida, like you're saying, you were surprised how things turn out there. So yeah, like coming down, if you're in a swing state, suddenly your vote has a lot more power to it than if you're in, say, like Brooklyn or whatever.
See, the POV is going to be off, right? The POV is off, and Boris had made alluded to it. There's a certain level of, cosplaying a fear that white people are going to go through, because here's the reality of why Trump is running in this country. A man who is a failed businessman, a man who has done zero during his tenure, has said some of the most outrageous things, has done something as unprofessional as a president as to talk about unaliving the media or suggesting that, knowing what he's been going through, apparently everybody trying to shoot him wherever he is, even though I do believe it's just Melania trying to kill him and get the insurance policy. what I'm never going to be surprised about is how this country moves when it comes to racism. So when people get upset with me and all this reverse racism card with me and, oh, how can you lump all white people together, all that, we got to remember we were started on this. We started as a country. Well, I'm saying in terms of America, my people had nothing to do with it. You're talking about people who came from a place seeking asylum, seeking refuge politically and religiously, coming to a land where they were welcomed by the natives and supported, only to turn around and do the most dick dastardly thing ever, cause disease and famine and unalive the people that welcomed them there, only to then come and co-opt the space that they could not take care of, go to another land, get a whole nother group of people to come and work on their behalf, treating them like second-class citizens, not telling them even when they are free, fighting against their freedom and treating them like animals. And we are surprised that Donald Trump is about to be president again, a man who is supposed to be on trial, actually in jail, and has already got his cronies to support him, never having to take responsibility for anything he does while he's in political office. I am not surprised. What I think it's embarrassing that not enough people are embarrassed that this is where we are as one of the leading quote unquote nations, where we're processing worse than you expect a third world country with people you keep saying are uneducated, but for some reason seem to be better humanitarians than we are right here on this United States of America.
You're not the only shocked person. After January 6th, I just knew Trump was done. Like, he was finished. He wouldn't even be able to survive in America.
No,
but
Kyle,
now
I'm going to correct you real quick. No, I'm not shocked. This is exactly, not to cut you, I want you to finish. I just want to be very clear.
Yeah, no.
I am not shocked. This is what America is. This is who they are. And I'm almost joyful to see how this plays out, because at the end of the day, they can say it's fear mongering, they can say it's not going to be that bad, they could, whatever it is. All I know is when he was in the first time, the same people that were complaining about only niggas getting Medicare and Medicaid and only niggas on Obama phone, all these poor ass whites in the middle of the country that keep voting for him, they also was losing on their fucking food stamps, Medicare, and all kinds of shit. Them niggas is going to suffer. Not the people that's already been used to being under white rule in this country. I ain't surprised. I got my hair done today.
Kyle, go ahead.
Oh, I was done with what I was saying, but
okay.
I just want to ask: did y'all have like an intense police presence at your polling locations? Like Miami Beach, I know is crawling with police. Like it seems like all hands are on deck for the election. Just to
I got to vote. I got to vote early, and it was like everyone was just lined up. Nothing.
No, I went today in Brooklyn, and there was literally no one there.
I texted Lou. I had a fight break out a little bit, and so cops showed up afterwards. Not like a physical fight, like someone yelled at. Basically, it should have been pretty innocuous. It was a guy who was filming, who's like under 18, who was filming, and a poll worker asked him not to film, kind of sternly, and then his mom like flipped out on her, saying that she was disrespecting her son. And then the poll worker walked away because she was kind of like this elderly, like Bed-Stuy woman who was just like trying to be helpful and do her job. So she walked away, and then she started yelling at another. By the time the cops showed up, everybody had already left, and it had like de-escalated and stopped. But then cops showed up afterwards, just in time for another unfortunate older woman to fall down pretty badly, actually. And then the cops helped her up, and that was that.
Oh, wow. No, I know Florida polls have been intense. It's been tense. Like some lady dropped her polling card, and you just had people like, you dropped your card. Like it was like as if she dropped a gun. You know what I mean?
Right. Someone dive on it.
Why those I felt for this lady, though, because like if someone starts like, this is just a kid. He wasn't doing anything really wrong. He probably didn't, like, he's literally not even old enough to vote yet. He's filming on his phone, but this poll worker knows that like the smallest impropriety, somebody else films it, puts it on Twitter. All of a sudden it's escalating into some conspiracy theory about somebody cheating, whatever, you know, like they're probably so afraid of some minor issue escalating to where it becomes a national thing. And then individuals get like become targets in local areas.
Also, you have to look up too, because in some states, like taking like ballot selfies is illegal. So in like New Jersey, I wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah, I think you avoid if there's a picture, but not all the states. But yeah, to Yamaneika's point is like, you will think the leaders are a reflection of the people, You know, it's not that, hey.
Well, I should probably just say that everything that Yamaneika said, I probably disagree with in some level.
I think you probably disagree with it at all levels, and you should. You're my counterpart. You're the opposite of me.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, I mean, if that's how you see me, I mean, I don't really give a fuck what you think. I mean, and
I didn't say, but see, even that, the fact that you put a qualifier that I don't give a fuck. No, 1 second, please. I just want to clarify.
No, you can. I don't give a
care
fuck.
if you don't give a fuck. Right. And the
I
fact
get it.
that
So we're two people who don't give a fuck.
Right. No, what
We're
I'm
two
saying
people who
is
don't give a fuck.
the way you tried to qualify and put that out there as if I would give a fuck is exactly what I expect.
No. It's not that I don't. No, I don't think you would give a fuck. And again, me being a white man, a cracker, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
No, but I'm saying you don't even have to say that because it's obvious, and I also don't care.
We're two people who don't give a fuck. And I'm just putting that out there.
I didn't have to say that. You notice how I said my whole conversation and did not give a fuck whether you gave a fuck? But you wanted me to know that, and I understand it.
Well, I want other people to know it too. All right, let's move on because I
pretty much probably
yeah.
I just want to say I care and like you both.
Boris gives a fuck.
The fact that he brought that up is insane. Just make your point. It's not on me, baby.
I disagree with everything that you said. And
okay, guys, can we stop because you know, I was trying to make a point. It's like, and this is one of the things, like, you know, that disagree, like somebody say their point of view, and that's it, you know. But for me, you know, maybe you're gonna hate me, but I agree with Yamaneika on a lot of things, you know, and I think that the reflection of our leaders, like, to forget about the policies, forget about this stuff, just the fact that, you know, this is the leader, this is the way they talk about people, this is the way he talks about people, this is the people. There's not one group that he puts down. There's certain things that you feel that they feel that they're better than you. You know, this country is built on immigration. You know, his wife is immigrant. You know, everybody's like, why you look down a certain. But I'm not saying I know Lou very well. We're good friends, so I know the way you're coming from.
Built on citizenship.
Yeah. I mean,
and as the child of an immigrant and a spick, you know, I know where I came from and where my family came from.
Well, this is what I mean. Is like,
I'm choices are kind of crazy. I think it shows a lot to your experience.
Honey, you use the word cracker to jump off of your fucking rant. I'm a spick. I'm a spick. That's what I mean, to then try to gaslight everybody into believing that cracker is on the same level of saying nigga or what you just said. I didn't say the N-word. I didn't say the N-word. Okay, guys, you said cracker and I said spick. I see the two are the same. I'm not gaslighting anything. I see cracker and spick are the same thing. Without having to be. I have a white mother who's a cracker and a daddy who's a spick.
Can we? This is actually happening. This is crazy.
No, it is, because what I want to be, Tim, what I want to be very clear about, especially as a Black woman who lives in this country, is that there was no reason for him to address whether he agrees or disagrees with me at all. I have not made any statements towards anybody on agreements. And I think when you pull me into the conversation,
I was triggered by cracker, I guess. I was triggered by cracker.
Once you decide to base me off of your argument, it already creates a bias. Just make your opinion without stating me at all. I have nothing to do with your opinion or what you think.
God, let's go back to the to Florida with the with your fights. Was it cooler than this? things are getting heated, and I understand, but I do want to remind you that one of the reasons I do this show is we want to get the stress out of the people watching. You know, because the election, there's a lot of emotion, and I get the best people, the comedians. Those are the bring joys, and I know that we are people too, and we feel it. But let's try to keep that, and we're also representing the comedy star. So, Kyle.
I represent Yamaneika. Just be clear. I represent.
Oh no! I'm saying me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. No, not you. No, everybody obviously.
And also, I'm not angry. I'm making clarifications because as a Black woman, I have a lot of people putting labels on me, and I want to be very clear.
And you know what's crazy is, like, I know Yamaneika very well, and I know Lou very well, and they're two of the nicest people ever. And this is crazy to me.
As a nice man and an intelligent man, yes. So, I won't clarify that. Where my stuff is.
All right, Kyle, go ahead. Now, do you feel that? And this is one of the things that I asked before in early in the show, and I ask you again since I ask everybody: are we bad losers? Both sides.
Yeah, man. Everybody's gotten so, like, I've seen elections like Carter, Reagan, Clinton. Yeah, it's never been this crazy. Like, nobody was really emotional. Like, people are really cheerleading for people. It's like they're tattooing politicians on their arms, and it's crazy to me. I've never seen this kind of just fighting,
and not even like just
people
cheering
giving a
for,
fuck.
and not only cheering for their candidate, but against the other person. You know,
and
like
against the other person. Yeah,
Boris, what do you think? Are we bad losers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Kyle for sure. I think it's unfortunate, but again, like I also, to your point, like it's sort of the people get the government they deserve type of situation where, you know, it is sort of a reflection of society. I think Yamaneika is sort of making the same point there that like, you know, Trump isn't, he's a symptom, you know, he's not necessarily the cause of a lot of things. And I will say that like there's a lesson to be learned at however horrible one might see that side. I don't think you can just say half of the country, including people from lots of gender and race backgrounds, are voting for the guy. And some of them are voting and hate him and are holding their noses. So there's still there's got to be internal lessons to be learned by the Democratic Party in terms of what can be done. There's obviously, whoever loses in this election, there's going to be some like changing of coalitions. Like there's got to be some reflection in terms of that. And so, you know, you can only go so far with just saying like, the guy's a fascist and a criminal and everybody's supporting him as the racist and a Nazi. Like, you know, where do we go from there, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think everyone that's supporting him is. There are a lot of businessmen who are supporting him because they feel like what he'll do for the business sector. But then there is like a segregation type energy within that whole movement. You know
tons of those.
Like,
but here's my question.
I wasn't implying that you said that, Kyle. I just
I didn't think I wasn't implying that you said that I had said that. I was just making the point that
my point is this. Yeah, I'll ask Lo and Yamaneika. It's like voting. There's election, democracy. We vote. Somebody wins. We all support that president. We go behind. But that's not the case for a few, obviously, because of the characters that running. But beside that, it's still democracy. Are we bad losers? Lou?
Well, I don't believe in democracy.
Yeah.
I don't think that anybody should have a vote, let alone more than one person should have a vote over or say over anything in my life or in anybody else's life. So right off the bat, I'm not a fan of democracy. I'm for voluntary exchange between people in all facets of relationships. So I'm coming at it from, libertarian anarchist. So that's where
gotcha. Yamaneika, what do you think? Are we bad losers?
I co-sign what he just said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And let me be very clear again. I come from a very specific POV, and I don't care if it's problematic. We know that it's problematic in this country for Black people to talk about being Black. This race card they keep saying being played all the time, but I can't play a card that's not in the deck. And we know when they try to undermine the education that people need to have on the history of Black people in this country and saying that it is too much for little white children to tolerate while we have children of color who've had to go through a bunch of nonsense. I think those are the things that I'm getting very passionate about. But in terms of the president of the United States, yeah, we're getting toxic because there's a lot of race stuff that's going on. There's a lot of hateful things being said, not only against, people of color, Muslims, LGBTQ, based upon religions. People can't seem to rest without the Republicans having some sort of opinion about people and how they want to live their lives, while they're also not living their lives well.
That's a great point as well. But today, like it's just like, when we have, I don't know if Kamala, we were talking earlier about the day who ran a better campaign. Both campaigns look like they were just, not saying what they're gonna do, but what the other person is evil and bad. And to me, if you with Trump, with everything that he's done, I know a lot of people like him, a lot of people like his policies, stuff like that. But everything is done. When you have a close election with him, that's really on you. How can you not point all the things that he's, it's insane to me. But again, I think we had a congressman earlier today, and he was like talking around, and I was asking about like how many people really vote for party over country, for a point of view over, and unfortunately there's a lot, but I don't know.
Really, Tim, I'm sorry. Can I get a little clarity on that statement?
Which one?
that you just made, is it that you think that the Democrat, because I also think the Democrats are very weak as a party, but I also am not foolish enough to not believe that politics is not in bed with each other. And I think right now people are just trying to vote for the lesser of two evils because one seems very specifically evil, maybe not to a certain group of people, for definitely for women or people of color. He's very dangerous for us. So I think the Democrats don't play a fair enough messy game like the Republicans. They will really get down and go to hell and be who they need to be to win. But in terms of information coming from Kamala and her camp, I think they did an excellent job. A lot of people are misinformed and ill-informed and uninformed. I ran into 3 young Mexican men in Ohio. I just did a show out there for Don't Tell. And one of the things I like about Don't Tell is their environment is sort of underground, and as you hear about it word of mouth, and it's real like, you know, back in the day comedy grunge, and you expect all different types of life forms to be there. We had such amazing shows, such a mixture of people, and I was very it was sort of upsetting for me to see 3 young Mexican men come here and then talk so ill of what they consider to be illegal immigrants and what immigrants are doing here, and that they're the good ones. And I said to them, I thought, you know, no matter what your opinion is, and I'm not here to tell people who not to vote for. You can vote for whoever you want. I'm just going to call you an idiot if I don't agree, but you go do whatever you want to do. Vote. I don't care. I voted for who I wanted to vote for. But I think when I see people who are part of subcultures that are disadvantaged by the dominant culture really sort of try to erase themselves to conform to this, it's like I'm looking at 3, you know, young Mexican men who work in refinery. They're happy about their jobs. They're nice guys. And they're sitting here saying things that are not necessarily true about people who are just like them in a lot of regards. And the fact that they have to tell, I said, do you know how many times you have to explain to white people in your party that you're one of the good ones? Because they're not going to see that until you tell them that. I don't want to be associated with any party that's going to make me feel like a second-class citizen or make me feel like I got to be a good nigga to be on their damn payroll. It's insane. And a lot of people are confused in these subcultures because there's a lot of brainwashing and misinformation that's going around.
Yeah, and it's bad marketing for Black people in America because, you know, I think people come here and don't really know the real history of how much power and wealth was taken and stolen. Like the first insurrection didn't happen January 6th. It happened in, you know, 1898 in Wilmington, the first coup d'etat in American history, where they just took a duly elected government and said, no, we're going to have white supremacy forever. That happened in the Wilmington insurrection. And then for the next 20 years, they took Black wealth establishments and made us second-class citizens, begging for jobs ever since, you know? And people don't know that history.
Let's not forget the Black towns that were burned.
Oh, that's what I mean. But Wilmington was the first one. And they actually overthrew the government. And the you know, the government didn't respond, you know. Washington didn't respond. They let them have it.
It seems to me like a lot of time, like with the leaders, I know you wanted to say something. I'll say just something quick. It's like with the leaders, it keeps like, remember when Bush was the evil one? And now it gets worse and worse. It's just like now I wish Romney is running. Like I wish, you know what I'm saying? It's what's going on, you know? You want to say?
Yeah, no, just on Mexicans, and as somebody who has been in Mexico, knows a lot of Mexicans. I mean, the one thing, just like every individual, is I do not deny them agency.
Yeah,
and that a lot of times people believe what they believe because that's the truth that they've come to, and you can try to lead them elsewhere, but sometimes it's not going to work because what they have experienced has been different. Like Latinos are not a monolith. And back in 2020, when people were like, holy shit, a lot of Latinos voted for Trump. And it's like, to take, from, James Baldwin, I'm not your Latino. Mm-hmm. Don't tell me what I need to believe, who I need to vote for, how I speak my language and all that. People are going to choose their way. And one thing I just want to say, just to change things a little bit, I've been saying this ever since that that terrible debate between Biden and Trump when Biden stepped down, I was like, that was a point where Kamala should have been our president. She should have stepped up. He should have stepped down. She should have been our president because obviously he was unable to do the duty. And you have this VP who's ready to jump in. We should be, the election right now should be between the sitting president of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump. And I wish more people were talking about that because it's insane that, this whole time we basically not had a president.
Yeah.
I just want to say also that I don't, just for clarity for me again, I just want to make sure I'm not saying that Latin people are a monolith. That is not what I was saying. What I do think is that if you are Latin and you've watched a man say that Mexicans are rapists and murderers and things of that nature, and he's gone on a very specific tear down when it comes to them, to the Latin community, and they still
specific members of the Latin community.
It's still, and they're still aligned with it. What I'm telling you is the same thing I would tell Black people when he talks about immunity for the police, and when he talks about a lot of different things with the Black community and thinking he can buy us on chicken wings and Chick-fil-A milkshakes, is that I look at the character and the fabric of the person, and it makes no sense for me to align with somebody who speaks so crazy about a community that I come from. And a lot of it is brainwashing. And we have to remember, and I'm more truthful, which is why people don't like my opinion. I'm never under the assumption that the Latin community is not racist towards Black people. We see a lot of racism when it comes towards Blacks and Cubans, Mexicans, all kinds of things. So a lot of people are voting knowing that as long as niggas at the bottom of the totem pole and they ain't got to worry about nothing, they will vote for an interest that is going to support them more than Black people. So I did, Boris, put up a video today where I did call people who are Trump supporters, especially clear people, white people, racist, and I do believe it. And I'm entitled to my opinion, everybody else here is. But once we start to be very clear about how this country is really classist, but it controls itself under the guise of racism, we're never going to move forward because people don't want to address the humongous elephant in the room.
My family, we have a butcher shop in Spanish Harlem. We've had it since the 1980s. And one of the things that I noticed there, quite a bit is because we have all Latin workers, mostly Mexican, a lot of workers. And the Americans who say, you're in my country, you speak my language. Black Americans.
Oh my God.
Back.
Wow, I'm so glad I came here because
it's real. No, but it's real. Well, what I'm talking about those you're talking about Mexicans being racist against Blacks and all that. Right. I've experienced it myself. I've seen it myself. People are complicated.
We've all watched white people on YouTube and all over video, all over the world telling Latin
people are complicated. Black Americans often tell Mexicans, learn to speak the language. You're in my country. That's a real thing. You tell the truth. I tell the truth. This is a real thing that happens.
No. Another
real thing that happens.
You're telling a section of Spanish Harlem and comparing.
I'm talking about Spanish Harlem. I'm talking about Spanish Harlem. Yes. Spanish Harlem is America. El Barrio is America. The Puerto Ricans there are American. Yeah.
Right. You think I don't think Spanish Harlem is in America?
I'm just stating it. You said
what I'm telling you, since we want to talk about what people don't understand. What percentage of Spanish Harlem, and compared to the totality of America, do you think Spanish Harlem represents in the racism that is happening in America?
Oh no, I'm telling you the racism that I experienced there and that I witnessed there. So then, I've experienced racism
so I'll tell you, as a young woman who grew up in Aberdeen, Maryland, and went to school, a parochial school in Dublin, Maryland, where I was one of two Black people.
I don't know anything about
you. Don't know it, but I'm telling you,
I grew up in Queens. I grew up in Queens, the most diverse place in the country.
Every day I went to school, somebody white called me a nigger, told me to go back to my country, called me a porch monkey. Okay,
that's terrible.
So that's awful. So what I'm saying to you is I am wise enough to know that not every white person is racist, but give a fuck less to try to figure out who's not racist and understand that in America, as a Black person, white people and white identifying Latins are predatory towards Black people because of the gaslight that you just
Predatory.
put out to try to
Predatory of
convince
Black
us
people.
that
I don't know.
you experiencing few Black people in Spanish
Yeah.
is
No, your
comparative
your
the
personal
racism
experience,
that's
you can blow
happening in
that up into the
America.
macrocosm.
It's
But my
completely
personal experience needs to
insane.
stay micro.
It's insane, and that's not how you do a sample test at all. I can tell you never studied psychology or anything.
No, sample test would be statistic. That would be statistic. Yeah, hit me with the data and the statistics.
Of America as a whole. No one's going to use Spanish Harlem as a sample to pull out racist.
Well, then don't talk about Mexicans. Then don't bring up Mexicans. You don't bring up Mexicans. I won't bring up Mexicans.
I wasn't talking about Mexicans.
You were talking about Mexicans in the fucking club.
I was not. I was talking about three specific Black. See, this is why
three specific Mexicans you were talking about.
Right, and I said that. And I said three specific Mexicans, and I
my
asked
God, how
them
can these guys think this
why
stuff? These
they
Mexicans.
would vote for
Fuck,
somebody who said the things that they said. But this is why Hatem, but I just want you to see. His attitude is exactly why we are here. This is what it is. He said he's Latin, so he's identifying as Latin somehow, but he's also this sort of white passing Latin that comes in and takes on this sort of
I am intelligent, I am talented, I am all of these, I am multitudes, as my homeboy Walt Whitman would say.
By every time I say something, making a point of what I said, even though he said he doesn't give a fuck, and then trying to play this angry trope. I'm not.
That's not anger. That's not anger. I'm just pointing it out. 2 + 2 is 4. That's what I'm doing here.
What America is.
I don't agree with you.
Racist, and you know.
I don't agree with you. You got a chip on. You got a chip on your shoulder.
You know what? I think that's crazy. That as a Black woman, you would sit here and try to convince me that is more.
Don't be ableist. Don't be ableist
when it comes to Black people than white people in this country.
That's ableist.
And this is who we have voting. White
You-
men like
you
this,
know-
or
you know
white
what's,
feeling men like this. It's absolutely insane.
You know what's interesting?
Insane.
I think this you guys should this is better than the president. This is how the presidential debate
Ashamed
should
of
have been.
myself? Okay.
This is,
All right.
this
Okay,
is-
mommy.
This
Yeah, I'll be
is
ashamed of
all right.
myself.
All right. So let
You are extremely racist
so
and narrow-minded.
so I want to stay on the
that
topic
shit.
for a little
I
bit.
don't,
It's
I don't
like-
give a fuck. That's all you got.
No,
That's
I
your
know, no,
ammo.
because it's not
That's
all
your
I got
ammo.
because
That's all you got.
have.
That's all you got.
Giving.
That's all you
why
got. You're throwing that
giving
out.
Maniac racist since you got here.
I'm a maniac.
Okay,
racist.
so let's move on.
I think you've
Let's
said
move on.
many dumb things.
Can we
I'm
stop?
sure
Whatever that
I
says
have.
about
I've stepped
you.
on your
Whatever
toes
that
a
says.
lot
you
tonight.
you guys can carry on.
You stepped
later,
on my toe,
but
on my
it's
toes, but not my
you-
balls.
You've addressed
No, a little
only me.
different.
You've said nothing to nobody. I'm not going to agree with
You're
you.
the one talking. You're the one talking the most shit.
I was
Well,
very
I'm talking
quiet
to you.
for a long time, my love. I sat here.
No,
very
you shouldn't
quiet.
be. No, what? Don't
Very
be quiet.
quiet.
Can we take a?
You got to take back the empty space.
Can we take it?
No. You take it back.
Can we,
Well, you take
all right, can we take a minute here? Can we take a minute? All right,
I don't
let's-
want to oppress you anymore.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
guys, you can start this on your own. Right now, there's people
Gaslighting.
listening.
It's not
But
dissing. It's gaslighting. And we
It's-
have to
it's-
stand up
it's
to
very
people who
original
makes flagrant statements like that because you
term.
want to run
Really good
reckless
that I
and just say anything out of your mouth. And then when somebody tries to check you with sanity, then you try to make me the problem.
I think there's.
I'm gaslighting you, and that's all I've got.
All right, let me
is
just
a
add to
bunch of
this,
racist
and then
tropes. Since you got here, I can only identify you as a racist. If you don't want to be identified as that, then maybe
That's
you're
all you can identify. It's not my job.
That's
It's not
all
my
you've
job to fix
shown.
you.
That's
It's
all
not my
you've
job to
shown.
fix your brain. I
I'm
can't.
sure.
It's not
That's
my
all
job.
you've shown.
Okay, so
And
can we?
I-
Not my job to educate
And
you.
your
Can we
family
get,
should be
time
embarrassed that
to-
you talked about Spanish Harlem like that. That's insane.
No,
Can we
I am
get-
the pride of my family.
That's insane.
Pride.
All right, so can we give, hey, ladies, gentlemen, can we give Kyle and Boris a chance that they patiently and nicely waiting? I think when somebody talk about their personal experience, that's a personal experience. That's it, you know? So I don't know why everybody.
You can't use it as facts. He wasn't talking about a personal experience. He was talking about it as facts and tried to use that as a sample.
And
to
that's what I'm
explain
Unlike
how
your
Black
example,
people are
of three
represented
Mexicans that you
around
met
the country.
Ohio in a
based on
fucking basement
Spanish
show in
Harlem
Ohio.
and a
Yeah.
few Black
Okay.
people. Somebody told
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna because we want to entertain Kyle. I'll give you guys the final words before we go because this has been this is what I'm saying. This what the presidential debate should have been. People would have been listening more if we
You should
have
be
two
president now.
if we
Kamala
to have
should be
two
president now.
two candidates right now. But Kyle, last words. I give each one of you a word to say to America. So, and we're gonna end it right there. But this actually, as crazy as it was,
it really is a sample of a lot of what's going on. And I'll let the people make their own opinion about listening. That they'll make their own opinion. But let's get a message to America at the end. Let's go with Kyle, Boris, Lou, and then we'll end with the lady. Kyle, go first.
Yeah, I'm just surprised at where we are now in America. Like, I thought this would be the age of Aquarius, you know what I mean? 2024. But yeah, it seems like we're going backwards, you know? I think after the OJ Simpson case, that kind of split us. And then we started dividing. Not that it was kumbaya before then, but at least we had some sort of respect. And then social media, you know, exacerbates it. Like X is just like, I follow racists online and I'm like, wow, I can't believe people still have these thoughts in 2024. Are they dumb? Don't they realize humans are complex and we all have our own things? And, you know, and how do they travel through the world? We're not like, you know, here's your change, nigga. There's your, you know what I mean? It's all like we're nice to each other socially, but then online, it just seems like we all have, it's a scam, you know. Underneath, we have these thoughts, you know, but are we all pretending? What is it, you know?
What's the solution?
Shit, love, God, I don't know.
A deep look.
Truth.
Boris, what's your message to America?
There's not one thing. It's a lot of stuff.
What's your message to America in election night?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm with Kyle. I think, first of all, I'm still optimistic about a lot of stuff. I moved here from a country where people very seldom got to passionately express out loud political opinions that didn't align with what was allowed to talk about. And I think that part of the byproduct of being in a country where people do that on podcasts and wherever else pretty often is that shit escalates and people who have idiotic views get their views amplified as much as people who have deep and intelligent views. And I think with the internet and everything else going on, I think we're still building some herd immunity for a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with in terms of like more people believe in flat earth now than they did 50 years ago. You know what I mean? Like people are still dealing with how to like process the amount of information. And I think that I'm with Kyle in the love sense, only in the sense that like, I think people should care more about relationships than they do about ideology. And
and it's a mutual respect thing too. Like you don't have to like me. Like I was in Memphis once and I was at like a hippie bar and it was an open mic. And then this guy was offering me wine and everything. His girl was so nice. But then I started reading his tattoos and it was like a noose and a Klansman and like, but he had just been the nicest dude. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's insane. Like people can come from such a strange walk of life where, you know, without like seeing all the background story, you both think the other person is insane, you know? And I'm totally with you in the sense that, and there's a lot of people who have very strong like political views that I know that don't get along with like anyone around them. And it's like at the baseline, some relationships need to be maintained to make sure that it's not a conduit for like the personal issues that you're having, you know?
All right, Lou, your message to America 2024.
No matter what happens, you have to take care of your relationships, your friendships, work on yourself. And one thing I would recommend, if anybody ever gets the chance to do it, like I did this year, if you get the chance to run up the Empire State Building, do it. It's one of the best things that I've done physically. 17 minutes, 1 second.
Nice.
This 42-year-old man.
Nice. Mike, do you want to send a message before me and Yamaneika?
No, I'm good.
All right. No, you don't like America? Okay. Yamaneika, you want to go first? Or you want me to go first? You go.
Decide.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here.
Always love to have you. You know that.
You know.
Can't do a show without you, even though it's once every 4 years election, but we can have it.
Well, the comedy side of me and the political side of me are two different things. So, you know, I take this very serious. I'm not gonna back down. A lot of my POV comes from who I am and how I've encountered America. I appreciate Boris telling his story about, you know, where he comes from. And if Boris or Lou had not said anything, they would be white identified. So, you know, I think that we have to be very clear about how we sort of, that Dr. Seuss book, who has the stars and then who doesn't have the stars. And I've seen some really wicked things that happen in this country. I've seen some wicked things happen to my friends. And I'm never going to stand down from telling the truth. I don't care who I make uncomfortable until we're all comfortable. And I'm not surprised and I'm not upset that Donald Trump has become president. Again, if you have no faith in this country to do what it's supposed to do, you're not shocked. What I hope is that the people who stood behind him, I hope when things come down the way they're going to come down for them as well, that they stand strong on their decisions to have this person be president again, even though it's unprecedented that a person who is supposed to be on trial and a criminal and all these other things and lying and not paying taxes would even be in a position to run for the leader of the free world.
What's that? Well, guys, this was amazing. We've been together for a long time. My message would be to America is like, we can do better than this. It have to be a reflection of us, you know, being from another part of the world and coming here, you know, you value things like voting, like freedom of speech, like stuff like that. I think, Kyle, I don't know if it's okay with you if I mention a little bit, but something that Kyle went through or I went through, you have a real understanding of life and you have real understanding and appreciation of everything. And we can, and we should do better as a country and as people, and at least, you know, try to understand and let the other person know, you know, that not everybody is just evil, but, you know, try to really listen without responding, try to listen and understand what's going on. But we as a country need to do better. You know, we really do. You know, we need to have leaders that we're proud of, like we used to. Like Yamaneika said, the leaders of the free world. Imagine that. Those are the two that we have. But, you know,
wait, Hatem, before you go, let me just do this one thing because, you know, Lou really got on my nerves with a lot of shit, but I'm going to walk back the racist thing on him. I wouldn't want somebody to put me on a live situation where I'm having a conversation and then I'm being inundated with that. So I'm going to walk that back. Lou, I'll give you my apologies for that.
I appreciate that.
And, you know, let's run up the Empire State Building together then. I'm not doing it in 17 minutes though. I'll do it in 7 days, but not.
And I gotta say, if anyone hasn't seen you live doing stand up, you are fucking a killer. You're awesome.
Thank you, my love.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying
and like I said, this is what I'm saying. I know both of you, and you're like the two nicest people, and if it's insane to me. But this is what the stress of the election do, and this is what I was hoping from doing this show from 5 p.m. We got you so many great comics. Yeah, me and Noam have been here since 5. It's been great comics and great, and I hope we managed to get your mind a little bit off this, you know. But regardless, remember that you are the president of your own life. So make it better, live, love each other, have fun, and come watch comedy because we have some killers all over. But and obviously you don't have to come to the Comedy Cellar. Comedy Cellar. See you soon, and we'll know the election as of yet before we let you go. Trump is at 230. Harris is 179. No swing state. No, none of the states that matters really was called out yet. Very too close to call everything. So within like 100,000. So I'm still hoping. So whatever, let's be good winners, not bad losers. Whatever happens, happens. And like I said, be the president of your own life and have fun. Thank you very much. Yamaneika, Boris, Kyle. Kyle, so great to see you, Boo. And Mike, thank you very much. All right. Comedy Cellar. Peace.
Love you all.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Thanks, Lou, Hatem, Kyle, Boris, Noam. Thank you.
Word.